Let's see. Let's see if it works now. It looks like it's better. Let's see. It looks like it's better. No buffering, no nothing. Let's see. It looks like it's better. No buffering, no nothing. Let's see. Woo! Okay, that seems good. That seems good. It seems like it's running fine now. Everyone. Okay. It seems like it's working now. It seems like it is working. So we should be good. Hi, Captain C. Hi. Just getting it all set up. Just getting it all set up. And working.
So I didn't expect that.
That's not what I wanted. Just getting everything set up. Is it fixed? It seems like it's fixed. Let's see.
So
Yeah, it seems like it's fixed. It seems like everything's working out just fine now, finally. Hi, Geo. Hi, Spinnling. Hi, Raven. Hi, Captain C. It looks like it's working. Maybe I just needed to shut my shit down for like a good 30, 40 minutes and then just come back. I don't know why it did all that. Unless it's not working anymore. I'll keep it up on the side of the screen just to see if it works. That's what I'll do. I'll keep it up here just not working. Or keep it up here just so we know if it is or not. I'm gonna do to you what I did to Steven. Jeez, I don't want to know what happened to Steven. This guy's been streaming for a year. I don't know why any of that broke. I don't know why that happened. I'm assuming it's YouTube because all my settings are the exact same. I didn't change anything, and then all of a sudden it just didn't work. Plus, my internet was fine. Like, everything was running fine. It's just stream wasn't running fine. I don't know why it did that. I have no clue why it fucking did that. Okay. Captain C, there's a lot to cover with yours. You got a lot to cover. This is a lot. This is quite a bit. So let's take it slow first, because you got me watching probably, I want to say this might be hours of content here. This might be hours of content. Was that a lighter? What? I don't have anything here. I have yogurt. I'm eating yogurt on my desk. That's what I have. So let's take a second to let everybody come in. Let's get this short video out of the way. Let's do Spinnling stuff first. So Spinnling sent something in the YouTube video ideas chat. on my Discord and said, at Marcus, don't know if this is big enough for you to cover, but this guy blatantly stole my video. I know you watched it live on release, so maybe it's something you'd want to talk about.
Dude is throwing it back on the
Hoopla!
bomb.
Thank you for throwing it back on
The
my Bob.
beginnings of the start. When will you decide? Don't take too long, for the time is. You hit some songs up if I link them.
Yes, of
Mateo
course.
Dudlitzker.
Mateo Dudlitzker. Yes, I agree. Kupla, thank you for the $5.99. What's another currency that I haven't said yet? Zimbabwean bucks or whatever. Yeah, that one. I haven't said that one yet. Thank you for the $5.99. Yeah, we can do your songs a little later. We can definitely do your songs. Okay. It seems like stream's working though, so that's good. But let's check out this short video first, because Captain C, you got me watching like actual days worth of content here, which is I might save it for the 24-hour because I don't know if I'm gonna have time to cover all of this today. Like, this is a lot. You sent me like whole ass, like, this is homework. You sent me homework. Do Kupla songs now? Hold on. So Spinnling just said you can see through all throughout the video that the guy absolutely just put my script through an AI rewording thing and just actually took parts of my video without credit. You can very obviously tell because throughout the video it shifts from the aesthetic to random slop brawl. This video took a long time to make, so I'm pretty fucking pissed off. So then Spinnling told me that Dead Meme Frog made a quick video summarizing it pretty well. So we can check this one out real quick. We'll see if we want to dive in a little deeper here. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Kupla. Hi, Johnny. 500 cigarettes. I fuck with 500 cigarettes.
So, I didn't expect to have an upload on the channel so soon, but I have
How many songs do I get? Well, that's $6, so you get 6 songs, Kupla.
something to talk about that, quite frankly, annoyed me a lot. Some of you might have seen Spinnling's Call Me Carson video that came out last year. If you didn't, I'd highly recommend you do so. I wrote the script for it, and it's one of the best pieces of content that I've ever been involved with. But you might be wondering why I'm suddenly talking about the video 11 months after its upload. Well, it's for a simple reason. Meet HRK Studio, one of several video essay slot mills that you've seen on the platform from time to time. These videos have no personality to them, nor do they have a face. And even if you've seen this person's channel before, you're not likely to remember them. He's interchangeable with every single Sunny V2 type in this platform, with pretty much nothing notable about his content. But anyways, enough is shitting on some run-of-the-mill slop tuber. Why am I talking about him? Well, because he made this video about Call Me Carson, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat things. This guy lifted several things in this video from me and Spinnling. Let's start with the title. Now, to me, this is obviously lifted from my—
Yeah, I mean, what actually happened to Call Me Carson, what happened to Call Me Carson, it's what actually happened and what happened, so it's it's the same thing, just put actually in it.
The original video or my lunch club video. Now, of course, you might be thinking that that's a complete reach considering how simple these are. Anyone—
Yeah, I mean, if this was the only thing you're complaining about, then yeah, there's plenty of titles all over, but I'm
could
assuming
have
there's
come up
more.
with these, and it isn't exactly unique, but you'll see why I think it's lifted as I explain more. In the actual video, multiple screenshots were completely lifted from our video. Stuff that looks way worse than if this person were to just find the original screenshots themselves, by the way. And the thing that I find to be the most egregious is that this dude straight up stole one of our title cards. It's not even like he bothered to download the video so that it's higher quality.
Oh shit, oh he did. Okay, solitary confinement. He literally stole this entire title cards for like another segment. Okay. Why are you streaming at 720 and not 1080? Internet problems? Is that why my stream's running fine? I don't know. Bungless. I have no clue. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I didn't change any settings. Usually I have it to just regular settings. Maybe it changed it for me. I don't know, but it's running better now than it was earlier, so that might be the way we have to go about it. I'm not too sure.
Either. This is very clearly screen recorded. You can even see Spinnling's profile pic on the bottom right.
You can, yeah.
And the cherry on top? The video basically has the same exact information that ours did. Nothing more, nothing less. The same exact stuff being talked about all in the same exact order. And were we credited for any of this at all? Even a small mention? No. This guy just pretends that the video that allowed his to exist never actually happened. I'm not gonna say that this is necessarily—
You know what, Raven? Here's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a nice little timeout. When you learn to be nice.
Plagiarism or something that extreme, but this is one of the laziest things I've ever seen a commentary channel do. This guy clearly didn't do the research and just watched our content so he could get his 40-minute slot piece out for the week, and it actually frustrated me. Commentary video essays have been in the gutter for years, and channels like this who put
Well,
no
yeah,
actual
I was gonna say commentary essays have become just slot mills now. Like, you can't really make commentary essays anymore because slot mills will just pump out garbage that just isn't really all that good, but it catches the eye of a lot of people. Like, video essays used to be, pretty solid back in the day, but nowadays they've kind of fallen off just purely because of these types of channels that just kind of pump out garbage. Like, they don't actually put effort into anything, or they just repeat things that we've already heard before. They don't actually give us new information that we actually need to hear, or new stuff that would be intriguing, or maybe asking better questions. It's just constant. Change your name to Larpus because you aren't a dog. Larpus. That just makes me more hateful. Oh, great. It makes me more hateful too, Raven. I think about the script too. Someone on Frog's videos said that he used Claude AI to reword the script. So parts of his video have things included that don't exist, by the way. So he's also posting false info. Oh, so the video has false info about Carson? Oh.
effort of their own and just copy others are the ones who killed it. And if me and Spinnling had our content stolen from, imagine how many other content creators that people like HRK Studio have done the same thing to. I'm fine with channels like this making content just for monetary value. So many of these channels exist, so it would be pointless to try and stop them. They're just playing.
I mean, yeah, I guess I can kind of agree that it's not a big deal if someone's just making like slop video essay content where they just put a prompt into ChatGPT and then just that's the script and that's it. But at the same time, I feel like we should be clamping down on some of these channels because it's very obvious that a lot of these channels probably are taking from regular YouTubers. Like, they're taking from other streamers and YouTubers, but we just not noticing it because they make like one a day. They make like 1 to 2 like videos almost a day. These channels pump out schlop like it's going out of style. All right, they're pumping out schlop better than anybody else we've ever seen. All right, video essay style videos. It's easy to get past stealing content when you make so many in a day that nobody notices. Because I personally I'm a person who doesn't like these like very obvious schlop like AI scripted bullshit content. Like, I get that I don't make high effort videos or streams or anything, but at least I'm here and I'm at least like putting effort into it by being here for hours on end streaming and trying to be there for my audience. Whereas these people just don't do that. They just put everything into AI, and for the most part, most of these guys will just steal prompts or steal like kind of like title cards like they were mentioning from other streamers and other YouTubers, not streamers, but YouTubers who make video essays. And it just kind of goes unnoticed because they just make so much shit. And there's so many channels that do it. What happened to Frost Slash, Marcus? I just don't post gaming videos anymore, man. I wish I could post more gaming videos. I love you. XX Bug Bite? XX? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. There are stuff here and there. I think a lot of it really throws off parts of the real Carson allegations and the Catherine stuff because they aren't just me documenting like the previous parts. What happened to I'm staunchly against AI content being on YouTube. I can call in and describe more if you'd like. Are they stealing edits like clipping videos or just copying the edit but making it themselves? So Spinnling, they pointed out that one of the title cards that he used in his video is the exact same. Like he just took the edit. Like, he just straight up took the edit. Another thing that they're pointing out in an earlier part, like, they're using like basically just these. They're taking these from his video. There's this title card right here.
This dude straight up stole one of our title cards. It's not even like he bothered to download the video so that it's higher quality either. This is very clearly screen recorded. You could even—
he screen recorded it, and then Spinnling's thing is at the bottom right. The only other thing that Spinnling and them were pointing out that is that it seems like they're rewording it with AI, because it seems like part of the— I can react to the video to kind of evaluate it myself.
Profile pic on the bottom right, and the cherry on top, the video basically has the same exact information that ours did. Nothing more, nothing less. The same exact stuff being talked about, all in the same exact order. And were we credited for any—
They didn't recreate anything, as you can show. Yeah, you should copyright that, lol. They didn't recreate anything, as you can show. You can see my exact coloring stuff too. If the guy just needed screenshots for evidence, that's fine, but he doesn't. Marcus, you're going to love my setup, Marcus. Oh, you got a nice little setup?
Any of this at all? Even a small mention? No. This guy just pretends that the video that allowed his to exist never actually happened. I'm not gonna say that this is necessarily plagiarism or something that extreme, but this is one of the laziest things I've ever seen a commentary channel do. This guy clearly didn't do the research.
Hey man, a lot of people do it. That's what I mean. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't realize, like, a lot of channels do this. Like, a lot of commentary channels, especially nowadays, they just, like, screen record other people's channels, or they just take and they just produce slop to a point where, so much slop to a point where a lot of people just don't really notice it, or it just goes so unnoticed. I feel
content so he could get his 40-minute slot piece out for the
You should
week.
ban
and it
Mao.
actually frustrated
Maybe.
me. Commentary video essays have been in the gutter for years, and channels like this, who put no actual effort of their own and just copy others, are the ones who killed it. And if me and Spinnling had our content stolen from, imagine how many other content creators that people like HRK Studio have done the same thing to. I'm fine with channels like this making content just for monetary value. So many of these channels exist, so it would be pointless to try and stop them. They're just playing the YouTube game, nothing wrong with that. But it's another thing entirely when you don't do the work for your own video and just blatantly copy others. Anyways, that's it for me.
I mean, that's fair. If people stole my Plagued Moth video, but that was easier to tell as they'd remove me from the drama because I didn't talk about myself in the video. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let me check this video out real quick. I want to see if if it does seem like, you know, like AI almost, like AI scripted.
This is how Call Me Carson detonated his career in a matter of hours. He used to be the internet's golden boy, a soft-spoken Minecraft nerd who somehow built a cult-level audience off awkward humor, cursed screenshots, and chaotic Discord calls. For a while, he was untouchable, the kind of creator everyone pointed to when they wanted proof that genuine, funny, unproblematic guys could still win online. And then everything collapsed in the most chaotic, confusing, and frankly stupid way possible. At the height of his fame, Carson managed to stumble into almost every pitfall a creator.
It's an AI voice. I was gonna say, man, listening to this sounds so... This doesn't sound like a person talking. It just sounds... It sounds like an AI. Bro, this is bad. This is like if Watch Mojo did commentary. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does sound like Watch Mojo. It kind of does sound like Watch Mojo.
Find. He started by getting entangled in a messy public relationship that blew up so catastrophically, it became a running joke across the platform. The Katarina saga was a soap opera level disaster filled with cheating revelations, hidden boyfriends, and a friend group turning on itself in real time. Millions of viewers watched a Twitch dating game turn into the internet's most dramatic breakup, complete with the infamous ding 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 tweet that confirmed the rumors everyone was already whispering.
This just feels... It does very much feel like this was put into a prompt. It just doesn't feel like an AI like prompt, just like summarize this video or something, because this just doesn't feel authentic at all. Marcus, can I be mod? You're already mod, bub. You're already mod, bub.
There was barely any time to process that before new accusations surfaced, the kind that instantly end a career. Screenshots, Discord messages, and creators running to Keemstar with half-finished stories that ignited a wildfire. Carson's reputation flipped overnight as commentary channels and stan communities labeled him the worst thing a young creator could be.
Hi, Glenn.
The facts became buried under outrage.
Possibly.
People exaggerated the story until it barely resembled reality, and his entire friend group fractured under the pressure. Then there was silence. The confusing, self-destructive disappearance when Carson chose to say nothing at all while the internet chewed him alive. No attempt to clear up lies, just one tweet, a broken fan base, and a creator who vanished at the moment he needed to speak the most. When he finally returned a year later, the internet had already written a narrative for him. This is not just the story of a YouTuber who fell off. It is the story of a kid who built his entire identity online, only to watch it collapse under the weight of fame, mistakes.
This 100% feels like a Watch Mojo like video. This feels like a. It just feels like a Watch Mojo if they tried to dip their toes into the commentary sphere.
and the unforgiving mechanics of
Feels
internet
so
morality.
weird.
Let's start at the beginning. Before the internet ever crowned him a cult favorite, Carson King was just another kid obsessed with the idea of being a YouTuber. Not famous, not influential, just a kid who saw people playing games online and thought, I want to do that too. Long before Call Me Carson became a recognizable name, he was uploading shaky Minecraft recordings to 3 different...
Are we riding bikes? Raven, are we riding bikes? Yeah, I don't know, man. This definitely does feel like scripted, like AI scripted. Nothing really feels like authentic. It feels like it's just like, hey, reword this for me, and that's all it is. The voice in itself, I'm not going to go as far as to say that the voice itself, it sounds AI. The voice sounds AI. There's no like hiccups, or it doesn't sound like, it sounds like their voice is almost perfect. Almost. Like, I don't know if that is enough to say it's AI, but it sounds AI. Like the voice itself sounds AI. Like when you listen to like Spinnling speak, it's like, you can tell that's a person. You can tell that's a human being. Let's see. Do we have Spinnling video? You can tell how it's written by A because the script never mentions specific things like before SMP Live. It says before his fame. It's the little things like that. No. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like stuff like that where it's obvious that it's obvious that it's not like, it's not referencing like specifics. It's just saying like before this, before that. It's not referencing like, oh, SMP Live, or referencing these small little things, other than that one part where it referenced the ding 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 thing. Let's see. Spinnling. Let's look up Spinnling real quick and let's see.
Carson is a person that you haven't likely heard about in a long time. His name isn't...
Well, this is what I mean though. Like listening to Spinnling talk comparative to this guy talk, like
days, with it fading into
you can tell this is a human being talking. Like you can tell this is a person talking.
But if we were to go back a few years, you would see glimpses of his work all over the internet. Carson was everywhere at one time. He was in memes, viral clips, and his own YouTube videos that gained attention online. At the height of his career, Carson was a key figure on YouTube. Everything he touched turned to success in a short time. His influence launched the careers of other channels simply by just working with him. Carson amassed what some would have called a cult status online.
Wow, yeah, actually, wait, he mentions cult status literally at the beginning. This is... Well, wait a minute. Yeah, this is 100%.
Increased with the number of influential streamers he knew and befriended, from creators like Pokimane and Ludwig to those now facing...
But this is what I mean, like, Spinnling's actually referencing, like, certain individuals, certain creators, whereas this guy's just... It almost feels like he's reading off some generative script. Like, he doesn't mention other creators, he doesn't mention the people around him, surrounding people, he's just saying, like, before... Like you said, before his fame, instead of saying before SMP Live.
Different microscopic channels. Blue Creepers 1, Gamer
Calling
Croft
Spinnling a bit...
157, and Icebox Carson. These weren't strategic
Calling Spinnling a person is a bit far, my bad.
These were the raw attempts of a 12-year-old who had no idea what he was doing, but couldn't stop trying anyway. Between 2011 and 2012, he posted more than 130 videos across these channels. Most of them barely cracked 50 views, some never hit double digits. They were low quality, low effort by modern standards, but they were also proof of one thing. The kid had persistence that didn't match his age. While most children lose interest when their projects fail to take off...
Have you posted an update? I am going to be posting an update. I was a tad bit busy last week. It happened so like... Oh, hi, not March, baby, not Melon Dog Streamer. Whatever, dude, whatever. Blue Creepers 1 wasn't his channel to my knowledge either. Carson never mentioned that from my research. Interesting. So I was gonna say some of the channels on here I'd have to look into because I don't know if some of these really are his. You did mention that there's some misinformation in here, so he just flings in some stuff that just isn't true. But no, the Void Ace, the thing happened so randomly.
Hello, princess.
Like, they didn't give me any emails. They didn't send me anything. Just randomly out of the blue, in the middle of work, they sent me it wasn't even an email. It was a YouTube notification saying, you got your monetization. Congratulations. And I'm like, what? Like, they didn't give me anything. They still never gave me anything. They just randomly gave it back to me. So I wasn't really prepared for that. I was kind of prepared for more waiting till June, or not June, July. But I mean, I got it back. I'm happy for that. But I was just not ready last week. I was working too much. But I will post an update video. Also, that little clipping is taken from my video you're paused on. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Here, let's see. How far into it are we? 3 minutes? We're like in this like 3-minute mark. Okay, here, let's go here. Sent gold coin for 10 jewels. What does that
Like
mean?
most kids messing around online, Carson jumped from one type of content to another, constantly switching up what he was making. One day it was gaming videos.
Oh, it was. That was. What the
Next it was
fuck?
meme compilations, then MLG edits, and even an SMP trailer at one point. But if there was one thing that stayed consistent, it was Minecraft. No matter what phase he was in, the game was always in the mix, always in the background or foreground of his channel. In 2013, Carson officially launched what would become his main channel, Call Me Carson, and uploaded his very first video, a short little beta Minecraft clip called Crazy Torch.
Oh!
Truly ahead of its time.
That's a sent gold coin. What? Wait, what is this? Sent clapping seal? Glenn sent clapping. What the fuck is the? What is the clapping seal? Glenn sent clapping seal for 250 jewels. What? What the fuck is that? What? What is that? What is that? How did you send that? What is that? Sent floating heart for 10 jewels. Sent gold coin for 10 jewels. Sent 10 gold coin for 10. What is this? Jewels are like bits? Janky Johnny, enough. No way they got a 6-7 in there, bro. Are we dead ass? Why do we have 6-7 in here? Sent tasty hot dog? What the fuck is this? How do you even send that? What? I gotta look this. I gotta look at this. What are we doing? YouTube, what are we doing, man? What the fuck? Are you sure it's jewels? Wouldn't I get like donations for it? Wouldn't I get like a donation or something for it? Like money from it? Or no? How does it work? I'm so confused. What? Jewels. I'm not able to send a jewel. How do you guys send jewels? You do get money from it, I think. Huh. Weird. I don't even know how the jewels work, but thank you guys for showing me what a jewel is. Now I know what a jewel is. Thanks for the 6-7s and
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
We want dancing veggies. Thank you for the $2.
Play the
Janky
songs,
Johnny.
Marcus. We want dancing veggies.
Hold on. Let's see if he's taken a few
Carson
more
kept
things from the
going.
beginning,
He
okay?
simply enjoyed the process of recording something, editing it back.
Oh my god, wait, this is the same clip from Spinnling. Okay, wait, he's not even joking. Oh my god, you can see it at the bottom right. Wait, you can see it at the bottom right. It's literally Spinnling's avatar at the bottom right of the screen in the middle here, and then right here it's Spinnling's little fucking avatar at the bottom. He really did screen record this. It's a mobile thing? Oh, it works like bits from Twitch, so you send like a tiny bit of money over? Oh. Oh, it went through. Did it go through? I don't think it went. I don't know if it went through or not. I have no clue if the revenue go. I don't. We'll see. I'll have to see afterwards. Press F for 10 jewels. Thanks, Raven, for the jewels. Sent GG easy for 20 jewels. Is it like pennies? Are you guys sending cents? That's awesome, I guess. GG easy for 20 jewels? Yeah, no, they like straight up just stole your
throwing it onto
content
the
here.
internet to see what happened.
It's
But
literally-
even he eventually recognized that juggling 3 meaningless channels wasn't sustainable. So in 2013, he wiped
the slate clean and created this.
Platform.
John, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Hello,
Glenn got one. Dude Nugget got one. Okay. Epic
Thank you,
Hentai Gaming got
PBTG
one.
Hun, for the memberships.
Look at-
Welcome at Dude Nugget.
Look at Glenn getting one, bro.
Hello,
Glenn and Dude
Princess.
Nugget. That's awesome. That's
Thank
awesome
you,
stuff.
PVTJ Hun, for the memberships. Welcome at Glintranzig.
They're hanging Melanox monetization like a carrot on a string.
Thank you, PVTJ Hun, for the memberships. Welcome at Peaceful Mod.
Peaceful mod, null
Hello,
PRT. I've
princess.
never seen PTR, or sorry, PTR, null PTR, and peaceful
Thank
mod.
you, PVTJ Hun, for the memberships. Welcome at Noctur25.
Janky Johnny, thank you for the 5 gifted
Hello,
memberships.
princess.
Oh, it went to Rena. Or Orpheus. I haven't seen Orpheus in a while.
Thank you, PVTJ
Orbit.
Hun, for the memberships.
Burn!
Welcome at egg_commentary.
Hello, princess.
Rena got one. Oh, jeez.
Thank you,
Not the
Janky
biggest
Johnny,
fan
for
of
the
that one.
memberships.
Not the
Welcome
biggest
at
fan of
Lena
that one.
B.
Hello, princess.
I like how Koopla just has not received a single membership. Koopla
Thank
just
you,
doesn't get
Janky
one.
Johnny, for the memberships.
Everybody here's
Welcome
got a
at
membership
Orpheus
now except for
5-star General.
Koopla. Except for Koopla.
Hello, princess.
That's fucked up, bruh.
Thank you, Janky Johnny, for the memberships. Welcome at Zero Urbot Salungguhit.
This fucking Salam Guit.
Hello, princess.
Salam Guit, Salam Guit, Salam Guit. Poor
Thank you,
Koopla. I'm not
Janky
gonna
Johnny,
get membership
for the
because I don't have it on. Wait,
Welcome at
Koopla, turn it on.
Sarha9120.
Koopla, turn it on.
Hello, princess.
Koopla, you gotta turn it
Thank you,
on.
Janky Johnny, for the memberships.
Thank you for the membership. Of
Welcome
course,
at
Peaceful
Virgo World
Mod.
10.
Of course. Well, shit. Thank you guys for the memberships. You guys are very kind. You guys are very kind. I hate this translation thing. Dude Nugget says Rutro, and it translates to spirit. Bro, what are we doing, YouTube? They're speaking in English. I can understand it perfectly fine. You don't gotta translate for me. Koopla, this is your fault. This is your fault, Koopla. It's because you're not English. You don't speak proper English. Learn how to speak proper English, Koopla. Imagine if someone gives 50 memberships. I think someone did that last stream. You'd have to wait till she goes through all 50. I've had that happen before, man. I remember that it was during my like 48-hour, I think, stream, or one of the two, where someone just kept donating fucking memberships. It was Puddle. Puddle just kept donating memberships and it just wouldn't stop. Marcus, will you watch my debate with Destiny? Oh, yes, I need to watch that. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Does anybody have a link to that, by the way?
The Call Me Carson channel. Back then, it
By the way, that was very similar to this one already.
had a different name, a different identity, and a completely different energy. The first upload,
Oh
titled
my
Crazy
god, first upload titled Crazy Torch.
Torch.
Whoa. And it's Spinnling's little... it's Spinnling singing the bottom right. He really did just steal off of Spinnling, bro. This guy deadass stole. How did he manage to steal the video, though, without the background?
It was exactly
That's kind of impressive. Like, Spinnling has it turned. You know what I mean? Like, Spinnling has it turned this way. He just did it where, like, he only got this, but somehow he managed to get Spinnling's little thing in the bottom right. What?
Within this video, there's
How
only
did he do
a
that?
handful of content that Carson has cherry-picked to be up from the early
He must have
days.
zoomed in. He must have just completely, like, stole the whole screen, zoomed in to just the... Well, no, because how would his little thing be at the bottom right? How did he do that?
the kind of content you would expect from a teenager who was still figuring out how to exist online. No defined style, no comedic rhythm, just another video in a sea of millions. From 2013 to 2016, the channel wandered through multiple identities. Carson tried gaming commentary, he tried straight gameplay, he tried meme compilations, little joke
This guy
edits,
lives on a
anything
fucking
that
farm.
caught his interest for more than 5 seconds. But nothing stuck.
Remove Grok,
Nothing
remove
broke
the
into
stupid blue brick guy.
algorithm. The channel drifted in that awkward no man's land between hobby and ambition. By the time 2016 rolled around, after nearly 5 years of trying, he had barely touched 3,000 subscribers. But 2016 wasn't just another stagnant year, it marked the
He's
beginning
also
of
just
something
really
that would
reusing.
eventually
He's
define-
really very, like, big on reusing the same clips. I mean, he showed the same bouncing on the cube thing, I think, like 5 times, man. Who dropped their hair on the screen? Jeez.
his rise. Friendships. Through CSGO videos and collabs, he crossed paths with creators like iNotorious, Raccoon Eggs, and Narrator. These weren't yet the high-profile influencers they would later become. They were just a group of oddly compatible
Your own,
internet
be more
misfits who
original.
found each other on the fringes of the gaming commentary scene. Whether he realized it or not, this was the first major turning point in Carson's story. Because while his channel was small, his network was growing, and those early friendships, built in the era when nobody was watching, were about to shape the next stage of his
That's
career.
true. Spindling, you should take this as a big deal. You're so original, they took from you, man. You're like a legend.
This was the quiet beginning before the chaos. By 2017, Carson had outgrown the lonely grind of uploading into the void. He'd finally found collaborators who matched his chaotic humor and unpredictable energy, and together they decided to channel that chemistry into something new, a podcast called Solitary Confinement.
Yeah, I think I have seen Spindling's video. He just goes, the solitary confinement, raccoon eggs, here.
Actually become a part of
I
the
knew
Misfits
Torius.
YouTube group and Raccoon Eggs, who
Raccoon
got popular
Eggs.
making CSGO funny moments videos. And although it took years for
Yeah, see, Spindling puts more effort into describing the people that get involved and the people he's becoming friends with. This guy's just like listing people off. He's just so unoriginal in this video. It's very clear that it's just AI script.
him to finally have the spotlight, he was slowly inching towards the goal of being a full-time YouTuber. At the same time, he was also making friends with people who weren't necessarily trying to be big YouTubers. One of them, a guy running a small channel called The Narrator. Before long, Carson, Raccoon Eggs, and Narrator became a bit of a trio, frequently popping up in each other's videos and playing games together. And from this friendship, something interesting was born. Something that a lot of Carson fans don't even know about. A podcast.
Yeah, so okay, I get the gist. It's very clear that he's going by it, just basically following your script almost. It's obvious that, okay, here's the solitary confinement thing. We'll see this one pop up on the screen soon.
On January
Let's see.
On January 10th, 2017, the show launched
They were about to say the same
with
thing.
Carson, Raccoon Eggs, and Narrator as its core trio.
Okay, yeah, this is weird. He didn't even finish his sentence and he randomly threw up solitary confinement on the screen.
It wasn't polished, and it had a charm that
God, this is such a weird video. Oh my god, bruh. Are we for real? He's got the, look at the top right corner of the screen. It's got the X button to new highlights channel. Is that on the screen for him too? Or is that, I thought that means he's just screen recording stuff. What? Holy moly, man. He can't even download.
On January 10th, 2017, a channel titled Solitary Confinement Podcast would be created to YouTube, with the first upload on it coming only 10 days later. As previously mentioned, it featured Carson, Rack, and Narrator. A lot of these episodes would contain guests.
This is literally, yeah. This video is just Spindling video, but if we dumbed it down, this is Spindling Light. We got Spindling Light. That's what we got. Hi, Ben. Hi. Yeah, this is this is Spindling Light, bruh. God damn. Does he do this for almost everything? I wish I could just pump out a bunch of schlop garbage and make a bunch of money. Fuck. Chat, should I just pump out a bunch of schlop and just make money? How does he have... This is weird. How does he have 42K? He's very, like, it's very inconsistent. Like, 5K 1 minute, 200K 1 minute, 8K 1 minute, then just randomly gets, like, 100K. He's got, like, a 6K here. Fidget Spindling. He doesn't really have, like, a very, like, dedicated audience. It's just very, like, random, like, one of the videos just pops off. He stole my moth video. YouTube's most controversial true creator. Plagued moth. This one right here. Dude, he really likes you.
It's just so messed up. Like, why do you... Oh, God, hold on. All right.
This guy really likes you.
Pulls her down. 1.
I will cease my
2,
support if you
3,
succumb to
4,
slop.
5,
Don't you
6,
worry,
7,
Koopla. I will
8,
never
9.
be slop. I will be
God
the slop.
Damn. Marketer. I guess I don't know how to describe this. He's just
Oh,
going on
Koopla,
and
you don't
on
even
and
have
on.
emojis.
The
You have
moment
0.
this YouTuber started counting the number of punches to a woman being attacked, many viewers realized something was very wrong.
That would be a really
Holy
shocking
moly,
video to
man.
see, but I'm not
Holy
surprised
shit,
based
this
on
is
some of the other
bad.
ones, that have went around
Lego
the
Scandal
day
when
that
Void, you missed
this
it when I
didn't
reacted the
hold
first
up
video. I really want to
traction.
continue watching it.
However,
It's
that
exciting.
wasn't even the worst
I
thing.
I
on
haven't
this
caught up. I haven't caught up whatsoever. I know nothing. I've been keeping it secret completely.
channel, because behind
Let
the
me
scenes,
get the other stuff
Plague
ready
Moth's
though.
Discord server was allegedly sharing horrifying and uncensored violent content with minors.
Do you like violence? Do you want to watch me react and talk about videos that contain extreme amounts of violence? Then hit subscribe today, and also look at my description for my Patreon, Discord, TikTok, and Twitter, and you can connect.
I'm trying to see if I can see the little thing on the bottom right hand corner again to see if he stole again from somebody, like if it shows it on the bottom right hand corner. Or yeah, see there's another one right down here. I skipped to another part of the video. There's another one right down there on the bottom right. It's like a crow looking thing. Someone else's YouTube video. So this guy just does this for everybody. Wait, this guy's just stealing everyone's videos. This guy's getting his video. Yeah, this is my video. Oh, so this is your little guy at the bottom right-hand corner? Back when you uploaded this? The little crow? Whatever this thing is at the bottom right? That's kind of crazy. What the fuck? Yeah, he's just doing this for everybody. He's just taking people's videos. What? This guy's so weird. What the hell? Somebody needs to crack down on this guy. Somebody needs to fucking... Cold Draven? Here, let me see. Let me look up Cold Draven real quick. Cold Draven. I'm pissed, chat. My fucking keyboard is all sorts of fucked up. My backspace is like broken now. I hate it. I'm pissed. Let me just click on a Cold Raven video and see what's on the bottom right hand corner. No, it's that. It's someone's video. It's someone's video. This little profile thing at the bottom right hand corner. This is somebody's video. Whose video? Not sure. This guy's really, really good at taking people's videos, man. He's really good at it. Very poor quality, too. Yeah, so he's definitely taking from someone else's script. Like, he's definitely taking from other people's scripts and then just rewriting it and then just putting it into different... Let me see. Let's see if there's a video about somebody that maybe someone's made. That someone's definitely have made. Misfits. Someone's definitely have made a Misfits video. Somebody has definitely made one of these. I've lost 50% of my aura. Fuck. Okay, I'm seeing screenshots from my video in here, so he could have stolen from a bunch of people on that one. It's possible, yeah. He's definitely, like, going around taking for himself. I'm not seeing anyone here. Maybe he was original in this one. Maybe he decided to go full original on this one. I could have skipped over it, though. It's a possibility.
Anything like that, it just gets annoying
Is
when
Call Me Carson still relevant? I think he still makes content, but he's not nearly as popular as he once was. I mean, but to be fair, saying he's not popular when he gets like over, 500, 600, 800, 400,000 views, I mean, that's still pretty decent for... That's still not bad. You can still make some pretty good money off of that. Like, he gets hundreds of thousands of views on his gaming channel and on his regular channel. So, I mean, he's probably still making good money. But is he like popular? No. But he's doing pretty well for himself, I would say. I think in this one, I definitely don't see a watermark at the bottom right-hand corner. So maybe he was original with this one. It's just so weird. Why does this guy have like so many, like a few videos where it's just straight up, you can see the fucking watermark in the bottom right corner and then somewhere it's not. I imagine if you sift through this guy's channel, you could definitely find a lot. Huh. Interesting. This might be either Cluster or Meme Frog's video, as they made really popular videos. Okay. Do they have watermarks at the bottom right-hand corner? Is that like a thing that they normally do? They might be trying to steal from that general group, it seems. It seems like they're taking from your guys' little corner, or this guy, or whoever the fuck is running this channel. They must be taking from your guys' like kind of their little corner. The satisfying end of YouTube's worst creator, Ryth. I've heard of this guy before, actually. On YouTube, whatever happened to this Ryth guy? Did he fucking die? Is he finally... Did he die? He obviously watches Us or Me to an extent. No, yeah, this guy definitely tunes into your little sphere. And so he just kind of takes from you guys, it seems. Trying to just see if he's got any other watermarks on these videos. Death claimed him. He's fucking dead. Well, I might have to on the offhand just like sift through these like videos and see if he's taking from more. This guy's definitely stealing. Like this guy's definitely stealing from a few people, and it does feel like he's running some sort of script.
What's going on?
Someone's definitely made a Nina Lynn video, right? So he's got to have stolen something there.
Hold on, this is a nice bag.
I didn't want to tell my parents.
This one's stolen from a random commentator. I don't even know why Ryth even did, by the way, so that's misleading title. Oh, interesting.
This situation did bring back those memories.
See, this is what I'm telling you. Eventually, Twitch will ban this person. Every single day that they don't is another person that's going to get harassed, annoyed, and bothered by their behavior.
Okay, girl. No, Nina!
That woman is Nina Lynn. And this is the most disturbing story
Koopa
about
is Nina Lynn, bro.
accountability
What if Koopa's
or the
been Nina
complete
Lynn this
lack
whole
of it
time?
that we've seen this year.
What is this video?
When this TikTok creator went viral for sneaking into the Met Gala and pulling off one of the ballsiest stunts the internet had ever seen.
Wait, isn't this just the opening to Turkey Tom's video about Nina Lynn? Hold up. The Met Gala mention? Let's see, Nina Lynn. I could be wrong.
He once said,
it's definitely not stolen. He definitely has way more at the beginning than whatever this guy put in the beginning, but I want to just
justifies the means. Nowhere is this more true than in the attention economy, whether it's harassing people in public, disrespecting citizens.
Yeah, this guy's definitely someone to look into a little bit.
We didn't know it would turn into sexual assault.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll check this guy out a little bit more. Let's get into some music, though. Let's get some of that music ready, all right? All right, Koopla. Jet Set Radio. Koopla's listening. Koopla likes to get all funky. Koopla likes to get all funky and shit. Koopla likes to boogie. Koopla's getting all funky and shit, bruh. Oh my god, the melon dog is jumping. Yeah, he's bouncing around a little bit. He likes to get a little funky sometimes. This is a completely new genre of music. Koopla brought in the new genre, bruh. Like, usually it's just like Abby Mew, like, I wanted like fuck music, like sex music, where they just talk about how fat their pussy is and how they need to like have it like licked or something. But now we're just boogieing down. Now we're just getting all boogie. You know, it's like disco. Whoops, not that one. This one. Man, what the hell? This is pure Christian music. Dude, you have not heard Abby Mew music, bro. Abby Mew music is evil.
Taking a piss, I've been standing here for 30 minutes. Why is this dealer? Taking a piss, I've been standing here.
Who's this British guy? This is like Spinnling.
He's in a Vauxhall Zafira, custom rims and a half a litre engine, but I just keep forgetting. I kinda wanna bell him, but I've already belled him. He gets annoyed with how much I bell him. I just wanna tell him, what is the ETA? I've been here pretending to be on my phone.
This is like Spinnling singing. Spinnling singing music for us.
But they don't let pets in. I've spent 15 minutes on settings. I'm in there now, I'm just looking at bedding for a single bed that I rent in Epping. I'm dreading for him to come, but don't wanna text him. What is this dealer? Taking a piss, I've been standing here for 30.
This is from the Bouncing Yaris meme. Bouncing Yaris? What is that?
I need my things. Where's this guy, man? Let's get to it. Like, what the fuck is he doing? I see him speeding, driving faster, but taking cars.
Koopa, you're such a funky person. You like to get all funky. Funky monkey, bro. To be fair, the first song you sent me was definitely very funky. You like funky beats.
I know that your job is draining. He said, nah, man, I'm not complaining. I've been sat at home just gaming. The new God of War's amazing, and I've been dabbling in. What is this dealer? Taking a piss, I've been standing here.
A Toyota Yaris that is bouncing? Oh.
Taking a piss, I've been standing here. I need my things. What is this dealer? Taking a piss, I've been standing here for 30 minutes. What is this dealer? Taking a piss, I've been standing here. I need my things.
That was an interesting song. No. Wrong song. Give me the right song. Ew, you're so spinal coded. No. No, I'm not. No, I am not. Dancing Fruits has always been the Marcus thing, alright? I think. I'm pretty sure I'm like the only person who does the Dancing Fruits for songs. Yo, wait, the song actually meshes with the Dancing Fruits. This is like elevator music almost, but like if elevator music was good. You're so Epstein coded. What the fuck? 2 years? No way. Is that true? That can't be right. Oh man, now you're making me not want to do it. Now you're making me want to just... Oh wait! I forgot I said that I stopped doing it because YouTube might have did it for that reason. I forgot I did this last time. Wait. I forgot I did this last stream. They should hire more modern elevator music DJs. We've been doing this instead. I forgot that we've been doing the Dancing Duck instead. Fruits band. Oh, Koopa, you found the way to make the band one. What, like, this is such, like, chill music. Koopa, I might have to recruit you for, like, intro music, bro. This is, like, good, like, chill intro music. Instead of, you know, Miles going, do the dolphin. Bro, you got me to put on the fucking, is this what you wanted? Now this one's getting funky. You wanted the Pink Panther theme? Panic, so we got this in the mix. Oh, you couldn't figure out what to do? I mean, I fuck with the Pink Panther theme. It's like chill as fuck. You just really like chill music, Kukla. You're a big chill music person. Oh, I just realized you figured out how to get the emojis back. Also, I need to ask Captain C what this drama is called. So I can put it in the title for... In the title. The Indians are after me now. What do you mean? What'd you do, Koopla? This is such chill music. I'm used to rape music, not gonna lie. I suppose they didn't like the way I emoted in stream chat, so they took my emojis away. Okay, let's see what this is. Ears need a calming break time, you know? I guess that's fair. I guess you make a fair point, Koopla. Sometimes we need just a nice little... less ear rape, you know? Less ear rape, more soothing rape. I don't know. I don't think I worded that correctly. We got one more song after this, and then we can get back to the crazy shit. Then we can get back to the insane shit. Hi, wife. Or are you calling Koopla a hoe? That makes more sense, actually. That makes more sense. At least for some, the music can affect thoughts and vibes too much, so the balance is good, I think. I see. To be fair, usually streams are about hectic and crazy things, so sometimes we do need a little bit of a soothing sound to cleanse the palate. This song is so... This one is a little bit more evil, I think. This song's a little bit more evil. This one's trying to tell me something evil. Koopa, like, deadass listens to, like, video game, like, retro game music. I think the duck is high. What do you mean the duck is high? There's nothing wrong with him, bruh. He's just dancing. Look at him shake his tail feather and everything. He's like he's so chill. I mean, is it not suspicious to have that much energy as a duck? I feel like if you smoked weed, would you not have less energy? I feel like when you smoke weed, you get like mellow. You know what I mean? You like sit down, and you're like, You know what I mean? Like you be all like, You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hi, Gamma. Hi, Jen. Coke. Coke is high energy drug. Yes, yes. The duck is on coke. Uh-oh, this one's gonna get me grooving. Okay, wait a minute. Hi, Gamma. Hi, Jen. Oh, shit. This one's not even an American song, bro. This isn't even English nor European. This is Chinese. You can really hear the Chinese in it. We need to get the duck a dealer? A dealer? No, we need to get him off coke. No, why would we get him a dealer when we could get him off coke? He should be not on drugs. Gamma, thank you for sending happy poop. Poop. No, we're not listening to that. Gamma just shit on me, bruh. Gamma, like, deadass just shit on me. Hey, that's here, look at. Yeah! I'm gonna get fucking canned for that. I'm gonna get canned for putting that song on. Sent floating heart for 10 jewels. Thanks for the floating heart thanks for the 10 jewels. Thanks for the 10 jewels. Hey, Outcast will grate me. Yes, it will. Okay. So the plans for today, for the rest of the day, now that we've gone over the Spinnling stuff, is I'm thinking we cover a little bit of the Reckless Ben stuff. We'll skip over some of these extra filler stuff, episode stuff. We'll skip some of the filler. Maybe this one we'll watch all the footage released though. That one we might watch because I think this is all filler if I'm not mistaken. This is where it's at. This is where the real deal is at. We'll go ahead and watch this. And then Captain C gave us some content to watch regarding Amazon canceling. I believe they canceled a TV show over the fan, even though the fans liked it. Like, it was a show that everybody liked, but for some reason they canceled it. But we got to learn about this. I would give you 6-7 one, but I don't have 6-7 jewels. Thanks for the consideration, man.
Don't move. This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent two
How does one acquire 6-7 jewels? I'm not sure.
Lego collection worth around $200,000, and for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it.
What?
They reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
Why would they do that?
Exposing them was actually insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court, and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us.
Oh yeah, here's the part where he's like butt naked. Wait, I figured out the jewels, chat. I figured out the jewels. Uncle alert. Wait. Okay, chat, I'm reading some of these. Hold on, before we start, let's figure out flow state. There's a flow state one. There's Uncle alert. We do have a 6-7. A high five. Clapping seal. That was a popular one I saw. Girl power. There's a girl power one. You guys want a girl power? Let's go with the simple one. There's 10 ones. How do these work? Oh, you can get 50 jewels for free. 300 for $4.99. So it does send it to me? How do I know how many jewels I've received? I don't understand. Okay, let's see. Let's find a $50 jewel, bruh. Happy Poop. Yeah, let's do Happy Poop. Happy Poop's not $50, though. Happy Poop's not 50. Happy Poop. Happy Poop. Let's see if it works. Send a poop. Did I send a poop? Oh! Let's go! I sent myself 10 happy poops. So they give you you pooped. So jewels work in mysterious ways. Okay, I don't know how the fuck I know if I've received the jewels, by the way. So I'm scared. I'm scared of that one, but it literally doesn't tell me.
Closing ceremony, and it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still gotta get the Legos back. Yeah, I made a promise to this family that
we gotta get the Legos back.
Stop on my journey until we get them their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the two owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing out the store. But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case, it got rejected.
What?
And the reason was, I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing.
Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first.
I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Oh man. So my only option left
he blocked
was to
him.
travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first.
So we started
He
driving
has to
to
give the
Josh's
Legos
house
back,
to
okay.
have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my god.
Josh. But when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone. Oh my gosh, okay, Josh is outside on the phone.
It's crazy.
Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt his phone call?
No, be nice, be nice.
I thought it would be pretty rude to interrupt his phone call, so we parked around the corner and decided to wait for him to get off this call. I like how we just have this conversation outside.
Right. He doesn't want to get his wife involved. He's hiding something.
Everything's good, honey.
What the heck?
I'm pretty sure Josh is on the phone with Corporate Bricks and Minifigs. And the reason I think that is we were actually just there right before this.
Oh.
Going up to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters. The plan was to give them one more chance to do the right thing before suing them again. While we were there, one of the corporate employees answered the door and told us he would get the CEO to come talk to us. Okay. Well, no, they said they're getting some guy to talk to us. We're just waiting.
I can already tell you right now, no one's coming out to talk to you guys.
Really? But they told us that they were. I know. Since Josh only lives like 15 minutes away,
Interesting
we must
stuff.
have informed him that we're in the area, because a few minutes later, this happened. Dude, the police just showed up. What the heck?
Why is his windshield so cracked?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
3 cop cars?
Oh my gosh. Cop cars.
Why is there 3 cop cars in his house?
Bro, what is happening?
The cops are following us. What the?
Okay, so from my recollection from the thing that happened last is that they attempted to settle. They're closing down the store like permanently or basically indefinitely to avoid giving back these guys' Legos, because they won their court case that says that they own a certain amount of the Legos because they didn't go to the court case. Like 10 of them did that to get $100,000 worth of Legos, essentially, is what they did. But then when they tried to go there, they literally just closed the shop down, and now they're not giving it to them. So March Baby want to watch Tinkerbell movie? What the fuck? Sure, I guess.
The heck? That's so crazy, dude. Obey every traffic law. Oh, shoot.
My name's Officer Merrick Police. The reason I stopped you is the stop sign. You didn't stop that.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped. So you said you ran a stop sign?
Huh?
You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like,
Because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
stopped.
Yeah. I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
So who's Ben? Me.
So who's Ben, he says.
How's Utah? It's good. Like it?
Okay, it's pretty obvious that the police know why we're here, so I just explained to them the entire situation. This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set. The only problem is it's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me. $200,000. $200,000.
It is kind of a crazy story. I can
Sounds crazy. Yeah. When the officer went back to his car, this is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story,
He's just lying to me about everything else, but that he's not.
He's being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah, we were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have. Yeah, what do we do now, dude? Like, we didn't even get to talk to him, and we're in trespass. So, dude. The one thing I didn't understand was how the heck did they know we were coming? I was hiding in the back seat the entire time, and the car's windows were extremely tinted. These windows are so tinted, you can't see anything. But as I was outside inspecting our car tint, the same police showed up to our house. Oh no, we're getting pulled over again? And it was weird. He wouldn't tell us why he was here.
Like I said, we've already talked about it.
Yeah, well, thanks for being so cool about everything.
Yeah.
They're like after us, dude. Anyways, since Josh clearly doesn't want to have this good faith conversation,
Dude, they got
with
the
me,
police
I
hunting
took
them.
his trophy and destroyed it. Wait, guys, let's throw it off that thing.
They're
just like in the previous video.
They can't claim it's a lie. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, like, all of this seems pretty bad on the end of one. Here's the thing: one, they won their small claims court case to get back $100,000 worth of Legos. and they haven't given it to them. So would that not be illegal? They literally have to give them $100,000 worth of Legos, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't done that, so they need to get it, and they haven't done it. They haven't given it to them. They just basically shut the store down now, which I think is insane, by the way. It is baffling to me how these guys are so adamant about keeping these fucking Legos. They could just give them back. You just shut down business. You're not even making money. Like, you shut down business all because of a set of Legos that you refuse to give back to this old man. Why? Just give the Legos back. It's not that hard.
I tried to give Josh the benefit of the doubt, the easy way. But again, Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way.
Yeah!
But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Brandon.
The security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is
How does
to
he have
show
him
to his
blocked?
house. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello?
What the fuck?
Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
What is this? Bro, what is this interaction? He's just standing there looking at him menacingly. Oh, God. He's just staring at him. I wonder if they've done this to lots of others and if this will crack open much bigger case. It's possible. It's possible. I'm not too sure. It's possible that they've definitely done this on a smaller scale. Uh-oh, is stream buffering again? No, I don't think stream's buffering. I think are we okay? Chat, are we all good? Here, let me double check and see if stream is good. Uh-oh. Actually, wait, hold on. While we figure this out. Stream is all Gucci? Okay. Okay. Just had to make sure.
Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Him just standing there not saying anything is insane. That's one way to handle it, I guess. That's one way to do it is, hey, I'll answer the door, but I'm not going to say any words. He's still not saying anything.
It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation to resolve this problem outside of court. And I gave him plenty of time to speak. I guess if...
Void Ace, we went over it a couple days ago with the first video, and we just went over exactly what, you know, everybody knows from the beginning is that this old guy got his Legos taken from him. His son's been trying to get it back. But these new owners of the Lego place that he sold it to are basically holding on to them and claiming that it's theirs and they can't get it back anymore. So Ben has basically been trying his hardest to get these guys to give the Legos back, doing everything he can. Obviously, he's showcased a lot of different ways that he's tried it, but we're obviously, I think at the end of the last video, it was the lawsuit situation where he did do the small claims court. He did do small claims court and then won, I believe. He won $100,000 because 10 different people did it. So $10K each, obviously. So that's the situation. Why doesn't he go inside? I don't know. If he's going to stand there and not say anything, he could just not answer the door. I don't know why.
You don't want to talk, I'll just talk. So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but But then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody.
No, he stole $200,000
How
worth
do you
of.
know this?
Because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did, and he's trying.
Well, that's a lie. So we.
Okay, hold on. I'm still
okay,
talking.
I'm sorry.
He's still trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner, and now he's catching blame for it. And
Dude, that's not what's happening at all.
from the previous owner.
No, him saying that it's the previous owner, that's a lie, and we already proved this in court.
If
Okay.
you come back and step foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal
That's
trespass
insane,
notice,
bro.
which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough.
Yes!
My court case with
Yes!
Brandon Best
Let's
got
go!
accepted. My court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information.
God damn,
about
this
him.
is insane.
Yeah, they all look the same. No.
They all look the same.
Joshua Johnson.
Lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people's exposure to lawsuits.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which
Oh
was actually
shit.
extremely surprising
This is
to
where
me
the Mormon
because
stuff came
if
from.
Josh and
I was wondering, I was wondering where all the Mormon talk was coming from, because everybody kept talking about how, like, oh, it's, what is it against, if anybody was defending these guys, it was like, oh, so you're Mormon, huh? Like, and I was just like, what does that have to do with anything? And now we're learning.
Brandon are truly Mormons. They believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell. Or I guess in Mormonism they call it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh
Dead ass, they call it that? The
actually
outer
believe that
darkness?
This is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. My problem right now seems to be that Josh is never going to listen to anything I ever tell him.
So it's time to become a
If
Mormon.
someone from his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness.
Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So
Yeah, we ended up just driving home. But on our way back, this happened.
What? Pulled over again?
Ow.
For what? How's it going?
Dude, this is insane to me that this police, like, they can't just drive around. Like, they can't just be in general areas.
American Port Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
What?
Hanging out down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems like they're getting so desperate that they're gonna resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we
Dang.
get them arrested?
Yeah. Josh
Okay.
and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You gonna sit on down here for me first? What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the Harvard Second Ward. There's been an audio going around with the young men group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
Who's that?
So
I guess
that's
from.
that's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but
I was just gonna ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything. He swore on God. This might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie with me?
But
You take a
anyways,
selfie with me is crazy, bro. What the fuck? trying to do the right thing. That's kind of crazy. That's really nice of the kid to like go over to the guy's place and try to get him to do the right thing. That's so wholesome. That's so nice. Too bad they're literally not going to do the right thing. Too bad they're going to do everything in their power to do the exact opposite of do the right thing. How can they so confidently say lies? What the fuck happened to honor and pride in one's job? Do you not feel ashamed for being a sloppy, brainless pissant? What happened to serving the people? As an authority, they should hold themselves to very high standards because of the field they work in. Yeah, well, harsh reality, Kuplas in America, there's a lot of bad ones that don't do the right thing. To be fair, I can't imagine that maybe some of the people working their job probably aren't high enough authority to actually do something about it. Like, they probably have people higher up telling them what they need to do or what they're supposed to do, and that's maybe not something they want to do. Like, for example, like maybe some of these officers don't want to be involved in this, but they have to. Or they're, you know, some higher up is probably telling them like, hey, you need to do this. Like, you need to go talk to them, you know, pull them over type of stuff. Look out for these people kind of thing. It's possible, but I don't know. For the right amount of money and you can buy any police station. That's fair.
Yes.
That's fair.
The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
What? Excuse me?
So he's gonna do that. I'm gonna put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets for me. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Let's do this. The vehicle will be searched. Okay. I'm gonna have you stick by with my sergeant.
What the fuck? Why?
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
So.
Wait. Hold on. Let me look this up real quick. Is hard here, let me look this up. Are hard drugs legal in Oregon? I thought Oregon had like some law that said that you can have like hard drugs. Oh, they previously experimented. Okay. They previously experimented, but not anymore. Okay. Oh, a false police arrest? These managers are digging such a big hole for themselves. It's another one for the books.
To the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid.
That's insane. Wait, they're allowed to redact audio? Is that... There's no way that's allowed. They're allowed to redact audio? I feel like you should not be allowed to do that. So if you say something stupid in this circumstance, they could just take the audio out? If they say something that they're wrong about that could help these guys in court, now all of a sudden they can redact it, they can take it out? That's insane to me. What? Why would they be allowed to do that? If only religions worked, then we'd have a bunch of good action people.
Stupid the American Fork
yeah, sadly, a lot of the people that do religious stuff are pretty bad.
Every drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated.
Wait till you see the unredacted, lol. I was going to say, I feel like you're not allowed to redact stuff. That's just like... There's got to be a video out there that they can get or we can see that shows us a lot of the unredacted stuff that they're apparently taking away, because you can't... I feel like you're not allowed to do that. If I'm not mistaken, you're not allowed to just redact information away and just take it away and just, oh, poof, it's gone. What's the point of the body cam at that point if you could just take it away whenever you feel like?
I haven't been looking at the same thing. I'll show him. Let's go in and look at him.
I'll look at you?
Yep.
You do see it?
So
it's crazy. I have no idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Yeah. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand what you're seeing.
So now they're claiming they can see it in his eyes.
I'm going to have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this
interesting
conversation
stuff,
too.
man.
My guess is that they acknowledge that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
I'm walking a very dangerous line, which should get you hemmed up a lot.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah.
God damn, dude.
Okay. Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make
We
sense?
played differently here. Bro, what is this? What is happening? This can't be real. Like, this cannot be real. Are we dead ass? A police force is willing to go on the fucking defense over some fucking Legos? This is over Star Wars Legos. If you were watching these without context, you'd think this is about something completely different. This is about fucking Star Wars Legos, man. What is happening? The police are willing to go through this much defense for a fucking random ass Lego company who stole Legos from somebody when they could just be like, hey, can you just give the Legos back? They did win their court case. They did win it. Here's where it does say that they, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is happening?
Do anything you want me to, because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that. I promise.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me. And because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him. In order to get Josh to come outside,
Awesome stuff. He calls the
really
police
gonna
on
have to get
another
creative.
Mormon.
So I made this poster that says, I stole a dying man's life savings, and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. Yeah, it turns out this tiny patch of land is actually free for any person of the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh walks outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking the sign.
Dude, what is with this shit? I just, oh my God, man. It's so baffling to me that they're willing to go through this much length to protect these guys. They can't be that high up on some chain. There's no way these guys are that wealthy to the point where they're paying off these guys to such an extreme degree that they're willing to just say fuck it and just defend them. I just don't get it.
What are you guys doing?
So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
So I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you. This is going so much better than yesterday.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police called on us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve him his court papers.
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send him an email.
I believe he has the unredacted footage on his channel, right, Void?
Requires us to come in person for some reason, so.
Again, the cops realized that we are doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court.
Okay, so he's just spam calling the police. Like, Josh is just calling the police over and over again saying, can you get these guys off my property, blah, 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 and they're coming down.
Papers. But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Yep, I see those papers.
Yeah.
So this is what you're trying to serve him with?
Yes. That's required by the court.
Again, the police agree that we are not breaking the law. They've been called out here for a false reason. This guy told me that he could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it.
They redacted it. Of course they redacted it. So did he actually serve the papers or did he just walk away?
But the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the paper. So
Does not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the police told me that they can't serve the papers for me because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
Not sure what this is. I've never seen.
Bro, what? What? Dude, this can't be real. This can't be real. This is like watching real corruption. Like, we're watching like actual corruption in real time, bro. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I can't serve these papers. He doesn't want them. Well, that's not how it works. He doesn't want the papers, actually. So here you go. Here, have them back. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And then afterwards, you're like, well, I don't even know what this is. This isn't even real. Like, bro, what?
Something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name.
Thank you, Bacon. Thank you, Bacon.
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Why is he saying that you guys were on the property?
Because he wants us arrested, so he doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so they're incidents because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before you can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us. And we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's going to make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go the legal process, find an actual process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her, yeah.
I just met her today. We'll have somebody that's not affiliated with you. He just met her today. Bro, what? What are we? Oh my God, man.
Yeah, we have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you were describing.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But
well, they should be taking the side of the person who's trying to take it legally, which the way he's going about it is legal. You have to serve the papers to them. That's how you're supposed to do it. And he's trying to do that. You can't, I don't understand this logic of like, the police can't do this. Like, you can't just be like, hey, you can't serve these papers. It's like, what do you mean? He's literally like, I feel like this isn't allowed. This has to be some sort of law that they're breaking. Like some sort of law that this has to be a law. Ban YouTube? What happened with YouTube?
I guess I was wrong.
Is everything all right, Kukla?
I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following the instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me.
Okay, have a good rest of your day.
Okay, see ya.
Now that the police are finally leaving, it's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
Can't Josh get in trouble for calling the police on a false incident this many times? This is what I mean when I don't understand this. He's called the police like 5 times now, falsely, and they've done nothing about it. This would this not be like impeding on like actual real issues that are happening on in the world? Like, the cops should be going to real incidences, not trying to pull over or stop these people from trying to serve papers, where they're not even doing anything illegal. The sign is in a legal spot that they're allowed to put it in, and they're not trespassing. They're just waiting to serve the papers. So, what is the... I don't understand. Not if they on payroll.
Oh, sure. The
For
paper?
what?
The serving paper?
Yeah.
Here you go. Well,
They think it's a false case? What the heck?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
I think this phone call was the
YouTube doesn't like me talking about the Mormon demographic of Utah.
breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
It's just it's real papers, so just give the papers.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Find you back. Am I being arrested?
Wait, why?
Really?
Wait, what? This has to be illegal. You can't do this. They just went to confirm if his papers are real. They're real. You catch it on body cam footage that it's real. And he's being arrested? For what? What are they arresting him for? What?
Ben got arrested. Like, they didn't say anything when they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for.
What?
I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever it's public, right? But you can't go on that property. If you do, you'll be charged, okay? Okay, yeah, for sure.
I got arrested.
He wasn't on the What?
For just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal? Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not.
Oh my god, it's Reckless Ben versus the fucking Mormons. Are you serious? Reckless Ben versus the all of Mormon? Every Mormon? Every Mormon? Are we serious? American Fork is 80% Mormon? Holy shit, wait. This is deeper than I thought. This really is him against the Mormons. Like, where? This is a fight against Mormons. What? Mormons will dominate the world. Holy fuck. It was hard to say that. What the fuck?
Of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me
Bro,
unfairly,
what?
they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own.
Dude, he did research into the police officers and found out they all grew up Mormon. What? Holy shit, this is like a whole rabbit hole. What the fuck? This is literally Mormons stole some guy's Legos and now they gotta fight the Mormons to get the Legos back. What the fuck? What's an American Fork? It's just the name, I believe, of the police force. I've tried saying that like 4 times, had to cut it up to get it through. YT might actually be ran by Mormons. They're hiding it.
That takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
Bro, what?
Out of jail now?
And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now, there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back that got stolen from them. Which is a GoFundMe.
Damn.
Yeah, it is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not gonna get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting
Damn, that's
donations.
fucked up,
Print
man.
out the GoFundMe's picture.
That sucks that they can't even, they like, if this is the outcome they have to deal with, is so fucked. They tried so hard to get these Legos back for them, and the only thing they really can do is just result to just like a GoFundMe. That sucks, man.
Hang it up so we can get a nice Instagram video to post to social media.
Sliggins! Sliggins! Thank you for becoming a member, Sliggins.
Thank you for the memberships. Welcome at Sliggins47.
Oh, could be a 6-7 Sliggins if you change your name to Sliggins 6-7. That would be awesome if you were Sliggins 6-7.
Before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
Nice!
We're starting a GoFundMe. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family. Yeah. You know, we're not going to do the lawsuit anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Are we serious?
They're
thinking of oh my god, they can't even run a GoFundMe. They can't even run a GoFundMe. They can't even run a GoFundMe without them saying, hey, this is gonna we're gonna get you. We're gonna get you.
any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers
I want to see that
let
video,
the group
Bacon.
know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys breaking the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
Dude, what the
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
What the actual fuck?
Are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, just because something looks funny. Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio, so when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
He sees it or give it back? Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not...
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So
that's so, see, that's what I mean. That's so sad, bro. Like, there's an actual officer in there. Obviously, you can tell that there are a few officers that are nice, few of them that just are doing their job. Like, that guy is like, oh, you guys aren't breaking the law. I'll let you go ahead and do what you're doing. And then you got this fucking jackass sitting next to him like, I'm gonna fucking take this shit down. He's fucking with my Mormon pal. These cops should go to a more speech-limited country like Russia or North Korea since they don't like freedom. Speech-limited. Speech-limited country. Koopla, you're right. Koopla, you're right. Less freedom is what they seem to like.
I decided to let the police department know that
Mormons are stealing Legos now? Oh, they are. Oh, they are, Sliggin.
I think you guys accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time. And when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so...
Yeah, we don't do that. So, like I said...
We don't do that. What the fuck? You can't just... Okay, you can't just say, we don't do that. And all of a sudden, we're just supposed to be like, oh, okay. But yeah, you guys don't do that. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. Like, what do you mean? The Book of Mormon forbids them from building Legos anyways. This is BS. Exactly, dude. What the hell? You can't even build Legos. Friggin' Mormons.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay.
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here the police are...
Just seeing them just blows my mind. Like, we don't do that, Ben. We don't do that. I didn't do that. It's like, well, he just told you that he figured out what they said in the clip. He found, like, the voice clip that matches with that. I mean, I don't get it, bro. This is so fucking weird. Of course, this is Utah. No, this is actually Oregon, if I'm not... Is this Oregon or is this in Utah? I thought this was in Oregon, but this is a group of Mormons in Oregon. You do have to appreciate that it's a bunch of small-town cops protecting a community member versus a YouTuber influencer that uses questionable legal loopholes to appropriate companies. From the cops' perspective, this is a messy one. Yeah, this is definitely a hard one, man. Yeah, this guy is fucked. It's like Nazi Germany over there. It's like Nazi...
actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still...
Oh, this is Utah. So this is... They live it... Okay, so the situation is in Utah, but the original store was in Oregon. Okay.
Anyways, it seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested, because this is what happens next.
And Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Well, what?
Don't. Do not do that. You understand me? Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone, so Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked. And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer's claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence.
Yeah, I was giving it to you.
Stop talking.
I was
Stop
giving
talking,
it to you.
Okay?
It's on my money. Look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off.
Right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay? Let's put him in the back of the car.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I could live in Utah, man. Utah is scary, bro. Utah really is Nazi Germany, bro. What is happening? What the actual fuck? So he's doing something that is completely legal, and now all of a sudden it's like, uh-oh, we gotta arrest this guy and confiscate his phone and everything. Like, bro, what the fuck?
And again, the police decided to break the law.
This is over a GoFundMe!
An evil criminal.
I forgot. This is all over a GoFundMe. This isn't over the Legos anymore. They just started up a GoFundMe so they could raise money for these people. They're allowed to start a GoFundMe. This is allowed. What is he doing wrong? What is going on, bro? You can't just let people promote a GoFundMe so they can raise money for their for these people who had their money, basically like life savings of essentially Legos taken away from them. Come on, man.
Criminal.
What? How are they doubling down this hard? Like, this is just insane.
I work for the police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but when I handed him my phone, my wallet popped up. So I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And I have it recorded as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now, I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
I do, Nugget.
Now that Sheldon is in jail, just for promoting our GoFundMe, we started doubting if we'll ever even be able to get Brian his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all the powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending.
It's literally, it's gotta be the religious stuff. It's really gotta be, dude, this shit is like proving how bad religions can really look, man. Like, it is making religions look so bad. Cause like, you could go up against a bunch of other companies and prove them wrong. Oh, you win. But these guys have a connection to the Mormon church, and now all of a sudden they're buddies who are in the police force and all over the place in the town and everything. They all go to the same church. Now everybody's like, no, we got to protect our brother. Like, he can't do any wrong. This is like so sad. Like, this is just so sad. It's over Legos. This is over, we're talking about fucking Legos, dude. They could have just gave the Legos back and just said, like, yeah, it's okay, it's fine. They lost business in their Oregon store. And now they're going through all this extra fucking calling upon the police over and over and over again to get this guy put in jail over fucking Legos. They won't even let them put up a GoFundMe banner. They won't even let them put up a GoFundMe banner to raise money for the family that had their Legos stolen. Like, what are we doing?
I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
How? They went to his house and arrested him for what?
Police Department, make yourself known. Search warrant. Stand up.
Bro, what the fuck? For what?
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Oh, who's the fat cat? Why is there just a fat cat laying on the fucking in the patio? What is that? Whose cat is that? Whose cat is that, bro? Somebody get their cat, bro. He's about to get arrested. He's just so chill. Kitty just chilling, enjoying the afternoon swatting.
This cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that.
Oh, that dislocated the shoulder.
Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up
Dude,
lying.
Mrao is just If only we could get animals to talk, man. If only we could know what goes through their mind. We could see what's going in his brain right now, what he's thinking, what he's seeing. Then we could get the real evidence, you know?
Injury.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos. I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Okay, let's do it.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit just to give you guys some context, but I actually got a copy of this warrant.
The reason they were searching our house was, it says, there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise.
You gotta love how they're willing to search their house for stolen Legos that they clearly don't have. But the company who stole a old man's Legos that is proven to be in the store, they won't go in there and search for the Legos. They won't do it. They can't get involved. It's impossible. And how did they get a warrant over an accusation with no evidence? That's a good point. I don't know. I feel like if you want to get a warrant for someone's arrest, you have to have some level of evidence that they have Legos or they have like the Legos in their home. Clarity on Ben's shoulder. This guy probably dislocated his shoulder multiple times a year. The injury is a bit overstated. Oh, okay.
Particularly Lego merchandise. Evidence of illegal conduct on us that we stole the Legos. They're looking that we stole the Legos is why they stormed our house with no evidence. And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos. And for whatever reason, the police take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person.
Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid.
Mormon judge, dude. If it turns out the judge is also part of their church, man, it's so over. It's so fucking over, dude. It's so over. Like, we're cooked. We can't take on Utah. Utah might be its own place. You know what I mean? It might be impossible. How are we gonna get? It's game over. Exactly, dude Nugget. It's game over. Like, what do you do? Everyone's in cahoots. They're all together.
Dude is throwing it back on the bomb.
D-roll check messages. Okay.
D-roll check MSGs.
Read out this panel, please. Okay, we can read this panel while listening to this song, he said. Hold on. How do I know when to start reading it? Do I wait for the song? Mr. Galvin, may I please have a new lab partner? Why? Because Chad is being disrespectful and rude. Frankly, Gina, I find that hard to believe. Believe it, pencil neck. There's a new force in town. I beg your pardon? Oh, behold the chattelism. What?
like it's double dutch. So you think you can talk to my son like he ain't got a father? Today enough is enough. If you think that you're winning this one, you wouldn't have luck with a 4-leaf clover. No, matter of fact, the first date's on me.
What? Behold the chattelism.
You can get the smoke like a pressure cooker. I'm OG.
Believe it, Pencil Neck. There's a new force in town. I beg your pardon? Behold the chattelism.
We can take it there, but we're gonna take this L either way you put it. Why come for the prince, knowing that I am the king? Why would you put on an act? Now I'm gonna have to cause a scene. I hate to have to do it to you, but I have to do it to you. I pull the strings. Somebody cue the music. You call yourself
That's pretty good. I can't lie. I fuck with this heavy. Behold the chattelism. I told you, bro. It's like Mormon Nazi Germany over there.
Like that chick on that cigarette commercial. You gonna be talking about the
Why is this from the Prince family?
Watch your tone when you talk to a king. Watch your tone when you talk to a prince.
Diss track on Old Man Marvin?
Don't you ever forget. Watch your tone when you talk to a king. Watch your tone when you talk to a prince. Royalty, 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 royalty. Don't you ever forget. 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 Don't you ever forget.
Okay, Old Man Marvin.
Don't you ever forget. Flawless victory.
Flawless victory. What a banger, dude. What a fucking banger, dude. That was a banger song. This is a good panel. I can't lie. I fuck with this panel heavy. May I please have a new lab partner because Chad is being disrespectful and rude. Frankly, Gina, I find that hard to believe. Believe it, Pencil Neck. There's a new force in town. I beg your pardon? Behold the chattelism. Oh my god, bro. That's awesome. God, I love that shit.
Entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos. Again, the police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. But instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that we're the thieves.
Nice. Interesting stuff. Oh, I'm getting a call from Chris. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Hey.
Let me drink my drink real quick.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
It's pronounced cataclysm.
Oh, cataclysm. My bad.
Yeah, like cataclysm.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. No, I get what you mean. Cataclysm.
Yeah, yeah. Also, don't pull this up on stream, but look at this. No, you can pull that one up, but don't pull up the next one.
What the fuck is that?
It's a cat, dude.
I don't think I want to pull that up.
It's just a cat, like, getting freaky. Don't pull this one up.
Ah, Chris! Jesus! Chris, jeez! My goodness! What the fuck? Dude, they arrested the lady that was supposed to serve the papers. What involvement does she have? She's just the one that was supposed to serve the papers. Look at the cat. Oh, look at the cat, bro. He's just rubbing up on Ben. He's like, oh. He's like, you're outside. He's like, hey, Ben. Little kitty, bro. Order in the courts. God, this shit is so stupid, bro.
Now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail.
Nobody to bail us out, bro. What in the world, man? What?
Except for me. I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time...
Like, why are... This is blowing my mind. They are genuinely bringing in detectives for this. Like, as if he's some evil mastermind that's trying to, like, ruin this guy's life. When it's like, it's written in plain sight and you can see it. All he was doing is just trying to get Legos back for an old man. Bro, what in the fuck is this, man? Like, it's actually kind of insane. I didn't know Utah was this bad. Listen, I knew Mormons were bad. I'm not a fan of the Mormon community. No offense to Mormons, all right? No offense to the Mormons out there, maybe in my community, all right? But I was never the biggest fan of Mormons to begin with. But they've just given me an even bigger reason to not want to be a fan of them. He was too reckless. Oh, it's that bad, man. In Utah, almost anyone can qualify as a process server. She was just a follower. He called in to do it. That's what I mean, though. Like, she gets arrested, but she's just a process server who's just there to serve the papers. She just kind of got, pulled into it for the papers, man. And now she's getting arrested. I feel bad. What is the reason for this arrest? Oh, yeah, nothing. This also shows people not to seek justice. Exactly. It makes it harder for people to really want to actually go to their police because, like, oh, if this guy's connected to the Mormon church, well, he can't arrest him. He's our buddy.
I was able to get released on bail, but this time they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my...
No, Mark. It was the thumbnail, the new thumbnails we have was by Rice Milk. Do you know I think you know Rice Milk.
Court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
If you think about it, 83-year-old man versus $400 million company, even though the $400 million company's in the wrong, they're gonna win, I wish we could just send him an email, like, show up to court this day. That would be so easy for us, but this is how the law works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I made the law, send him an email, and they're like, he doesn't want your papers, you just have to figure out civilly. I'm like, this is the civil method, like, to do it civilly, you have to serve.
I'm friends with Rice Milk. Don't know how or
That's
why.
what we're doing. Like,
Rice Milk is awesome, bro. I love Rice Milk.
I am very interested on Josh's side of the story because I think he said, might have said we had heroin in the car or something, and they did like a 3-hour search on our car. Obviously no heroin, so I don't know what Josh is telling them that we're doing, but suing him is not working for us. So let's do a GoFundMe.
Right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
Hang tight here, and then I'll be back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
All right. Good. Well, I'd just like to know more about this, like, GoFundMe. Like I said, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, we were just trying to get...
Dude, are they... This is the part that blows my mind. I get it. They want that. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. But here, I'll get it a little bit. Sure, you're in this little corrupt little group here. You don't want your buddy getting in trouble with the Legos, no going to court or anything, blah, 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 whatever. So you get him off your ass, you get him out of there. They start a GoFundMe. That's like the next best solution is to start a GoFundMe, get these guys their money back, and huge. Get the family their money back, and that's all they need, right? Everybody else is paying them money for the Legos and stuff. Nobody else, Josh isn't doing it, nobody else is doing it. Your little buddy's not in trouble. But for some reason, they're adamant about fucking them over for this, which I don't understand. Now they're interested in the GoFundMe, like as if the GoFundMe is like this, is like it's super fucking evil or something.
So basically, what ended up happening is Ben got arrested, which we were pretty blown away he got arrested, but I'm like, all right, I'll take over now. Like, I don't want you to get in any more trouble.
Important stuff in DMs, Marcus.
Trouble, like if you take over.
I gotta be careful with that, okay? I'm gonna pull it up when I...
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What other questions do you, I guess, have? Because there's not really, I guess, much else to say in the situation, to be honest. That's just the whole thing that just happened. I mean, I'm honestly, kind of shocked to be arrested at this point for that. Yeah, this is definitely a very strange thing to be getting interrogated about, especially considering from my angle and the evidence I've seen, the overwhelming evidence that they just blatantly stole from this guy. It's like us trying to then do a GoFundMe to get him his money back, and I'm the one, getting put in cuffs. It's crazy.
I guess the detective didn't get what he was looking for, so he decided to interview the rest of the group.
It sounded like a great project to me. I was like, okay, like it's for a good cause. How are you doing?
And for some reason, he was trying to get all of them to admit that the GoFundMe was my idea.
Hello. Obviously been
Why?
behind the GoFundMe idea as well, right?
Wait, why? Why does he want them to admit that? I'm so confused by that. That's so weird. Okay, it worked. I was worried it wasn't gonna work. What is this?
In the Terrapin Fountain.
Mantis Shrimp, the puncher.
He packs the biggest punch in the natural world.
Okay. Axolotl? Okay.
They can make a living anywhere on Earth. They can survive naked in the vacuum of space. They've survived all 5 of the most recent mass extinctions on this planet. A visitor from another world could be forgiven for thinking of Earth as the planet of the tardigrades.
Okay, wait. Oh, shit. How do you even beat those? Oh my goodness.
Nobody. And
I don't know, man. These are all pretty scary, man. These guys are fucking. That's scary. This is scary. I don't know how to feel about that one, Sliggins. I don't know if I'd want to face any of these guys, man. They seem ready for PvP, man. They'd kick my ass, man. I don't know. So fire, bro. Charity, the fraud or something. Dude, I guess Charity is like evil now, I guess. I guess trying to start a GoFundMe is like super evil. I've been on an edit kick. Oh, okay. You've been editing, Sliggins.
I don't know whose idea that was, because I kind of just started. I think
But he was supportive of it as his channel, right? He said, "Oh yeah, let's do this for the channel." From my understanding.
Why?
Is that kind of your ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that?
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, And that was their solution.
But I was wrong.
We're gonna book you back into the jail, okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
So creating the GoFundMe was illegal?
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
Okay, should I
Yep.
get my back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna... He has cuffs for you.
Dude, why?
Will I also be able to hear Josh's side of the story? Because I think he's said a lot of lies to you guys.
It'll be, and I never talked to Josh, but it'll be documented in the report as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
But the detective was lying. The police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me. And when I finally go to court, I'm going to be completely blind to what I'm
Dude, what? They've redacted every instance of Josh's side, but not his side? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? What is Utah up to these days, man? What's Utah up to these days? You got nothing better to do? You got nothing better to do than to just protect some random ass fucking... I don't get it. I don't understand. Mormons don't like other people getting money except their church. Like, bro, he started up a GoFundMe for an old man. For an old man who, by the way, keep in mind, this old man can't handle this situation by himself because he's in bad health. His son is the one taking care of it for him, and he's trying to get these Legos back for his dad because his dad obviously is not in the best condition to get these Legos back. So they did this to some old guy who can't even function. What are we doing, man? What are we doing?
The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail. So now I have to wait a month in jail.
Why? Wait, why? He has to sit in jail for a month? For what?
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and
let's
ended up
go.
releasing me on bail. So now...
Let's go. Dude, if he had to sit in jail for a month, for what? For what? Like, I'm not even joking. Like, why is he even being arrested? He's been arrested for quite literally nothing. He's been arrested for trying to serve papers to a guy that he is sued, or that he's taking to court, that he's trying to attempt to take to court. Keep in mind, he already won his small claims court lawsuit against him. That hasn't been paid to him. That hasn't been paid to him. Nothing is, they haven't gotten anything from that. But somehow he's the one getting arrested? What is happening? I did not know that Utah was like this. I had no clue, man. What the fuck? Mormons are like more like Scientologists. They believe faith will give them extra special powers. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Free man until my court case.
Let's go, man.
Did they get everybody else out at least?
The illegal act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe. So if you,
That's what I'm saying.
you-
That's what I'm saying. What is illegal about that? That's what I don't understand. So their claim to why what he did was illegal was because Josh said he stole the Legos and because he started up a GoFundMe that said mean things about him? That said mean things about Josh? Like, what?
Say who the thief is, then that is illegal for us to do that.
Now, I just have to wait for court.
What the hell, man? Made a rose out
Honestly,
of Legos for her.
I'm not
Then
excited.
she cheated a week later.
My entire
goated.
life, I was taught if you steal from
Go
people,
Cato.
you get in trouble. And if you help people, you get rewarded. But I guess I was just taught a lie. By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up and get all of my friends in trouble. I couldn't fix anything. And now with
Thank
all
you
the
for the
charges I
10
got in this
10
video,
jewels. Thank
I'm
you for the
looking
gold
at
coin,
least 5
dude.
years in jail.
Nugget.
But I finally accept my fate. I failed. And now it's time to go home.
That's so rough, man. Like, what the fuck?
But before I made it home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So he rings the doorbell, and he's like, "Is Mr. Snyder here?" I was like, "Why?" I was like, "Can I deliver a message for you?" He's like, "How could you deliver a message?" He said it just like that. He was like, "Just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest." Like, he thought he was in an action movie type walk off, and that was his like end scene line.
What?
If I had to guess, I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them. And considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video,
Hey, fuck you, man. You stole him, bitch.
Dude, what the fuck?
Police Department, make yourself known. Included in the warrant are Legos.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now. So immediately, I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for.
Someone showed up at my house today saying that there was a warrant out for my arrest.
If that warrant says a no bail, those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I am now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now, and
He had to fucking flee the United States. Are we for real? Over Legos? Dude, this is all over Legos, bro. He had to flee the United States to get away from his fucking warrant for God knows what. Nobody knows what the fuck he broke or what he's even being arrested for. He has no bail. Dude, what the actual fuck? What the fuck? He keeps committing crimes. Yes, they do. We do know. Clover, no, they don't. What has he done that's illegal? He has done nothing illegal. Don't tell me Clover's a Mormon. Clover's a Mormon. Clover's a Mormon. She's in on it. She's in on it. What has he done so far that's illegal? He's followed everything by the books. He's supposed to do exactly what he's doing. What do you mean? Are you joking? Hi, Goat Cato. What do you mean he's done nothing illegal? What has he done that's illegal? He hasn't done anything illegal. He's followed everything that he's supposed to do. Can you name anything that he's done that's illegal? What has he done? They won't even give him a reasoning for his warrant. They won't even tell him why he's being arrested. They didn't even tell him what he did. There's plenty he's done that can be constructed as illegal. Yeah, my monetization is back. Stalking, I guess that'd be very specific though, because he's trying to but hand papers. You can't call it stalking when he's trying to give out papers, like legal papers. That's not really like. You could definitely get away with trying to hang outside somebody's home because you're trying to give them fucking legal papers. That's not really stalking. He forged signatures on fraudulent documents. Ooh, yeah, you know what? You're right, Bacon.
The American police have no authority here. What's going on? What the heck is that thing? Can you let us on that?
That is true. Oh shit, he actually has some crazy.
At this moment, I realized what I had to do. Bricks and Minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only way to stop a bully? To stand up to them.
Constructed basically means seen as illegal. That makes sense. Yeah, but okay. Call Dickers, he will explain. Here's what I'm gonna say. If Dickers is gonna go on some elongated bullshit rant about how actually Ben fucked it over because he did a few illegal things, I don't. Okay, you guys are. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If this is your explanation, you are a fucking idiot. There are plenty of ways and evidence to suggest and show that the police themselves have also done things that are very, like, illegal, and have also shown that they are not following, like, rules and regulations, essentially. Like, it's very apparent, it's very obvious that this company, this Bricks and Minifigs, they need to give back the Legos, right? They have to give back the Legos. That is something they need to do. The police and Ben can be bad at the same time. No, I'm sorry. I don't agree. I don't agree. If anybody tries to pull out this idea that Ben is like evil or something, or that he's doing something evil, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, you're a fucking idiot. Ben is trying to get Legos back, $200,000 Legos back for an old man who deserves to have them back. He simply went through the process of trying to get them back. Yes, he's doing it in a very insane and crazy way. And yes, he may have broken a few laws, a few small laws. But acting like as if he's like evil incarnate compared to this... Jesus Christ, hold on. Who is calling me? I doubt both are equally bad. Acting like as if this Bricks and Minifigs and Ben are on this same pedestal is fucking retarded. I don't think Ben is evil. I think he's playing fast and loose with the law. Well, that's what he's doing. I think if people are trying to point out that Ben maybe is like, oh, you are doing things illegal, but you're making it out like you're not doing things illegal. It's like, okay, yeah, there's probably a few things in there that are definitely... There's definitely a few things in there that are illegal. But we're trying to compare apples to oranges here. The company that themselves are getting away with stealing an old man's Legos. They simply are doing what they can to get the Legos back. Here. Let's listen to Chris rant here.
You are like retarded.
Okay, Chris, explain to me how Ben and Bricks and Minifigs are on the same exact pedestal here.
I never said that they were on the exact same pedestal. What I'm saying is you're like, no, these guys can't be criticized because they're trying
I
to
didn't
get, like,
say that at all, actually. When did I say they can't be
you did.
criticized? When
You
did I
did.
say they can't be criticized? I said that
Okay,
they're
so-
not. I said Ben isn't as evil as this company. Trying to claim that they're both bad
No, no,
people
no, no,
is
no, no.
stupid because
So,
they're not both bad.
You
One
said
is simply one is
one of
doing
your faggot retarded chatters said the police and Ben can be bad at the same time, and you said no, absolutely not. And that's basically you saying no, they can't do no wrong.
That's
You
not at all. That
basically
is
replied.
not at all what
That
I'm
is
saying.
exactly how you replied.
That is not
to
at all what I'm
they were
saying.
saying. No. That is
okay,
exactly
Chris,
how you replied.
It's like trying to say somebody who smoked weed and got arrested is on the same pedestal as somebody who killed somebody and saying both can be bad. Saying
That is not what I'm
retarded.
saying at all. I'm saying you
Okay.
can criticize them.
You
right?
can criticize
these
somebody.
fucking,
Yeah,
these guys
Chris.
are morons. No. Listen. These guys are fucking morons because they go and get a false fucking signature. You think anybody's gonna take them seriously after they do that shit?
Chris, you're not listening.
Like
to what
truly
I'm
and
saying.
honestly, you think anybody is going to take them seriously?
Chris, I
after
never
some
said they
stupid
can't be
bullshit like that?
criticized. My point is, like, if somebody got arrested for smoking weed, I'm not saying you can't criticize them, but I'm saying, are they bad? Are they a bad person? No.
No one's arguing that.
Dude, you just came into call explaining how Clover Cutie was saying they both can be bad. My point is that no, I don't believe they're both bad. Can you say that Ben has committed probably a crime in here somewhere? Yes, he definitely has. But is he like a bad person? No, I don't.
I think you're taking
I don't think he's
the
like
term
a bad
like
person.
bad quite literally. I think you're taking the term bad quite
Okay,
literally.
Chris, if you're using the words bricks and
It's a
minifigs,
bad action.
if you're saying bricks and minifigs and Ben can be bad at the same time, then that I'm going to take that, and most people are going to take that as they're both bad people, like they're both doing bad things.
No. Okay, you've got the bad things right, but not bad people. If I say you, like, let's say you and Gamma are doing like some bullshit, and I say, well, both Marcus and Gamma can be bad at the same time. It's like, it's not that I'm saying like you're a bad fucking person. It's that I'm saying that you're the action that you're doing, both of the actions that you guys are doing are bad.
Yeah, but
I think most people are going to read it like that. Most people aren't going to automatically assume, well, no, they're not bad people.
saying the words the police and Ben can be bad at the same time, someone's probably going to read that and assume like they're just as equally bad.
I think you're being very definition fag about this.
I'm not. I'm saying
retarded.
if someone were to say the police and Ben can be bad at the same time, you're probably going to assume that they're is equally bad. You need to be like fucking like you can't sit here and say like no Ben he did this and he did this and he's redacting this and oh my god we have to like fucking flame him for it. My point is that's fucking a little silly. Yes, he did things that are bad and you can criticize that, right? But the overarching problem is this company is doing like some pretty shitty stuff. And on top of that, the police are also doing some shitty stuff. But we're going to overlook that because Ben fucking forged a signature and now all of a sudden that's the problem.
I don't think anybody's saying to overlook anything. I'm just saying that
I like how I do enjoy
most people,
Chris,
people
Clover
and
Cutie,
you.
The first thing Clover Cutie does when she comes into my chat is immediately talk about how Ben is an idiot because he did something bad, instead of looking at the fact that this company is doing something evil to someone.
Well, this guy is like overtly like an idiot. Like he went all the bad routes of like trying to deal with this shit.
Okay. But
right,
that's awesome. That's cool.
You can still call him retarded in a.
But my point,
I do
my
think
point
that
is
does
that
make him
why
a
are
bad
we so
person.
focused on how Ben is the bad guy and not the fucking company who's got a whole ass police station basically under their fucking wing? So Ben did something bad, right? Yes, I agree. He probably shouldn't have forged signatures. He probably shouldn't have done like any of the extra stuff that is probably way over the top, and he should have taken this in a much better route. Right? I do agree with that. But are we really going to overlook the fucking company that has got a whole police station under their wing?
Nobody's overlooking it. I think they're getting the most criticism they've ever gotten in an online situation, especially by losing some of the sponsors that they have.
Okay.
Their main supplier for like minifigures and shit just dropped them, so they basically can't sell anything.
Well, to be fair, yeah, this stuff is blown up.
So they're getting plenty of criticism. I think you're just being an overly like protective faggot, being like, oh, you can't criticize this guy, but you're like masking it as like everybody's focusing on this guy when it's just not the case.
I'm not saying everybody is. I'm saying Clover immediately comes in and that's the first thing she talks about. I'm saying she's a fucking idiot for immediately just jumping on his case instead of, you know, maybe jumping on both sides, jumping on other cases.
Jumping on both sides. I don't know. I just think that's a really retarded take.
I mean, like, it's like I said, I'm not saying he can't be criticized. He's definitely he's done stupid shit like forging signatures. That's obviously going to get you in trouble. Like, I'm not saying that's not going to get you in trouble. Like, that's definitely going to get you in trouble and stuff.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think this guy's doing this for a genuine reason, or do you think he's doing it simply because he knows it's going to get attention and the fact that
I think he's definitely doing it for both. I think it's definitely good for content. He's definitely getting a lot of views for it, but to act like as if he's not doing it for these people is a little silly. He could have just ended on the first video.
I think he's done this entire, and I mean, it's proven by the fact of like the little fucking gay stunts that he's done, that he's mainly doing this for views and attention. Like he's psychoanalyzing why he's
Chris,
doing certain things.
You don't put this amount of effort and this crazy amount of stunts into something for nothing. You don't do it just because you can get like a few million views on a video. He's obviously trying to help this guy get his Legos back. Like that's
dude, come on.
Chris,
Marcus,
he's doing it for both. Can you
please just take his tip out of your mouth, dude, for like 2 seconds?
Chris, is it hard to believe that somebody could be doing it for both views and for the obvious to get this guy his
but they
Legos
wouldn't
back?
do like this insane amount of shit that they know is going to get them into legal trouble and then put the guy basically at square one again and then drag it out even longer. I'm pretty sure he hasn't even gotten his Legos back. I could be wrong.
He hasn't gotten his Legos. Okay, you're acting like as if he hasn't gotten his Legos back purely because of Ben's decision making.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying okay, to an extent I'm saying that, but the extent is that he made it even harder for there to be even remotely any negotiation.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all.
I think it 1000%.
Okay. If Ben never stepped in,
what does this company have to lose now?
Chris, if Ben never stepped in, they were never giving that guy his Legos back. He would have fought a legal battle.
They're not giving it back now?
Well, yeah, but he was never going to get it back to begin with. You're acting like as if this made it all of a sudden randomly harder for him to get the Legos back. If anything, this made it easier. There's traction. There's attention. This guy might actually get his Legos back eventually.
No.
Okay, so if he never joined in on this, you think the guy would have gotten him back? You think he would have found a way to finally get something out of this, or no?
Maybe.
No, he wouldn't.
I think the way that he went about it is so reckless.
You're just a fucking idiot.
You're a fucking idiot.
Just a fucking
what the fuck
idiot.
are you talking about?
The old guy was never getting his Legos back
Marcus?
unless somebody stepped in. He literally said multiple times that they stopped contacting him, they blocked his number, they did the exact same shit they did to Ben. He was just trying to get Legos back. What else is he supposed to do, Chris? What is he supposed to do? What is the old guy and his son supposed to do?
And probably get it quicker. Like the way that he went about it is completely retarded.
He tried to go the legal route. The old guy and his son, they tried. He couldn't. He didn't have the funds for it. They had no fucking funds for this.
Okay, you could have fundraised for the guy, and that would have been just as fine.
That's
Would it have
fair.
not?
That's fair. Yeah, I agree.
Right,
I agree.
right,
That could have been that could have been the right way to go about it.
Proven. My point's proven.
But no, my point is Ben getting involved. My point is just that you're acting like as if this old guy and his son was going to get it back better
This guy
than this
dramatized a situation of a guy losing $300,000 purely for views, and assuming how many views did this video get to begin with?
I think this one has 4. The other one probably has like 10.
4 million?
Yeah, 4.
He probably made enough money back to cover 2 lawsuits.
You think this video is enough to cover 2 lawsuits?
Maybe. What's his ad rate? Can we call him in?
I do not think that's enough, bro. 4 million? Like, that's good money, but that's not enough to cover a lawsuit. It doesn't matter the ad rate.
Okay.
Man. That's not enough to cover a lawsuit.
Say that I'm wrong. Do you think that they wouldn't have been able to raise that amount of money for a lawsuit?
No, they definitely would have been able to raise...
By how much attention this shit has gotten?
If they just
I've seen this on Instagram.
Video.
I've seen this on like Instagram meme accounts. I've seen this on fucking Facebook. I've seen this everywhere.
Yeah, if it was just the first video, if it was just the first video, I think they definitely could have raised. What is the GoFundMe still up?
Is it? I don't know.
Let's see. That could be a good way to see That could be a good way to see how much it has. It has 400,000 right now.
Right.
400,000.
Why
I
couldn't
don't
they
know
have
how
just
much. I
given
don't
the
know
guy the money?
How much is a lawsuit? How much would a full-on like lawsuit against this company be? Because this company's worth way more than that.
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah, I mean, do you know? Would you know?
I don't know. At the end of the day,
Oh.
I don't. I'm assuming
I
like
listen.
somewhere
I agree.
south of the value of 300, maybe $400,000, but I could be wrong.
I would agree that if it was just the first video and then he left it at we're gonna try to raise money for a lawsuit, I think that would have been probably the more responsible and much more reasonable way to go
Right.
about it.
And if you actually cared about the situation instead of just trying to
The GoFundMe is
make money
covering
off
legal
of it.
expenses to sue Bam. Okay, so the GoFundMe currently is is for the legal expenses to sue them.
Okay. So then why couldn't they have just left it at that? It probably would have been a much smoother because if you take this to court, it's
Wait,
going to
if
look
that-
less
wait.
good having everything said and done that they've already done through these videos. You think it's going to make do you think it's going to make their case
Chris-
look any better?
No, but at the same time,
Right.
I don't think this video also makes it look any better for the police involved nor the company involved. You're making it out like this video is only bad on his end. The fact that there's so much evidence of the police
I never said
redacting
the video
evidence.
was just bad on his end. I'm just saying it doesn't help their case.
Yeah,
when
but
they
it all
have
it does it
some
helps
dumb
and it
shit
doesn't.
like this.
It helps and it doesn't. They had obviously done things that are said illegal, right? But there's a lot of things in this video that prove that the police are redacting clear things that they shouldn't be redacting, stuff that they probably should be leaving, on the body cam footage. There's multiple things that the police are doing, like arresting him when he's sitting outside trying to serve papers. You can't do that. They're taking down, like, obviously a sign that they're not allowed to be taking down. It's in a spot where they're allowed to put it, and then arresting a guy for it, even though there's no plausible reason to arrest the guy. There's, like, a lot of evidence in these said videos to suggest that these people should not be doing this, and they can't do this. So I wouldn't exactly say that it's going to make him look infinitely worse in court when you can show all this other evidence to suggest that the police and also Bricks and Minifigs are doing things as well that are very just as bad, if not way worse. Unless the fucking judge in hand is also in cahoots with these individuals, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think some forging signature is gonna turn the tides of a court case where all of this evidence can clearly suggest that this company, and on top of that, not just the company, but the police getting involved, this is not good, not a good look on their end at all.
I'll be completely fair. I haven't been following the whole thing. And that's not to say if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Call me out on it. But this video, these like videos just kind of come across to me the same way somebody like beating up a black person and then blaming the Jews in our government for it. I mean, just like those fucking Mormons, dude.
I don't know. Maybe I just have a little bit more whimsy, but like fucking, I think the guy's got some good intent. Obviously, I do think he's doing it for views, but that's because that's his like fucking whole gig. His whole gig is that he's gonna over the top. He's gonna go crazy. But I do think his intent is to get these guys their money back and their Legos. I don't think he's just doing this purely for views and just for money off of videos. You have to also factor in the amount of money that they probably had to spend to do, like, get all of their friends out of jail, and also the fucking I think they had to get out $100,000 worth of loans to even do small claims court in the first video. Like, they've definitely spent a decent amount of money to even do this type of video. So I do think it's obviously he's definitely taken some routes that I do think are a little silly, maybe a bit over the top. Probably shouldn't do that. You can get in trouble for that. But I do think that these videos are definitely good evidence against this company and against the police as well. If obviously the judge is, not to say that I'm going
to be honest. The way that you come off when you describe this situation is very like normie pilled.
What do you mean
very
normie
like
pilled?
I don't know. The only people that I see saying, this guy, the way that you, oh, how the fuck do I say this? Sorry, I'm a little intoxicated, but the way that you come off when you talk about it is just like, fuck these police and fuck Bricks and Minifigs. It's like they did all the shit wrong.
Well,
you know,
why would I
da.
be saying fuck the old guy and his lost Legos? Why would I be saying like?
No, I never said say fuck the old guy and his lost Legos, but the people going after the people who took his Legos. It's like it's not gonna.
Well, why would I
they're
say
not
fuck?
doing a great job.
What reason would I be saying to say fuck Ben though? Because right now this has stirred up enough controversy to really benefit the people on the opposite end of Bricks and Minifigs. Like you're
Chris,
saying it's not working.
Hold on. Bacon said, Chris, he's only seen the 2 Reckless Ben vids. Calm it down, bro.
What
Are
do
there
you mean
more
only-
vids? I
there's
really
not
don't
more.
know.
There's like smaller videos where he has like other. Here, this was the end of the video, so I'll just go into his channel. He has like these shorter videos, but this one says Bricks and Minifigs responded to my video. Oh, he does actually have more videos with more views. Bacon. I didn't realize these had 2, 2, 3, 3. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that probably did generate a decent amount of money. I mean, they are smaller. They're 11-minute, 19.
11-minute videos are plenty.
That's
like,
still plenty
to
though,
be
yeah, with
earning money
millions
from.
of views. So he definitely raised decent enough money off of just these videos alone.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen is he's gonna continue doing these outlandish videos and keep making them more what's the word? He's gonna keep making these outlandish videos that drive more hype and more anger towards this company by like poking the bee's nest. I genuinely don't think that he's going after this company because he gives a shit.
Okay, so Bacon said there's plenty more coverage that makes the holes in Bed's side more apparent. I see. So I just haven't seen the fucking shittier end probably from these extra videos where he's like probably showing his real intent, I imagine.
Yeah. Hey,
So
on a side
basically
note,
just a big clusterfuck of just assholes fighting assholes then.
on a side note, I sent you something really cool that you should look at really quick.
Animated Gen 1, 2, and 3 sprites on emulator. That's kind of cool. Wait, hold on. What is this?
Click on it.
Oh my god, they actually have movement and shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck? They actually like they move. Oh,
Yeah.
and in Gen 1?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's like good stuff. That's like really good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a second. Have you seen this though?
Have I seen this? Let's see. Yes, Scuba. Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Can you show this one on
No,
stream?
I'm not
please?
showing
Why?
that one on stream.
Dude, why? Come
I'm
on,
not-
I'm begging you. Dude, you won't get suspended. It's so awesome.
I see what it is. I see
It's
what
a
it is.
cat.
It's not just a cat, man.
What do you mean it's not
It's
just
not
a cat?
just a
What is
cat.
it? Okay, tell me what you are seeing that's in that video.
It's doing things to something. I don't know what it's
He's
doing.
air
to.
humping. He's not even doing anything.
Oh, he is air humping. I thought that was something else. Wait, hold on.
No.
How do am I able to zoom in on this a little bit more? Is this a furry? Or is this an actual cat?
It's an actual cat.
Oh, it's a cat in VR air
Yeah.
humping
Yeah.
the air.
Yeah.
A cat in VR. What is he doing?
Dude, he's fucking.
He's fucking something in VR.
Dude, he's getting his dick wet with some pussy.
That's in VR. Yeah, he is doing that in VR.
Yeah.
Hi, Perry. It's been a while since I've seen you, Perry.
Dude, you gotta show the dancing one too. I think they'd really like that.
Oh,
one.
well, yeah, they'd like this one probably.
Yeah.
They'd probably enjoy this one.
Yeah.
Private John, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Perry,
Hello,
Mira,
princess.
Parapon.
You know I don't like being angry at you, Marcus.
Thank you,
You know I love
PBDJ
you,
Hunt,
right?
for the memberships.
Do I know what?
Welcome at Perry Juice.
You know I love you, right?
Well, thanks. I love you too.
Thank you PVTJ Hunt for the memberships. Welcome at Miratazepin.
Hello, princess.
I was trying to get Clover a membership.
Thank
No,
you
it's good that
PVTJ
Clover
Hunt for
doesn't
the
have one.
memberships.
It's good that Clover
Welcome
doesn't
at
have one.
Melubman.
She doesn't know I'm
Hello,
fat in my VR headset. Scuba.
Thank you
A while since I've
PVTJ Hunt
tuned
for
into
the
a Marcus stream.
memberships.
Hi, Perry
Welcome at
G's.
Geneva Sugwan.
Hello, princess.
It went to
Thank you
a lot of
PVTJ
people
Hunt
that
for
are
the
here.
memberships. Welcome at Parapan.
That one actually went to a lot of people here. Melon Man, Parapon, well, Parapon I don't think ever comes around, but Perry, Mira, it just gave it straight up to Perry. Perry shows up one day and now is a member. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Mira Tazapine gets one. Melon Man gets one. Melon Man, that's a big one. That's a big one right there. I don't know if he uses that account, though. Can't get memberships because of a dumb YouTube setting that are unfixable. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't get yours because of a thing. Well, now I'm intrigued to look through more of this, but... Plus, this one was an hour and 25. 5 million on an hour 25 could make you quite a bit. Now I'm curious to look through a little bit more of these to kind of see. Actually, wait, I didn't finish the rest of it. What does he say at the end here? Does he say anything important?
All they had to arrest me? Just think.
Thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only
Oh,
way
your
to
channel's
stop
a
bully?
business channel. Oh,
To
shit.
Stand up to them.
If me posting this picture online once got the city this upset where they had to arrest me, just think about how upset they'd be if thousands of people started wearing it.
Which is why the picture that got me arrested, I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
And yeah, all of the law enforcement that's protecting Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah, but you said it's Caleb Hammer, and Caleb Hammer's like retarded, I thought.
Because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/RecklessBen.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content.
Actually, yeah, wait. End of video showing fucking promoting your Patreon, and that's how you get part 3? Shouldn't it be like open to the
Plus
public?
the movie I made that all the streaming services rejected once they saw how gnarly it was. And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight Bricks and Minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian. I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Everyone donate to this GoFundMe. I'm in Mexico now. The police can't do anything to me here.
I mean, the way I'm looking at this is because right now, if the GoFundMe is for the legal lawsuit, like at the end of the day, I agree that these videos are definitely like pushing the boundaries, But if the fundraiser is going towards the lawsuit and it does help these guys get their Legos back at the end of the day, then I don't know. I don't really see the inherent issue. He's in Mexico having a vacation. I wanted to look at this. All the footage is released. Someone, Bacon, you said somebody else posted a video of all the redacted information that we could see here.
YouTuber Reckless Ben's Lego series has done a great
I don't know who Scott Schaefer is, but we'll watch
job
this, I
exposing
guess.
not only the corruption of a company known as Bricks and Minifig, but also the corruption of an entire city's police force in American Forks, Utah. Unfortunately, after doing some digging, it seems like Ben got a lot of his information wrong and seems to have straight up lied to his audience about winning a court case against the store that stole the Legos in the first place. On top of all of that, Ben's very reckless approach to vigilante justice led to him committing a bunch of serious crimes in his first video that will most likely end up with him spending years behind bars and will probably hurt the family's chance of getting their stolen Legos returned. Now, I talked about this briefly on Twitter before I decided to make this video, and most people there had herd mentality and didn't...
Hold up, wait, Scott Schaefer, I think I've seen this guy on Twitter. Didn't multiple people disprove that the information that Scott Schaefer has been showing? Let's see. Let me look this up. I swear I saw this guy all over. Okay, let me read this. Let me read through this. He was right this time. Clover, if I'm not, Scott Schaefer is completely anti-Ben. He's not necessarily wrong, but he's a bit of a douche about it. Well, I thought people pointed out like how Scott like was literally wrong about something, but let me look through this first to kind of see. Let's see. Reckless Ben just admitted he was wrong, and I was right. On his second channel, he comes clean that he sued the wrong company, never won any court cases, and all his cases were dismissed by default. Thousands of people left comments claiming I was wrong. Some even threatened my life, and now all of them look dumb as fuck. Okay, and then... Oh, wait. Why do I not have that on the right screen? I just realized it's not on the right screen. I'm fucking stupid. In the reference video, Ben explains he sued the wrong LLC after court advice and a company loophole, but clarifies an initial default judgment was valid, denies lying, and is pursuing a personal lawsuit. He's not wrong about this. Stop poisoning the well. Answering questions. Let's.
So Bricks and Minifigs is suing me because they said my entire documentary is just full of lies.
Fuck.
They said my entire documentary is just full of lies. And then when I ask them like what the lies are, the one thing they always point to is that I sued a fake LLC and this whole lawsuit was completely fake. A lot of people on the internet went out and started looking up the court records, and they saw that I sued a company called L2 Bricks LLC when the company I should have sued was Baker Bricks LLC.
As well as some of like the claims he made about the small claims court default judgment victory, things like that. All of that is what's now being thrown into a bit of disarray. I'm curious to see Ben's response to it, to give his side of things on that conversation now.
So after we got the 10 people that were down to sue Bricks and Minifigs, I looked up what LLC we should sue them for. And when I looked them up on the Oregon Business Registry website, there was no LLC for this address. I mean, there was like Bricks L2 LLC that ended in 2024 when corporate took over the store, but then they didn't add a new LLC after that. And I was like, what the heck? So I called up the court, and the court told me, oh, I guess...
This is the reply to Scott Schaefer's video. Okay, and we'll listen to this
Hear
video.
the full story. So they all just called me a bootlicker or that I was a secret Mormon defending the corrupt cops. So before we get started, I want to make it clear that I am not Mormon, and nowhere in this video will I be defending the evil Bricks and Minifig Corporation that is clearly run by the real-life version of Dr. Robotnik. Nor will I be defending the police that clearly harassed Ben in his second video from American Forks, Utah. That whole police force needs to be investigated.
Hi, Nate.
Now, Ben's
Let's
first
kill
video
Raven
covers
again.
the story of a man that took his elderly father's 200K Lego collection to a Bricks and Minifig store in Oregon and entered into an agreement with the store owners that they would sell the collection on consignment for the man. A few months later, the store owners sold the business because they were moving out of the country, and the new owners of the store that the corporation had found for them refused to honor the original owner's deal with the man and just took the Legos as their own. That was the intro to Ben's video, and the rest is Ben coming up with different ways to try and get the store owners to give back the Legos to the son of the elderly man. Over the course of the video, Ben commits a bunch of crimes that he tells his audience are legal loopholes, but in reality are not. We'll talk about that in a bit, but every good movie has a climax at the end, and Ben's video ends with his team purchasing the man's Legos, split among the 10 of them, and then filing 10 lawsuits in small claims court against the Bricks and Minifig store that stole the man's Legos.
Okay.
That store never responded to the lawsuit, and Ben wins by default, so he goes to the store to collect his winnings, only to find that the store permanently shut down to avoid having to pay him.
Bricks and Minifigs hasn't responded to a single court case we submitted against them. So I called the court to see what the next steps were.
Dickers deliberately didn't raid you when he ended stream? Yeah. Probably because Dickers is like evil and wants me like raped.
Since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, it looks like we win by default.
Congratulations, you won the court case. Dang it!
I couldn't believe it. Literally one day after we filed motion for default judgment, they permanently closed down the store. At first, it did feel kind of cool that our plan worked so well, it completely shut them down.
Now, unfortunately, that's all untrue. And I'm not really sure if Ben is maliciously lying to his audience to make a better story, or if he's just not smart enough to know he didn't win the lawsuits. I was able to pull up the cases in the Oregon online record search, and all of Ben's...
Scott obsesses over the word won when Ben didn't win a default judgment. The court just made a movement for a default judgment, which was considered a win because it wasn't dismissed. So, aka both parties are wrong. So this whole Clover Cutie's like saying like Scott's right, even though he's not. Both parties are just wrong.
Cases from the video were dismissed by the judge, and Ben did not win any by default, as he claims in the video. Ben does have a new claim he created in March against Bricks and Minifig store owner Joshua Johnson, but that's not the case he mentioned in the video, and it's set to go to trial later this month. The cases he claims in the video he won were all dismissed, and digging into the paperwork, it's clear that Ben had no idea what he was doing. In the documents, we can see that Ben tried to sue an LLC known as L2 Bricks LLC. Unfortunately for Ben, this was the former owner of the store's LLC, and we can see it was dissolved in 2018 after a failure to renew. When the new owners took over the store, they formed a new business known as Salem Barker Bricks Incorporated. Ben wasn't aware of this apparently, and sued the defunct LLC from 2018. Now, to make matters worse, in the video, we see Ben serve the paperwork to the store's employees. Specifically, one gets served to a young lady named Calendonia, who appeared earlier in the video when Ben tricked her into following him into the woods to, according to him, brainwash her into helping him.
Here's your legal paperwork.
You have been served.
The first lawsuit is officially...
He did not serve someone who could accept the service. It was later dismissed by a judge after they failed service. Before then, it was valid. He never technically even served the incorrect business he was suing.
Been served.
Now, aside from suing the wrong company in the lawsuit, it's also not legal to serve store employees if you were suing a business.
It would be ultimately dismissed either way. What are you guys arguing about down there?
This is done because employees are not registered agents of a business, and it just wouldn't make any sense to serve them. If I wanted to sue Walmart, I can't just walk into a store and hand the lawsuit papers to the 80-year-old greeter. That just wouldn't make any sense. Ben didn't know this, so he never served the registered agents of the new company, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway, since he was suing the wrong company to begin with. Now, this is the reason why the company never responded to Ben's lawsuit, because they simply didn't need to, since he didn't correctly serve them. Ben eventually called the county clerk, and she looked up that they hadn't responded, and told him he can go ahead with filing for default judgment.
Okay, so I don't see that there's been a response from anybody in the case. Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay. Now, the county clerk Ben talked to had no idea what the case was. She just saw they hadn't responded, which is why she told...
This is just correct. Ben did no part of this correctly, and he lied about every part of it in his video. Ben might be retarded.
He could go ahead and do that. However, once Ben filed for default judgment, the judge looked at the case and saw the errors and quickly denied Ben's default judgment claim. I found the form Ben filled out, and you can see it has a red line through it with red letters at the top stating that denied proof of service to someone called Calendonia without any information as to their authority to accept serve on behalf of defendant LLC. Now, after that, Ben tried again, and the judge left a comment about the improper filing of Ben trying to serve Calendonia back in February of 2025, which was before the case even existed. At this point, the judge thought this lawsuit was a joke and dismissed the whole thing on April 7th. If Ben had won any money or a default judgment, that final April 7th entry would explicitly read General Judgment Default or Money Award. Instead, the final binding judgment of the court is a dismissal. All of Ben's cases faced the same fate and were all dismissed. Now, I tried to share this on Twitter, but people don't like to hear the truth, and everyone called me a bunch of horrible names. Now, the real question is if Ben intentionally lied to his audience to make for a better ending to the video, or if he's just not smart enough to know all his cases were dismissed. I lean on the side of this being an intentional lie. Ben would have undoubtedly gotten the paperwork from the judge telling him the cases were dismissed, and that took place all the way back on April 7th, which was a month and a half before his video went live. Even Ben's own subreddit has discovered all his cases were dismissed, but for some reason they don't seem to think that's a big deal, that the climax of the video was made up. Now, when Ben went to the store to collect his winnings, the store had been closed, and Ben claims this was because they didn't want to have to pay him his money. The real reason they closed was because of constant harassment by Ben and his friends.
What was the reason behind your store closing this month?
His harassment and vandalism.
Shut it down?
Yeah.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys
on
shut
my
it down?
own accord.
Okay. This is where I don't really lean on the side of the company saying of his constant harassment. He spent time outside the business, which he's allowed to do. Like, if you did something that somebody deems like, let me put it this way. You did take the Legos, you never gave them back, and they've been fighting you over it for the last blah, blah, blah amount of however long, I don't know how long. He's sitting in an area where he's allowed to stand, and he's allowed to basically promote the idea that he doesn't want anybody to go into your business, and he's going to promote this idea that, hey, they stole Legos from you, from this old guy, which is true. That is a true statement. They did take these Legos, and they're refusing to give them back. So I wouldn't exactly call that harassment, like quote unquote harassment. What is harassment at that point? Like, that's not, I wouldn't really say that's harassment. The other statement though, about the lawsuit stuff, yeah, Ben looks pretty rough on that end.
Okay.
So Ben's whole climatic ending about winning the case and going to the store...
That's actually not allowed, bud. Yeah, it is. You can still be out. Yeah, but you're not... Okay, what constitutes harassment is my point. Like, if a business, for example, if let's say you want to promote like a product outside it, not a product, but let's say like a business did you dirty or they did something to you, and if you set up in an area that is legal, unless he lied about this, let's make it clear, unless Ben lied about the area that he was set up on, saying that it was legal. Because in the video, he said that the area they set up their little like space at, he said this is open to, what did he say again? He said something like this is open, or like we're allowed to be here. This is an area that we're allowed to be here. We're allowed to put our business here. If he's allowed to do that, then that's not harassment. You standing outside the business in an area where you're allowed to be and say, I'm selling this, and it says like, oh, bricks and minifigs, steal from old people or whatever. You're allowed to do that. That's not harassment. You can't sit on a McDonald's property holding sign. Again, I just said that they claimed they weren't sitting on their property. It wasn't their property. Oh, the sign, covering their sign with yours and take photos. Yes, that you probably can't do. But setting up a little booth out on a part of the property that isn't their property, like on a part of the area that is not theirs and they don't own it, you are allowed to do that. You are allowed to do that. You also sent more people to the store than he put in the video. He sent people to somewhere you were trespassed from on your behalf. Is that something illegal though? If the other people are not considered part of the trespassing, then I don't know. I wouldn't know that legal consider. Well, if you keep pestering someone about their business constantly outside the business, this is harassment. And if Ben lied about a shit ton of stuff, that makes you think he is lying here. Possible.
To make them pay, seems like it was made up strictly to get a bunch of views. Now, aside from the made-up lawsuit win, I also want to talk about the many times that Ben openly
you aren't allowed to falsely
in
impersonate delivery people to get signature under false premises. Yeah, I guess I'd have to look into that, man, because I guess Ben did lie. If he's lying, then that could be a big lie on his end too, because he pointed out in the video that you're supposed to read the things you're supposed to sign too. That's kind of the point of his video, is that you're supposed to be reading what you sign before you sign it. And if she didn't sign it, then obviously that's on her end. That's not his fault. But I guess I'd have to look more into the legal aspect.
Some sort of loophole that makes what he's doing legal and a 4D chess move, when in reality it's not. The best example of that takes place around the 1 hour mark of the video. Ben had been told by the store that he was not allowed on
lied about almost everything.
And would be arrested if he came back. But then, Ben reveals his secret 4D chess move. He had secretly gotten the store manager, Amanda, to sign a contract that prevents him from being kicked out of the store or being arrested.
I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed in all of these legal words for any circumstance whatsoever.
You have to knowingly be signing a contract.
Literally any reason, they cannot trespass me. But this only really works as a get out of jail free card if I can get Amanda to sign it.
Hi, sorry, I got a delivery. Can I get a signature?
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you.
Now, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on YouTube. It's a Looney Tunes level of stupidity. If you had told me there was an episode where the Wile E. Coyote tried to trick the Roadrunner this way, I would believe you, but in real life, that's not how it works at all. Ben claims that in the US we have a duty to read a contract law, And since she didn't read it, the contract is valid.
In America, we have a duty-to-read contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it, or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault, and you still have to do everything the contract says.
Ben is 100% incorrect, and is showing the perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or competence in a specific area greatly overestimate their own skills. Ben Googled a few articles about legally binding contracts and decided he had uncovered some master-level 4D chess move no one had found before. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If what Ben says is true, then anyone can fake being a delivery driver and walk up to someone's home and have them sign for a package, but in reality, it's a title deed transfer form, and now you own their home. This isn't legal.
That's a good, actually, you know what? That's fair. You know what, Scott, you make a good point. You make a very good point. I guess I never really thought about that
And
when
would
that
never
part
hold up in
popped up.
court. In fact, Ben committed a civil fraud known as fraud in the factum, which completely voids a contract because you tricked someone into signing a document without them realizing it was a contract at all. But criminally, this falls directly under Oregon's forgery laws. If a prosecutor decided to charge him, he is caught on camera committing an open and shut offense. If they charged him with forgery in the second degree, a misdemeanor, he'd face up to a year behind bars, but if they pushed for forgery in the first degree, which is a Class C felony for fabricating a commercial contract with fake financial penalties, he would be facing up to 5 years in state prison. I really am blown away no one is calling out this blatant illegal act he pulled. The only clip I found of someone realizing it was illegal was streamer Pay Money Wubby, who immediately called his lawyer, and the lawyer confirmed the streamer's suspicions.
I made a contract that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed for any circumstance whatsoever.
Interesting. Okay, so Ben really is getting caught in the lie here. He really is getting caught in the lie.
Well, that's not how that works. So I got her to sign it without knowing, and then I went and committed crimes, but you already signed it.
Can I get a signature?
This is so f***ing illegal. Not illegal? That is literally fraudulent. What do you mean? People in chat are saying that's not illegal. That is super f***ing illegal. Anything you want to share about the video?
The initial impression is that these guys are not doing any service by doing this.
There are a couple of other small crimes he commits, like criminal trespassing. When he entered the store after being told he can't come back, that was trespassing, despite his bogus claim that Amanda had signed the contract that allowed him to be there. This particular punishment wouldn't be excessive.
This also should recontextualize the Utah cop stuff. He did all of this fraud and harassment before showing up at the guy's house and filming it, and his family. His family? I don't think he ever showed his family. I don't think that's something he ever did, but he did show him.
But he could face about 30 days in jail for each trespassing occurrence. Next, there is the criminal mischief that Ben and his team commit in the video. He covers up the sign of their store with signs saying, "We steal from old people." Because his video directly documents him measuring the sign, printing custom text to mimic their font, and modifying their store signage without permission, a conviction is an open and shut case. A realistic sentence for this kind of high-profile property manipulation would be 10 to 30 days in jail.
He had people looking into the windows of the house? In the video? In what video?
Now, those are the crimes he commits in his first video.
Is this all stuff that is stuff I haven't seen yet? Like, this all off-camera stuff that I haven't seen yet or something that people have pointed out? Because I'm lost and confused. When did he ever have people go up to his house and look through the window? I don't think that ever happened in the video.
He committed a bunch of inappropriate acts against the company that he will 100% be sued for in civil court as well.
Oh, I see.
One of Ben's plans to piss off the store to give back to Legos.
No, he did a bunch of stuff off camera too.
I see. We steal from.
I see. So there's a lot of stuff off camera that he's not pointing out that he did, which was harassment. Which was like excessive harassment against this guy and his family for this stuff. Nobody has posted any evidence of people looking into windows from what I've seen. Okay. He has admitted it elsewhere or when cops were questioning other people.
From old people and slapped the trademark name Bricks and Minifig right under it as their official company slogan.
They released ring camera footage?
After that, he started selling matching merchandise right outside their store, and Ben again thought he had discovered a 4D chess move that was completely legal.
We're setting up a Bricks and Minifigs We Steal From Old People company booth right outside of their entrance.
If anyone wants to walk into the Bricks and Minifig store, they have to get through me
in my merch. We got some we steal from people barf bags because honestly, what they're doing in this store is so gross, it's probably gonna make all the customers throw up.
Unfortunately, Ben was again 100% incorrect. You can't blatantly rip.
Also, the Mormon kid was a random kid, not even from the church. Is that wait? They just dressed him to look Mormon? Oh hell nah. Wait, that was faked? Oh hell nah. I need to see the videos and stuff that there's no way.
Rip off another company with the intent to deceive customers into thinking they are related or the same brand. If I created an LLC named Our Burgers Are Made with Human Meat and put the tagline McDonald's underneath like Ben did, do you know what would happen? McDonald's would sue the McShits right out of me. This is blatant trademark infringement as well, since Bricks and Minifig is a federally registered trademark. Under the Federal Lanham Act, it is highly illegal to use someone else's registered trademark in commerce if it creates a likelihood of confusion or intentionally tarnishes the brand. It's also blatant defamation as well. Now, some might claim it was just a parody, but it ceases to be protected as a parody the split second it is used to execute a deceptive commercial trade practice that destroys...
The kid admits to it in the body cam footage. Now I really got to see the body cam footage and get all of this information, bro.
By setting up a physical retail operation on their property line, intercepting paying customers, handing out barf bags, and broadcasting to the public that this specific physical store directly steals the life savings of the elderly, he crossed from free speech into defamation. Finally, at the end of the video, after Ben's false claim about winning the case against the store, he puts up a giant banner that makes the claim that the store lost the court case.
I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. We started going absolutely viral. The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed.
Again, this would be defamation since the store did not lose any court cases. If Bricks and Minifigs were to sue Ben for defamation for all of this, it's going to be an open...
The shoulder injury is likely entirely fake.
...open and shut case for them after Ben has gotten so much wrong. I'm sure a lot of people will dislike this video since they just want to see Ben as a great guy who's trying to get this old man his life savings back, but it seems clear to me that Ben doesn't care about the truth.
Yeah, the shoulder thing I wouldn't exactly say that's like if that's fake or real, because Ben has admitted that his shoulder dislocates in and out frequently, so it is possible that he did dislocate it, but the reality is that it does that in and out frequently, so I don't think it really matters.
Truth and really will do and say anything to get a viral video. His severe lack of understanding of laws will undoubtedly get him some amount of jail time, and all of this could have been avoided if he had just consulted a lawyer before making these unhinged videos.
Get a lawyer.
I'm down. But my theory has always been if I do something so just like weird and like messed up that something like a lawyer would never recommend, the other side will never see it coming. If they never see it coming, they won't know how to respond.
So he's just self-admitting here that I don't want to get a lawyer because a lawyer will tell me not to do that because it'll probably make the situation worse. Okay, that is pretty bad mentality. That's a pretty rough mentality to have. That is not smart in the slightest. So just self-admitting that I'm not getting a lawyer because like they won't let me do these crazy outlandish shit for my videos, which is a pretty bad look.
If they can't respond, then now I'm on top and I got them.
lawyer.
Yeah.
Once all the dust settles, I think it's going to be clear to Ben.
Well, Nate, I wouldn't jump on the arm too much, because if you dislocate your arm like on a consistent basis, or if you have before multiple times, it's not that hard to just pop it back in. It's really not that hard to just pop it back in and fix it. I wouldn't exactly say like that's true or not. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion.
It wasn't worth it. If his video had been made with accurate information and no laws broken, he could have helped the family and not ended up facing multiple years behind bars and most likely crippling debt after Bricks and Minifig easily ruins him in civil court. If you would like to help the family that lost their savings, I'll have a link below to the GoFundMe so you can do that. Let me know what you think about this whole story in the comments as well.
What is this? I reached out to Ben for comment about why he claimed he won the cases by default when he never did. He never responded to me. Interesting. He never responded to you. Interesting stuff. Dude, this is a whole rabbit hole I'm going to have to really look into because I thought it was just the videos. There's so much to this. There is a lot to this that I never realized.
In this video, I'll be trying to answer some of the top questions the internet has about this whole Lego thing that's been going on. Probably the number one question I've been asked is, why didn't you just get a lawyer?
Why not just get a lawyer that you like and just go get a fucking restraining order? A TRO to, an injunction to prevent them from doing anything with the Legos. I mean, now you basically have lured this queen of Legos that you've crowned into the fucking woods and doing all this crazy shit.
Well, first off, when I made this video, I didn't have nearly enough money for a lawyer. Basically, my entire YouTube career has just been.
Marcus, stop. Nate, I'm watching both sides of the story. I want to be able to. He's responding to answers of other people. I want to see both sides of the story, okay? Look at that channel name. What? I can't see it. It's blocked. This guy's channel name? I can't see it. I don't know what you want me to say. Ben Schneider? Are you talking about Ben? What are you asking me to look at here? I can't see the channel name.
Now you basically have lured this queen of Legos that you've crowned.
Nate, what does it matter if it's Reckless Ben? I want to be able to see like both ends of the story. You're bottom left corner? No, it's not Reckless Ben. This says old something something. This has nothing to do with Reckless Ben. What do you mean? Ben Schneider? Are you asking about Ben? Nate, what do you want? Do you want me to watch something? What are you asking me to do? I'm like confused on what you want. I'm saying he's hiding his wrongdoing. By putting it on his second channel? I mean, sure, I guess. Yeah, second channel instead of the main channel, sure.
Into the fucking woods.
I think, I'm not going to lie, I think that's a bit of a reach. Just because he posted on the second channel and not the main channel doesn't really mean much.
And doing all this crazy shit.
Well, first off, when I made this video, I didn't have nearly enough money for a lawyer. Basically, my entire YouTube career has just been demonetized.
My last video got taken down, incorrectly taken down. Shadow banned me
YouTube keeps taking down all my videos.
They removed 3 of my videos. Right now, I'm 100% censored.
Basically, my entire YouTube career, I've been demonetized, and my videos just get taken down for no reason because I'm always going up against
I would like to see evidence that his videos on his main channel got taken down, though. I think if he could show like evidence of this channel specifically not making any money on it, 30k subs versus 700k. Okay, that doesn't matter. I think that's nitpicky. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's nitpicky. Just because he posted it on a second channel with lesser subs doesn't really mean anything. It's still accessible. Like I don't think that really means anything. Why? Like, it's as simple as if this is his second channel where he just answers questions or just has these sit-down talks, it could just be as simple as he doesn't want to put that on his channel where he puts his higher effort content on. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't really go as far as to say that's, like, deliberate. That's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a reach. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I would like to see evidence that these videos in particular, though, I would like to see evidence that these videos didn't make any money. That's what I want to see. Like, did any of these videos make money, or were they all, like, demonetized? Does he show evidence of that or not? The second channel has 3 vids. Let's see. Bricks and minifigs. Oh, okay, so he just started this channel, actually. Okay, that is kind of... Actually, now that I see it, he just started this channel. That is kind of interesting.
In this video, I'll be trying to answer some of the top questions the internet has about this whole Lego thing that's been going on. Probably the number one question I've been asked is, why didn't you just get a lawyer?
Why not just get a lawyer?
No, I know you guys aren't talking about money. I'm talking about his original statement. His statement is that I'm demonetized, or that I don't make money off of YouTube, and that when I did this, I didn't make any. He said that I didn't have any money to actually get a lawyer. And my point is that, well, yeah, at the time you didn't have money to get a lawyer, but were these demonetized? Did these not make any money? Like, if you made money off of these videos and or your Patreon from this whole situation, you should have been able to afford a lawyer, is kind of the point I'm trying to make here.
When I made this video, I didn't have nearly enough money for a lawyer. Basically, my entire YouTube career has just been demonetized. My last video got taken down, incorrectly taken down. Shadow banned me.
I hate Subnautica, not gonna lie, Cryptid. I have a fear of the ocean. Had money to flee to Mexico, though. That is fair. That's a good point. Had money to flee all the way to Mexico.
YouTube keeps taking down on my videos. They removed 3 of my videos. Right now, I'm 100% censored. Basically, my entire YouTube career, I've been demonetized, and my videos just get taken down for no reason because I'm always going up against like powerful corporations. I've only ever been able to afford like rent and basic food, and like that's it. Pretty.
You got enough money to go from California to Oregon back and forth constantly to do all this fighting and shit, probably paying for like what I imagine is like food, like takeout all the time, staying in somebody's house somewhere, someplace, and you only have enough for rent. I don't know
Pretty
about
much.
that.
So getting a lawyer for this video was not really an option. And if I just got a lawyer, I wouldn't be able to show how corrupt.
I guess that is a good point, though, Bacon. If this guy had a ton of money at the start of this, he probably would have flew instead of doing 16-hour drives between these places. I guess that is a fair point, that he would have probably... There's no reason to fake drive 16 hours out when you could have just flown on a plane. It's not necessary for the video. So I guess I could... I'm not going to lie. I guess at the start of this, sure, maybe he didn't have all the funds to be able to afford a lawyer.
This company is because the lawyers would have just talked it out. Basically, the whole point of my channel is kind of just like showing how these big corrupt companies can just take advantage of the small guy. And once you get lawyers involved, you don't really get to see that as much, I guess. Basically, I wanted this whole Lego
I
video
do
to
think
be
it's
from
a
the
bit
perspective-
silly that he randomly mentioned at the beginning, I'm always demonetized because I'm always taking on the big corporations, like as if that has something to do with why you're demonetized. Like it's big company doing it, not other things.
Of just some average person that a company's bullying without any resources.
He did drive his car in the videos, yes. Like they showed like their car packed up with all their shit in the back seat and stuff. Like they obviously did a road trip to Oregon, which I guess to Bacon's point, it's probably fair to assume that at the beginning, yeah, he probably didn't have the funds to fly all of his friends out to this place to stay here for like an elongated amount of time. So he just drove his car out there and probably stayed. I don't know. I'd have to see. I don't know what his funds were like.
Can this average person stand up to a corporation without a lawyer? You know, like, can we be creative and somehow stand up to this corporation, you know, to incentivize maybe a lot of people watching that don't have lawyers? Can we incentivize those people to go out and maybe stand up to the big guy, you know?
Okay. Yeah, but there's a flaw in that, man. Like, you're gonna get a lot of people in trouble legally because they do, like, something really stupid. Like, it's like I said to Chris earlier. The way I was looking at it is like, yes, if he made a few mistakes in it legally, obviously that's bad on his end. But if you can prove undeniably that this corporation and these police were doing something extremely illegal, then it could offset the obvious small things that you've done, right? It could maybe offset those small things, and you could probably win in court, maybe, possibly, it depends. But that's if you're like some big guy, you know, with a bunch of people around you, a bunch of people working together type of thing. You can't encourage random people out there, like random viewers, to go stick it to the big man and go do crazy shit to serve a company that did them wrong or something. Like, you're just going to get random people in trouble. You're just going to get, like, random people into serious trouble.
If you're in school, like, someone's bullying you, like, maybe stand up to the bully. Like, you have more power than you think, you know? And I think just getting a lawyer involved would have, like...
Well, it kind of depends where in California,
garbage.
Raven.
So that's why I didn't really get a lawyer. The next one, why did you talk to the police? When I first got to the detective room, I was under the assumption that they were going to throw me in jail for maybe a month without bail for all these crimes that I just didn't commit. Like, they thought I was the one that stole the Legos. Like, they thought we had heroin in our car. Like,
this is the part that I wish I knew more information about. This is the part that I wish I knew more information about, because if the police were arresting him and throwing him in jail because of false signatures, because of harassment, if this is like stated by the police, then I would be like, Ben, you're an idiot. But if the police are saying that it's because of, what was it again? What did he say it's because
they
of?
thought all this stuff was untrue and bail for all these crimes that I just didn't commit. Like, they thought I was the one that stole the Legos. Like, they thought we had heroin in our car.
Yeah, see, if the police were trying to claim, like, if the police were trying to arrest him on the suspicion that he stole the Legos, or that he had heroin in his vehicle, all these other reasonings that have nothing to do with the actual crimes he committed, then that's where I'm kind of lost in all this, because then why are they arresting him? Why does he have such a massive warrant out for his arrest? It is stated by the police, cyberstalking, harassment. Okay, if I can see that, then obviously he's just lying. Then obviously he's just lying here.
And if I don't say anything, then I'm automatically screwed, is what they made it seem like.
Do you wish to speak with me?
Then he's just lying so he can save face, kind of thing.
I mean, I can't. I have to ask you some questions. I'm just confused with.
Yeah, I want to share my side. Yeah, I think there's a lot of lies going around. I can clear all this stuff up.
But if I talk and show them that it's all a misunderstanding, then I can get let free. So I basically gave like an hour and a half long spiel, and they couldn't find anything really that I was doing that was illegal except for the GoFundMe. And they're like, yeah, you made this GoFundMe. And I personally thought that a GoFundMe was a safe, legal way to raise.
This is deceptive as hell. He's getting you to focus on the lies about him stealing the Legos and heroin in his car instead of all the lies he made up. Interesting. It's why I'm saying I wish I could see more and more and more, because it's interesting to me, because from the video's perspective, it does seem like the police are honing in on a lot on the GoFundMe. Like, it does seem like the police are honing in on the GoFundMe aspect instead of, like, the actual, like, crime aspect. Like, nothing gets mentioned about forging signatures and stuff within the videos, so it makes me wonder if the video evidence is, like, out there and stuff.
Raise money for a family, but I guess it turns out.
Does he look like he's having a shoulder problem in that interview? Nate, I'm sorry, man, but you keep honing in on that shoulder problem thing. Dislocating your shoulder really isn't all that, like, bad. It, like, feels like it maybe, like, feels a little shitty, but I mean, you're not going to sit there and be like, my shoulder!
State of Utah, but also it kind of goes back to the previous statement where it was like, I want to show the injustice of the police department.
The GoFundMe was harassment because it was after the harassment charge he already picked up. Is that real? I don't. Starting up a GoFundMe is harassment? Is it just because he put his face on it or his name on it?
Sacrifice, like me going to jail, if it gets to show the world, like, look at what the police are trying to do. You know what I mean? If I would have just stayed quiet, then where's the story?
He used it as proof of police brutality. Nate, I'm not going to... Listen, man, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The police really, like... this is why I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to say Ben is not in the wrong. This is me not trying to defend Ben. But in the video that you clearly see where they grab him and stuff, they are being, like, rough with him and saying... It kept saying, don't do that, don't do that. Like, as if he was, like, doing something when he wasn't. He was walking outside, and then they just, like, grabbed him aggressively and told him to not do something even though he wasn't doing anything. Like, this idea that he's, like... Nate, you're, like, on this, like, really... This is what I'm saying! This is exactly my point to what I was saying earlier. This is exactly my point to what I was saying earlier about this whole anti-Ben train. It is completely taking away from the fact that the bricks and minifigs in this police force are doing shady shit, but, oh, Ben did something bad, so now we have to focus on that. I do agree that Ben is doing obviously shady shit, and this is bad, and he's an idiot for doing this. But it's obviously, now that people are getting onto this train of, like, anti-Ben, it's really going to start taking away from the fact that these old people, this old guy fucking should get his Legos back, and this company is fucking evil. Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's so pick-a-sidey. Why can't we both, like, look at the situation and say, oh, the police are doing something really bad. Oh, Ben's doing something really bad. You know what? I take back everything I said. Clover Cutie is a fucking genius. Clover Cutie is the biggest fucking genius in my community because Clover Cutie was right. I admit it. I was wrong. Clover Cutie, when Clover Cutie said, can't both of them be bad? And I started arguing about that with Chris. I was wrong. And Clover Cutie was right. Clover Cutie was right. Clover W. I took a massive fucking L. Jakey Johnny, thank you for the 6-7.
In that, like, what are we exposing now? You know, it's like,
I'm saying he's lying. I'm not saying anyone acted poorly. Yeah, but Nate, you're closing in so hard on this whole dislocated shoulder thing when it's like he probably could have dislocated his shoulder and he's just saying they did, which in the video, they were being like very aggressive with him. They were like grabbing him very like hard. Like, it's possible they dislocated his shoulder. Like, you're making it out like as if he said that to prove like police brutality. I don't think it really matters. They are being aggressive with him. Like, they are in the video being aggressive. And even then, the police are being like shady throughout the entire videos. And right now they're being shady. It's not like you're making it sound like as if Ben is the one in the wrong and everyone else is actually good guy. When that I don't think that's the case. I do think that this company and the police are obviously doing shady fucking tongue twister, shady stuff. Please keep this VOD up, by the way. I'm clipping that.
nothing would have happened. So it's like, if I talk to the police and they find some crazy reason to throw me in jail, now I get to be like, hey, look how corrupt our police department is. Maybe we can change something. And so that was kind of my thought process. But yeah, on to the next question. So Bricks and Minifigs is...
Okay, so Nate, do you think the company has done any wrong? Do you think the police have done any wrong and the company's done any wrong? You think Bricks and Minifigs is just a perfectly fine company that did nothing wrong and they're completely innocent and everything's okay and they did everything right? Like, what is your take on like the company then? What is your take on Bricks and Minifigs? Stop letting Nate one guy you. Listen, man, I don't give a fuck. Yes, the company has done wrong. Okay, then you gotta dial it back a bit, man. Because I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of not just Ben being in the wrong, obviously, but the company's obviously in the wrong as well. Right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and just be like, oh, this Ben guy, we should fucking rape him. We should take him out back and start fucking taking turns on his asshole.
suing me because they said my entire documentary is just full of lies. And then when I ask them like what the lies are, the one thing they always point to is that I sued a fake LLC and this whole
Okay, here's the
lawsuit was
part.
completely fake. A lot of people on the internet went out and started looking up the court records and they saw that I sued a company called L2 Bricks LLC when the company I should have sued was
The Lego family doesn't suck. Yeah, the fucking old guy and his son are just trying to get their fucking Legos back. That's why this whole situation is so insane. It's literally Legos. We're talking about fucking Star Wars Legos. That this old guy and his son are just trying to like get back so they can just, you know, go about their day, just have their Legos back so he can get his life savings back, blah, 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 blah. Probably sell them to somebody more reliable and get actual money for the Legos. That's probably all he's trying to do. And this is what it has become. This is what it has become.
Baker Bricks LLC.
As well as some of like the claims he made about the small claims court default judgment victory, things like that. All of that is what's now being thrown into a bit of disarray. I'm curious to see Ben's response to it, to give his side of things on that conversation now.
So after we got the 10 people that were down to sue Bricks and Minifigs, I looked up what LLC we should sue them for. And when I looked them up on the Oregon Business Registry website, there was no LLC for this address. I mean, there was like Bricks L2 LLC that ended in 2024 when corporate took over the store, but then they didn't add a new LLC after that. And I was like, what the heck? So I called up the court and the court told me, oh, I guess there's no LLC for this company.
Sell my firstborn
if
for some
that's
Legos,
the case, then you just sue the previous LLC and the whole court thing will still work. So basically, if I sue that LLC, then since that was the last LLC at that address, then I will technically be suing that company that's operating out of that address, since that was the last LLC that was there. So this whole thing happens. We sue. They never don't answer. We get motion for default judgment.
Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
At this point, I'm like, dude, this is the exact same thing that happened to me in the last video in my Lucifer Valentine documentary. I basically take this person who's like torturing all these people, and I take him to small claims court. He was too afraid to show up, and I won motion for default judgment, and it was 6. So I'm like, dang, this is just the exact same thing that happened in the last video. So I call my friends. I'm like, dude, we won the court case. Let's go collect our money, you know? And basically, Brian called me, and he's like, dude, like, I hear that Bricks and Minifigs, like, someone said that
there was another LLC there. So he, so when he said there was no new LLC, there was, and he just never put it.
Like, you might want to go up soon, because if you don't go up soon, they might close down their store. So Lydia actually called the store and to see if they were planning on closing, basically pretending to be a parent, being like, hey, my kid's birthday is like in like 3 days. Like, can we do a birthday party here? Just to make sure that the store wasn't closing.
Hi, how are you? I'm thinking about booking a children's birthday on March 19th.
Lego is for building, not dividing communities. Let's put our whimsy caps back on. She doesn't buy me Ultimate Collector Series Death Star 2. I don't want her. He sued the old one. No, yeah. He sued the old one. That's what we went over in the last video.
I was wondering if I could reserve that date.
On March 19th, Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, and what time?
I'm thinking about like around 4 p.m. I just want to make sure the date is available.
We can do 3 to 4:30.
3 to 4:30. Okay. I just want to make sure because somebody said that you guys might be closing.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want to make sure the date is available.
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they're not closing.
Sliggins, chill the fuck
Brian,
out.
And he still really made it seem like they are actually getting ready to close down this store. The plan was I wanted to like fly out all of my friends. I got like 10 Speedos, and we were all gonna walk in Speedos holding piggy banks. It was like the most epic ending ever I had planned. It was gonna be sick, but
There's already like a flaw with what he just said here, because at the beginning he said he didn't have enough money to get a lawyer, but he has enough money to fly all his friends out with Speedos. Yeah, looks pretty rough on that end. Looks pretty rough. How do you not have money for a lawyer, but you got enough money to fly all your friends out to this place? I have tons of heat for the first franchise owner incorporate.
I had to go up there just by myself, I guess, and I was like, at least I'll just get footage of them. Like,
He was
I don't
flying
know what
the
I was gonna
entire
do. I was
time. Okay, Nate, is this like provable, or are you just making up theories? He had like actual suitcases in the back of his car, man. I don't know. It looked like he was driving for sure.
Hey, we were filing motion for default judgment. Like how can we settle this? You know, just type of thing. Just kind of like trying to get some ending for the video, because at this point the video is like an hour and a half long. I'm like, I just need to come up with some type of clip to end this. And so I go up there, and then the store's permanently closed. And well, it said temporarily closed on the window, but then we talked to the
He had like an actual packed car in the back of his vehicle. I don't know. It looked like he was on a road trip, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm driving to the airport, maybe. No. Like when I say suitcases, I mean like his car looked like it was packed for a road trip, not like a fucking flight. When you go on a flight, you just grab a suitcase, like 1 or 2. And that's it. But when you do a road trip, you got like a whole like case of shit in the back, and you got like a cooler, and you got all this other stuff. It looked like it was packed for driving.
People at Tannery Public next to us, and they're like, oh no, they permanently closed down the store. I'm like, okay, sick. So literally the next day I go from Oregon to Utah, and I'm like, I'm just gonna talk to Josh to see why he closed down the store, you know, and maybe sue him again personally, you know. And so I did the whole thing where I'm like, hey, we sued you guys, we won, you guys closed down the store to avoid paying us.
He talked about driving
and so
a few
basically
times.
we filmed the whole Utah.
So he drove a few times, then he flew a few times. Cameraman Fake Mormon was interviewed by a civil rights lawyer about the shit in Utah, and he said Ben was flying in. Oh, I'm not talking about Utah, Nate. I'm talking about the beginning. My point is that at the beginning he said that he was going to Oregon. He's from California. He was going to Oregon. He was driving there. He wasn't flying there. He was driving to Oregon. But then afterwards, he's saying he flew all his friends out. and that he started flying over to Utah. But my problem with that is that at the beginning he said that he didn't have enough money for a lawyer, which is like, well, if you didn't have enough money for a lawyer, but randomly out of nowhere, now you all of a sudden have money to fly your friends out to places and then fly out to Utah back and forth. And like, you have all this money for all that stuff. Like, you have all that kind of money. Well, if you're gonna be there for quite some time, Nate, you might pack your car up with quite a bit of stuff.
Where we get raided,
especially if
all
you're
this
living on a
crazy stuff
budget.
Happens. A couple weeks later, I get a notice in the mail that
Or
says
if you're
that my
not
court
living
case
like
has
luxuriously.
been, dismissed. And I'm like, what the heck? I guess it's just because of like they closed down the stores. That's why it got dismissed, you know? So now it's like fast forward like present day. And I got on a call with Crystal and she told me that basically what happened is I guess Bricks and Minifigs had an addition added on, I guess, which... So like the store was small and then they like added a new room.
Nate flexing his driving muscles. I was going to say, Nate, you are a truck driver. You have to understand that most of us aren't out driving 24/7, man. 8-hour drives are pretty fucking long and excruciating. Those are not exactly the funnest drives, you know. Sometimes for some people, 8-hour drives with like nothing in your vehicle, you know, can't make a stop to pull out like a nice sandwich or something. That's pretty rough, especially if you're going to stay in the location for quite some time. You kind of need to pack for it. You need to be like prepared.
And so they put their LLC in this like new addition space, which I guess technically is like a separate address, but it's not listed on Google.
Yeah, but it wasn't
That's,
just
like, a separate
suitcases. It looked
address.
like he had like a cooler.
So then
and shit
Josh
back
and
there.
Brandon made Bricks L2 LLC.
I don't remember what the name of it was, but if you go on to I just looked the other day. If you go on to the Oregon Secretary of State website, you can.
So it said
type it in.
So it said at the River Road address. I put in the address and it said L2 Bricks
Footage
LLC.
about the Mormon kid is here?
Was an
Okay.
LLC there, but it ended in like 20.
I'm not asking about that, Sliggins. You can suck my dick.
That would have been the LLC from Matt Bauman, who was
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, yeah. So him,
How about you know what, Sliggins? How about you fit this? How about you fit it in your mouth? How about you fit it?
I took screenshots of Brandon's current LLC that's listed at that address.
Oh, really? Do you think you
So
send
it
that to
also
me?
depends, and I can send that to you.
Oh,
it
nice.
also depends on what actual address you put in, because the store itself is associated with 2 different addresses.
Really? Oh, maybe that's why it's so hard to find it then.
Because it's 2 different buildings that they cut down the wall in between and put 2 buildings together.
Oh.
So I guess it just like fooled the court system, I guess, and it also fooled me. So they outsmarted me, I guess, is what it was. Bricks and Minifigs used some crazy loophole and they outsmarted me. They found a way to get out of my lawsuit, but it doesn't matter because I'm like, I can just see you guys again personally. And so we actually end up getting...
I don't know if this was like some big brain move. I think it's just because you didn't file it correctly. Is that not what it is?
Josh served. I already went to mediation with them, and it's about to go to small
I should
claims
prank
court.
call?
And I'm about to fight for my $10,000.
You want me to prank call what?
Everyone that's saying the court case is fake, they just found some loophole to get out of it, I guess. And they I will admit they outsmarted me on this one, and I'm fine with admitting that. But ultimately, like, it's not like, and now they're trying
I was gonna say that weird claim, like, oh, Bricks and Minifigs, they used a weird loophole, and they beat me. It's like, well, no, I think you just made like a mistake, and that was you fucked up you fucked up the filing. Would it
There's
not be
proof that the
that?
second lawsuit was fake, which, I mean,
Marcus, I have a bad case of the
police even
mind
verified it
boggles.
with the court. It's not fake. And yeah, so just because it didn't work the first time, I was like, okay, if at first you don't succeed, try again. We'll just do them with the second lawsuit, you know? And now, but personally this time, and I don't think they're going to get out of this one. We'll see. But that is the answer to that. So next question is, what will the GoFundMe money be used for? So originally I set the goal at $120,000 because according to my knowledge, that's still how much money Brian is owed from his collections that have not been paid for. I think like just a few hours after I posted part 2, we hit that goal. And I personally thought that GoFundMe just like ended, like once you hit the goal, like we hit our goal, you know, like people can't donate anymore, but people kept donating. So I called Brian. I'm like, shoot, like, do we end this? Like, what do we do? And Brian's like, dude, we just got served a lawsuit, and I'm so happy. Like, he was so happy. Like, he finally got made whole. And that moment lasted for like an hour, and then he gets served this lawsuit, and he's like, however, our attorney's fees, it's looking like it's going to be like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars just to pay for, like, to be able to defend ourselves against a lawsuit. So I was like, okay, let's keep the GoFundMe going. Let's put all the money in a legal trust.
Okay.
And the money can go to Brian's attorney's fees.
Okay.
But anyways, all that money is Brian's money. I'm not taking any of that money. It all goes to Brian. And
well, I mean, okay. As long as the GoFundMe money is going to the family, then that's great and all. I'm glad that the money from the GoFundMe is going to the old man and his son. If that is 100% true. Marcus, you missed the Sawcon part. What's the Sawcon? Just lay it on me. Just lay it on me. Just fucking do it. Get it over with. Just get it over with. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Man, fuck.
yeah, I think now we're almost like 400,000.
Hi, Rice.
It's
Milk.
literally insane.
Hi, Little Owl, by the way.
Brian's still worried that like he's gonna get screwed over, which sucks because it's like not only did Bricks and
I'm so
Minifigs steal from
disappointed in you.
Brian,
My bad,
now they're
man.
gonna sue him on top of that. So it's like, what the heck, like. And then just to answer some of the lawsuits I'm in, I mean, this is kind of some episode 3 spoilers, but I got my first stalking charge when I tried to serve Josh papers. I got my second stalking charge when I made the GoFundMe. Bricks and Minifigs is suing me for the videos I made about them. Eamon said I was going to burn down the Bricks and Minifigs building and shoot everyone inside, so I got a extra extortion charge for that one. So yeah, I'm in a lot of charges, but that's what Patreon's for. So subscribe to my Patreon if you want to help with my attorney's fees, and you'll get to see episode 3 early if you join my Patreon. The next question is, where am I right now?
Okay.
I got multiple police looking for me in multiple different cities.
Nate, are you pointing out the Patreon part? It is kind of a promotion for his Patreon. I can't lie. I guess if it is for the purpose of his own legal fees, I'm not. It's not the end of the world. If he really is in a legal suit with these guys, then I guess I can kind of understand it. Fleeing to Mexico is also illegal. It's true. He just admitted that he got stalking charges in YouTube. Oh wait, did I miss the stalking charges?
Worried that like it's
Hold
a
up.
lawsuit. So I was like, okay, let's keep the GoFundMe going. Let's put all the money in a legal trust, and the money was like $400,000. It's literally insane, but Brian's still worried that like he's gonna get screwed over, which sucks because it's like not only did Bricks and Minifigs steal from Brian, now they're gonna sue him on top of that. So it's like, what the heck, like. And then just to answer some of the lawsuits I'm in, I mean, this is kind of some episode 3 spoilers, but I got my first stalking charge when I tried to serve Josh papers. I got my second stalking charge when I made the GoFundMe. Bricks and Minifigs.
Damn. Yeah, he does just admit it there. Well, how else is he supposed to serve his papers, though? That's my question. You can't serve people in litigation you are involved in Utah? Oh, so he should have just been letting that other person sitting next to him serve the papers, is what you're saying. You should have let that other person just go to the place and serve the papers, is what you were supposed to. You can't you personally can't serve papers. I see. So him sitting there trying to serve the papers is obviously something he can't do. Is something he's not allowed to do. That's done by an official agency. He should not have been there at all, but he is admitting to evading arrest. Yeah.
is suing me for the videos I made about them. Eamon said I was going to burn down the Bricks and Minifigs building and shoot everyone inside, so I got a extra extortion charge for that one.
Evading the arrest, well, yeah, I mean, he showed that in the end of his video, though, Captain C. He showed the whole him going to Mexico at the end.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of charges, but that's what Patreon.
Yeah, he does have a
so
warrant for his arrest. Yes, so he went to Mexico.
subscribe to my Patreon if you want to help with my attorney's fees, and you'll get to see episode 3 early if you join my Patreon. The next question is, where am I right now? I got multiple police looking for me in multiple different cities. They can't find me, but I'll just tell you guys. I'm at We Steal From Old People's headquarters, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. Yep, I'm at corporate.
Wait. He does not have an active warrant? Wait, then he's not evading arrest. I thought he, at the end of his second video, he literally said that he had a warrant for his arrest. With no bail. I think saying he shouldn't have been there is to serve papers is a little silly. How does the process servers know how to serve, who to serve before HD photos if the involved party didn't point out the person? Well, it's just if he doesn't have a warrant, I don't think that would be illegal. And well, why would he lie about that? Why would he lie about that, though? He lied? Why would he lie about evading his warrant for his arrest? I feel like that's a weird thing to lie about, admitting to like a crime, even though it's a lie. Yeah, apparently it's Utah law that you're not allowed to serve people. You yourself are not allowed to serve people, which technically he had that one girl in the car who's a, what is it again? Process server. But she never went to the house, which, is she allowed to do that? Like, is she allowed to, if he was to hand the papers to the process server, would she be allowed to walk up to the house and hand it to him? Like, is that how it would work? Like, is that how they would do it? Because, I don't know, if that's the Utah law, that's a bit of a fucking stupid law. I'm sorry. That seems like a dumb law. Generally, you shouldn't be contacting people directly you are in litigation with. The servers is just supposed to hand the papers to the party being sued and recording it for the for a logbook. Like, okay. But this dude has a lawyer, serve the lawyer. Does he know who Josh's lawyer is? So he knew who Josh's lawyer was at the time? Interesting. Let's see. Where did we, no, not dancing you. If he knows his address, you can find his lawyer. Holy moly, man. We got a lot of stuff to cover here, man. There's a lot of hidden footage, right? Not hidden footage, but footage here. He's doing shit wrong on purpose for the story. No, yeah, that seems to be the case. It definitely seems to be the case that Ben is doing this wrong on purpose for the content. We've come to that conclusion here. That he's obviously getting things wrong for the purpose of good content, which is obviously bad. That's definitely not good. God, we have a lot to go over here. Joshua Johnson, Police Body Cam, American Folk Police, Part 1. Golly, there's a lot here. Yes, a lawyer can accept service papers on behalf of a client, but only if the lawyer has been explicitly authorized to do so and agreed to accept Google. So Josh might need to approve that? Well, okay, because the problem I'm having with this entire thing that what point people are pointing out is that it seems to me like at least from the video's perspective, is that they're just refusing to accept the papers, which, if that's the case, you can't really, if that is the case, like if Josh is just refusing to accept the said papers, like he just won't even, he's not taking it, like they just refuse to accept the lawsuit papers, then you can't really get mad at Ben when they've been trying to give him said papers and he's just calling the police on them and refusing to take the said papers. Like, he kind of has to take the papers. He's being sued. You can't just be like, nah, I don't want to. You can't just be like, ah, no, I actually don't want to be sued. And then they're just like, ah, no. Oh, okay, cool. We won't sue you then. See, that's the problem I'm having with understanding this, is like, what's the circumstance that makes it different? If they refuse to accept the papers, you file for alternate means of service with the court. It is important to realize that he has lied, harassed, vandalized, defrauded, defamed, and claimed he was owed money before Ben took the first step in Utah. It's hard to find the Mormon kid stuff. It took a while. Oh, yeah, here. I forgot. We're supposed to go over this part.
That's the one that fucks kids.
You got dicked. Okay,
they all
bro,
fuck
you're getting
kids,
too
but
big for your
you
boots.
get my point. What the
Your
fuck are
shirt
these
is
theories?
extra gay today.
Thank you for the 2, Will. I appreciate it. What the fuck is this shit about Mormons? Why do everybody fucking hate them so much?
Okay,
Not
to be
gonna-
fair, Mormons are pretty hateable. You know, I don't like them either.
Fucking door. We're doing the fucking Bible bashing shit. Okay, I understand. I hate it. Everyone hates it, right? Fuck me, though, man.
Yeah, that's
Come
a wild
on,
clip
they
to
all
land
fuck
on, not gonna
kids?
lie.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In that investigation, they're supposed to do one of two things. They either develop probable cause that a crime has been, is, or will be committed, or they dispel that probable cause. If they're not doing any of those things, they need to let you go.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Just coming to come discuss that with them.
Thank you for the 2 New Zealand.
And then on the Ring doorbell, he said he'd be out in a minute, so I've just been waiting for him. Okay.
Yeah, to be fair, in terms of like politically organized religious groups in America, I do think, okay, for people who think that I'm totally ignorant of this shit, right? Mormons are probably the most organized, and Mormons are probably the most effective, right? 100%.
No, yeah. I agree, yeah. Mormons are, yeah.
What's the audio that you wanted to play? I can show you.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
Getting sued for leaking sex tapes. That's
Interesting.
Steven's just being a
Audio
silly guy.
redacted in police disclosure, but included in Ben's
$20
video.
says if you watch the Warren Jeff stock and the LDS body cam in inbox, you'll get it. Do it off stream if you must.
Thank you very, very, very much. Wait, do I have to pay you $20, or you're offering me $20 to play it? Okay, we might have a look at that once we finish the Lego tent, okay? We'll see if I do another 180 on my take. But here's what I'm saying, though. Right? You've got an audio recording about the person who is alleged to be the victim of stalking. Now, why would that even be removed in this instance? I think it's pretty clear to me that during their disclosure, they're just removing everything that has to do with the alleged victim of stalking, right? That seems pretty clear.
Oh, so redacting the stuff that involves the victim of stalking is why they're redacting it.
Who's that? So, I guess that's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but what's that for exactly?
So his name's Ben Schneider. He was just confronting the guy because he had a video clip sent to him from inside the store, Bricks and Minifigs. Basically, they're trying to like shut down the store so they can keep the profit from this investment they made of like the minifigs. I think it's around $200,000.
And what were you doing previous to coming here today?
I was just with some buddies.
So how did you get here?
I drove down here and then I met up with Ben. Like 5-ish minutes away. I think he's at an Airbnb, and then we just drove from here.
Where's he at then?
Honestly, I don't know.
They never do that, though. Dude, here's the fucking thing. To believe that there is some kind of conspiracy that the entire police outfit are being fucking controlled or corrupted, I could imagine, right? I could imagine 100%. 1 or 2 police officers.
Yeah, I was going to say the entire video was kind of crazy to me, because watching this entire video, it blew my mind. It blew my mind that the incidences that were happening, because I do agree. I understand. I agree with what Dickers is saying here. I get it if maybe a few police officers are in on it and are, corrupt, but the whole entire police force, like that's kind of crazy. Now, to be fair, the claim because of the fact that it is a bunch of Mormons. Listen, man, I'm sorry, but Mormons are scary. Okay, Mormons are scary. They're hard to they're rough to deal with. They stick together, man. But I don't know, multiple of them working together kind of thing, like on an insane degree where like everybody in the entire place is working together is kind of a crazy thing. Especially with like a bricks and minifigs company, like to claim that they're just in cahoots with this bricks and minifigs company is kind of crazy. Like that would be kind of crazy that just some regular ass Lego company that has a Mormon running it are all in cahoots is a bit of a strange claim. Like it's a bit of a reach. This dude got interviewed by separate lawyer. He was called in by Ben. Isn't Mormon. He was peeping in dudes' windows. Oh, this guy right here. He was like peeping in their windows.
That know this guy personally could maybe, you know, swing in his favor just a little bit, right? I could believe that. Maybe a small number of police officers who happen to be his friends, right? I can believe that as well. The idea that the entire fucking operation of this police department are so in this guy's pocket that they are doing illegal redactions when they publicize it to the public, I just don't believe that, okay? I just do not believe that. And every redaction that I've seen so far has had some kind of relation to...
Wait. Is the stalking from this kid or is it from Ben? That's what I'm trying to comprehend and understand.
Statement that this Joshua guy has given to the police or an audio recording pertaining to him, right? It's got to be about the stalking charge. It just...
The force has like 5 people though. Actually, wait. This comment here actually, low-key, it is Utah. How many people are in the force? That's actually a good question to ask, because it kind of low-key depends. We're in Utah, man. There's a lot of fuck-ass little, like, towns in Utah where the force could just be, like, a small group of individuals, and it's not out of the question that they could genuinely just be like, hey, we're all friends with this guy because we're all Mormon. It kind of could be the case. I mean, we gotta know how big this force is. From Ben, sending people to his house after being trespassed is furtherance of stalking. I see. So by the time Ben gets arrested, on top of all the Oregon stuff, he sent a fake ups dude to deliver rubber ducks. I don't know what Nate is saying. Town of 30K, it's probably less than 30 cops. Then okay. Cause I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real. If the town in itself, UPS, if the town in itself is like relatively small and the police force is small, I will kind of go against what Dickers is saying here and say that if it's not a big police force, I wouldn't find it shocking that this small little group of police officers are just very good friends with these individuals because they go maybe probably to the same church and they don't want to get this guy in trouble. And so they're just doing these small shady things because they are all kind of just friends. If it is a small police force, like it very is, if this is a small police force, I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a small one. If it's like a large police force, yeah, I would be fucking insanely surprised if the entire police force is in on it somehow. Like that would blow my fucking mind. But if it's a small one, I could see it happening. There was a fake UPS dude who was sent to the delivery ducks to get him to sign another "you can't trespass me" contract. Oh, he tried to do that again? He tried to do that again with a different thing? What the fuck is this? Can I have a fork?
Oh, you use the bread to pick it up. You go like this, and then you eat it like this. Careful, it's hot though.
What the hell is this, bruh?
Ethiopian food.
She's got me eating black people food.
It's hot. Careful. You like it?
Oh.
You don't like it?
Oh.
It's good.
Oh.
No.
Oh my. Oh.
You don't like it?
I almost threw up.
He just left you?
He
So wait,
I mean,
he
you
tried
just-
to do the same stunt again, is what you guys are saying. Has Marcus ever used UPS? No. No. Everything I've gotten is usually is just probably stuff from Amazon, or if it is something else, it's usually just like FedEx or something. Or local police protect a local resident from out-of-town kid that harasses his business to closure in Oregon and has now shown up at his house in Utah. Yeah, but that's still silly, right? I don't know. Like, I get what you're saying, but my point is, like, the police are still supposed to act within certain, you know what I mean? Like, they're supposed to act in a certain way. You can't just, like, give benefits to a local resident just because they're a local resident and some guy isn't a local resident. Like, my point is that, like, if what this guy's doing, taking these Legos from this individual, is obviously not a good thing, right? We obviously can't agree on that. If he is doing something that he's not allowed to do, and Ben has proven that in some ways, yes, maybe he's done some bad things as well. Obviously, we know that. I don't think the police should be giving, like, leeway to one person over the other, is my point. Like, and if the circumstances that this small town police force is just giving leeway to one side over the other, that would be pretty bad. That would be pretty rough.
He just asked me to come confront.
Bearing in mind, we've got absolutely no fucking evidence.
Are you doing
for
my
this
story tonight? I might have to do it tomorrow, or I could probably do it tomorrow. I actually probably will have time for it tomorrow.
Conspiracy, other than it's taking place in Utah, where like half of the population happen to be Mormon.
And get his side of the story on everything, you know.
And what was your plan exactly?
I was just gonna ask him, like, you know, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything, he swore on God. And if not, I was gonna confront his bishop.
And then, so have you been drinking at all today? Because I smell a little bit off your breath.
We have no evidence of the harassment Josh claimed. No, we do. No, we do. What do you mean? Yeah, we do. You're looking at the evidence right now. He's getting other people, since he's been criminally trespassed, to be able to go into this guy's property and ask him about the minifigure shit. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Okay, this
he got
is the
some
further
guy
part.
to tape a UPS logo to his fucking head to be able to go in there and get a fake signature. There is like several instances here where it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of get what you're talking about now. I do kind of get what you're talking about.
So, no, I'm not drinking this
at all.
I don't drink, sir.
So what am I smelling then?
So him fishing for the alcohol, remember that. That's important later.
All right, you're gonna hang out with this officer then.
But see, this is what I mean by there's so much shit that I wish I could have answered, because the other part is like, what's with the heroin part? Like, what's with the police stopping him because they believe he has heroin? Like, what is that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is where I'm just, like, so torn on trying to figure shit out, because it's like, what's with these random stops on him to be like, oh, we believe you have heroin? It's like, where did you even get that idea? Yeah, I think it does, Shinny. I do believe it does. Like, if you've been trespassed, but if you send somebody else on your behalf to talk to them, I do believe that you can get in trouble for that. I do believe that is something you can. Every person Ben is sending is lying to cops and then eventually comes clean and says, Ben sent me. He's parked over there.
I want to see what his name is. You said his name's Ben? Who's this guy?
Yeah, the guy
I'm gonna
sent me.
find out what's going on with him. Just hang
He's
out with
sitting
him,
over
okay?
there.
Sorry, boss. So you're there for about 10 minutes on ring camera, kind of asking for him and all that kind of stuff after he doesn't want to answer you and stuff like that.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Honestly, I couldn't hear the audio coming out. I thought.
Uh-oh.
This guy's fucking crazy. I don't know where they got this guy from. I don't know where they fucking found this guy. I think apparently on Instagram or something like that. He's banging on the fucking door. He's speaking to him on the ring camera doorbell. Apparently Josh is saying he doesn't want to come to the fucking door, and he's still banging on there, waiting around for like 10 plus minutes, trying to open the fucking doors, trying to climb in the fucking windows. Okay, I lied about the last part. This guy's fucking insane.
Oh, you said he was coming.
So he has asked you to be trespassed. So what ward are you from?
Yeah, I'm from the Crystal Heights first ward. It's in Salt Lake.
Why don't we see the ring camera footage? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm sure if this stuff goes to trial and he gets like criminally charged, I'm sure that'll be like part of the fucking evidence there. Why would we expect to see the Ring camera footage at this point?
You're asking questions about a whole other ward from a whole different city.
Just rebooting different content. Well, this is apparently where the thing is. This is apparently where it is. Where's the evidence of the? Because I'm confused. You guys keep saying there's like evidence of them trespassing and like all this stuff, but I haven't like seen it. No one's like given it to me. Like, listen, I want to be like on your guys' side, but it's just like people keep saying that like, oh, there's evidence. There's Ring camera evidence. It's like, well, where? Like, where? He's about to admit it.
Well, because he said he swore on God and he swore on everything he has that he wasn't trying to take advantage of this person, I said, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clear it up with you.
That's what just happened? Okay. No, I mean, like, if the claim is that Ben is, like, harassing this guy, like, I'm saying, like, off camera, like, apparently he's harassing this guy off camera, sending people to his house to just knock on his door, look through his windows and stuff. Is there, like, evidence of that? Or is it just you guys saying it happened? Is my question. Because, like, if your only claim to, like, breaking trespassing is that he sent a fake Mormon over there and this is it, like, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that he's sending, like, 30 more people over to do the same thing and knock on his windows and do crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Just so I don't have to go to Bishop Thomas.
So where's Ben at?
He's at a church somewhere around here.
Just waiting for you.
Yeah.
Okay, you hear Josh Johnson talk about it in the body cam footage, so what we're doing is we're believing he said, she said's now? Is that what we're doing? I can try and find that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I just want to see it. That's all my question. Because if we're going based off of Josh said this happened. Okay, well, Ben said this happened. But you guys are believing Josh over Ben? Is that what we're doing? Like, I don't really know. I want to see.
I just want
to see.
Just waiting for you to leave. See how it kind of seems fishy?
No, yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? You said you haven't had a drink today at all? You never drink? Never had a drink in your life? The reason I asked is I smell it. Would you blow into a PBT to make sure there's nothing in your system then? No?
Exactly, Ben. I'd like to see the video of them doing more than knocking. Like, that's all I want to see.
What's your friend's last name?
Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, listen. If people can be honest on both sides, we're gonna get on a lot better, okay? I promise you. We are gonna get on a lot better. Sure, okay. So, we don't see a break-in attempt, despite the fact that the police department are giving that in a statement, and they have presumably seen the Ring doorbell footage, okay? But even if that's just a claim, we haven't seen that evidence yet. We're gonna have to wait to see if that happens, okay? The threat on
Okay, but Nate, you're making it out like Josh isn't lying as well. Josh has lied throughout this entire situation as well. You're basing this off of Ben lied in the videos, but what about Josh's continuous lies? Josh has lied as well. Are you not putting it past the other guy, this guy in the house right here, that he might be lying about a few things as well? Like, my point, I agree with Dickers here, where he's saying, like, if we both are honest, we can get along a lot easier here. The problem I'm having with a lot of these things that people are saying is they're saying, like, dude, Ben is, like, trying to break into his house, and he's, like, fucking knocking his shit down and looking through his windows, and it's like, all I've seen so far is he sent a fucking fake Mormon over to knock on his door. It's like, is that really, like, evil? Is he, like, you guys are making it sound like this guy's nefariously trying to break into his house or something, or fucking harass his family. When all we've seen so far is, yeah, he's driven around the area a little bit. He has a Mormon kid walking up to the door knocking on it, and then he sat outside the house to try to serve him papers, which maybe he just didn't know that he needed to give it to a fucking lawyer, or maybe he assumed that he could just give it to him through the girl that was sitting right next to him, which is what he was supposed to do, which she was sitting right there. Like, I just want to see the evidence that like he is sending people to fucking knock on windows or like look inside his house or like to try to like harass the guy. If your only evidence of harassment is fake Mormon kid goes over to knock on his door and question him about it, it's like, wow. Okay, anything else? Like, that's my point. Ben said, I sent the delivery guy. I sent the Mormon. I sent the people to photograph the house after getting trespassed. The only one that doesn't get said by both Josh and Ben is the girls. I can't find the ring footage, but I did see it. Okay. I sent the delivery. When did he read the second? Where is this? Read the second point. What do you mean? In the main vid? He says this in the main vid that he tried to send a delivery guy. He tried to send multiple people over to his house. Where in this video is that? Maybe I missed it. Listen, all I'm saying is, like, Ben is obviously doing shit that's stupid, and he's not supposed to do that. But, like, if people are gonna boldly claim that Ben is, like, some malicious actor who's, like, harassing this guy, I need to see evidence that he's, like, fucking, like, sending people after him and, like, harassing him legitimately. Not just, like, going up to his house to try to serve him a fucking piece of paper or something. Like, that's not harassment. If you claim that's harassment, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not harassment. Claiming that's harassment is retarded. I don't see any... Where's the part when he talks about... It's mentioned that he tried to pull the signature scam on Josh. Where? Okay, let's see.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it.
Because this is what I'm trying to point out. If this is true, right? Let's talk about this. Let's say this. If this is true, that he needs to have a good faith conversation before he even has these before he can even have this stuff approved, then what is he doing? What is he really doing wrong when he's trying to have a good faith conversation? He's blocked his number, so we can't talk to him through the phone. So the next best step is to try to physically have a conversation with him. Like, if that's the circumstance, if that's the case, and that's the only way he can get this thing to be filed, then how else is he supposed to do it is my point. Like, how else is he supposed to do it? Because I'm trying to figure this out myself. I'm just trying to figure this out myself. Like, how else is he supposed to get this whole court situation approved if he doesn't go and have a civil conversation with the guy according to the papers? He has to do it through lawyers. Okay. But he doesn't want to do it through lawyers. Okay. So that's why this has become a problem, because he refuses to call up a lawyer, to call his lawyer to get this situation settled with lawyers involved. Okay.
Josh's life, we also have no evidence of that, okay? Now, that might be a lie. Even if I claim that that is a lie, do you accept that Ben has lied about this in his video and claimed that they've spoken to somebody from his church? Rather than what actually happened, they've contacted some random Mormon kid in the fucking state on Instagram to be able to go to his address, given the fact that they've been trespassed already. Okay? Yeah? It's like a huge fucking lie. It's like a huge fucking lie.
Ben Schneider. Ben Schneider, yeah. So he sent you today, correct? Asked you to be a third-party liaison with him. Okay. So he was trying...
Oh my fucking god. I don't know why Dickers is sweeping for cops. Literally the whole world is on Ben's side. Will, I'm watching this video to see if the police officers have broken the fucking 4th Amendment and violated these people's rights. Why do you think I'm playing this video? Why do you think I'm playing this video? American Fork Police detained Reckless Ben to scare him. Why do you think I'm watching this video, Will? What do you think I'm getting out of this? All I'm saying is there's not some retarded fucking Mormon conspiracy, okay? It's a lot simpler than that, okay? Because the question you've got to ask, is there a huge conspiracy that spans the entire police department when they're all corruptly going against the law because they're being paid off, question mark, with no evidence of the payoff at all? Or they're all Muslims, Mormons, Despite the fact
Where's
that
Dicker's
the
mandatory
majority of people
gay
that
shirt?
are in Utah anyway just happen to be Mormons, so that would work for literally any instance in Utah. Or are they saying a father in their community gets some random YouTuber coming in from California, a different state, to be able to come directly to his fucking home address and constantly try and ring his fucking doorbell purely for YouTube?
Yeah, see, this is where the problem starts, where I say, like, exactly what Clover's saying, where it's like, he should have been doing this through lawyers. Like, this should have been done through lawyers and not through just this constant, like, oh, we're going to knock on his door and serve him the papers. We're going to knock on his door and serve him the papers. This is the problem. Like, this is where the problem begins, where it's like, you should have just gotten a lawyer. Like, it's like I said, if you had the money to fly your friends out to fucking Utah from Oregon or California or wherever you come from, you have the money to get a lawyer. Like, if you have the money to do all this shit where you're going from state to state to state, you have the money to get a lawyer. And this idea, this mentality that he said in that Ethan, like, H3H3 interview or whatever, that he's like, I don't do it through lawyers because, you know, this, and that. It's like, well, that's not how it's supposed to work. You should get a lawyer. That's like how most of this should go, is getting a lawyer. And if he's doing it purely for content, the dumb thing about that is that you can still make content out of it. There's still content out of being like, hey, we did the right thing and contacted his lawyer through my lawyer. Boom. We got it put through. So, yeah, it's definitely, after our little debacle with Chris, I can say I'm starting to lean towards on the side of he's doing this for content, not necessarily doing this to help the old man. It seems very likely that he's very driven by content. It, literally the H3 interview where he's like fucking talking about how he doesn't want to do a lawyer is like, okay, why? Why would you not want a lawyer? That just doesn't even make any sense. Like, it doesn't even get in the way of the content necessarily, right? Like, you can still make decent content out of it without having to do some stupid fucking... You could still make the content and contact a lawyer on what you should and shouldn't do, and still be able to make the content in a fun and enjoyable way. Or even if he doesn't hire a lawyer, should have at least consulted in one to get a legal advice. No, exactly. Yeah, that's probably what he should have been doing.
Content based on a conflict that happened.
But this is not going to defame, again, this brings me back to what I'm saying, though. This brings me back to what I was saying, though, which is why I think the whole point that we're just nitpicking on the police not being negative or bad, or the guys of the company in itself being bad, that's what it drives me back to, because I even see Bacon's comment over here, the same police that say the driver's eyes are glossy and they smell weed from the heroin car. That's the other problem I have, is like, well, what about the incident where they get pulled over by the... Oh, shit, Nate, thank you for the... He gifted himself a sub.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships. Welcome at Nercon Linert.
Hello, princess.
Damn, he just gifted himself a sub. Thank you, Nate, for the 10 gifted memberships.
Welcome at Bunger Banger.
Because we're talking about the police who stopped him on the side of the road claiming he had heroin in his car, and then held him to the side of the road for a certain amount of time because this guy looked like he had weed eyes when he didn't. Like, there's so many things here that I just wish I understood more of.
Welcome at Hello Vianite.
Because it's obvious that it's not, the police aren't just some innocent good guys.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships. Welcome at Femayez.
Where did that one go? Princess. Oh, it went to Femyaz. Oh, Femyaz got one.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships.
Got one. Nate got
Welcome
one.
At P0SM._.P4RT.
Halo Viennet. Hi, Mrao.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships. Welcome at Dust Bunny 5.
Hello, princess.
And then Dust.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships.
Quella.
Welcome at Kella_S2.
Emily. Hello, Elizabeth and Blaze Cans.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships. Welcome at Emily Elizabeth 3679.
The Legos until it's sorted out.
Hello, princess.
They belong to. Now the Legos are missing.
Thank you, Nate, for the memberships. Welcome at Das Ekans.
Nice. Thank you, Nate, for the 10 gifted memberships. Very nice of you. The drug pullover is definitely wrong, and that should have been investigated. That's why I'm saying everyone sucks. It's just, I guess Bacon does make a fair point there, though. Let's think about it this way, though. let's say if Ben at this point in time did go to a lawyer, what would lawyers like shut him down because of the previous video that he made and just be like, hey, we can't help you, man, you're gonna lose this case? Like, that's, or like, what if that happens? You know what I mean? Like, what if that's happening and that's why he's not able to go to a lawyer? Well, I don't even know why I'm mentioning that. He never went to a lawyer to begin with. There's no way this guy even contacted one to even question anything. So that's out of the window. That's completely out of the window. But no, that's why I'm saying, like, this whole situation is interesting because now that we look more into it, it's definitely obvious that Ben is muddying the waters by lying like a significant amount in his videos. But at the same time, I can't sit and not look at this and be like, man, the Legos do belong to the old guy. This company's refusing to give the Legos to the old guy. So they're obviously doing something somewhat shady. And now the police are doing somewhat of shady shit. Like again, the pullover for the heroin incident. Why? I get it that you don't want him in the general area. I get it that you're acting on your job and he's in the general area and maybe he called him and he's got trespassing. He's been filed for trespassing or whatever the fuck. So the police are just doing their job, pulling him over and just saying, hey man, you can't be in the area. Like stuff like that. Whatever. That's fine. But the random pullover because they believe he has heroin is fucking weird. Like it's just unnecessary. Do the Legos belong to the old guy? What was on the consignment terms? Well, the Legos belong to the old guy, I believe. I think everybody knows the Legos do belong to the old guy, right? Like the terms was that he owns like blah 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 certain percentage of it. And it was to the previous owners of the minifig store, right? But if I'm not mistaken, in video evidence, the guy that took over the store did say that they would be taking over that agreement. Random pullover could have been staged or self-sabotage, by the way. That's actually a fair point, Gamma. That is a fair point. If he's willing to grab a fake Mormon, that could be possible, but I feel like somebody would have found that out by now. You know what I mean? I feel like somebody would have found that out by now. Like, I feel like someone would have pointed that out to this point by now.
In a totally other state that they weren't actually a party to, but have got involved as a content creator. And so they think this Ben guy is fucking unhinged.
They should have called Saul. They should have called Saul.
This guy for content. And so their sympathies
I've been everyone sucked pilled, but I'm actually more sympathetic towards the company. I didn't fall for Reckless Ben's story. I'm not very sympathetic towards the company, man. I am on the side. Now that I've watched everything and now that I'm kind of looking into it more, I am on the side of everyone sucks, but I wouldn't exactly say I'm sympathetic towards the company, not gonna lie. The guy owns it's very apparent that the guy owns the Legos. They showed the fucking the paper that suggests it. Just give him the fucking Legos. Like, I feel like it's absolutely insane that they just refuse to just give this guy what he, like, owns. It's not like it's some random guy coming up to them saying, I actually own these said Legos with no viable proof. They have, like, proof that he owns the Legos, but the company refused to give them the Legos. I feel like none of this would have happened if the company just said, oh, I see these are your Legos and you want them back? Okay, we'll just give them back. Because what does it even matter? Right? Like, if you can see plain as day that the guy owns the fucking Legos, then it's like, okay, just give him the fucking Legos. It's better than making a massive hassle out of it. I did just watch Scott Schaefer's video, Gamma. I'm gonna steal your Legos, Marcus. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't even have that many Legos, by the way. So, good luck finding my Legos. I don't even know where they're at. I think I have one Lego thing, and it's like a Pokemon. Like, see, the problem that I have with the said company, which is why I hate that there's actual people who are sympathizing for them, is that fact alone. Which is, there is proof that they own they own the Legos. Ben's entire smear campaign makes it really difficult to not be sympathetic towards the company. I don't know. I don't think I care as much. It's a fucking company that makes a lot of money. They could have easily avoided problems by just simply giving the fucking old guys Legos, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're talking about a corporation that makes a lot of fucking money. The fact that they're willing to hold on to this old guy's Legos that are his, like, savings and refuse to give it to him, why should I feel bad for them because some guy made a fucking smear campaign on their company? You chose to hold on to the guy's Legos instead of just giving them back when there is viable proof that they are his Legos and that he does own them. Just fucking give him his Legos. Like, it's not that hard. Like, I don't know. There's no need to give an excuse to smear campaign. No, I think smear campaigning is obviously bad, but at the same time, it's like, just give the guy his Legos. It's his life savings. Like, you're really that shitty to just take the guy's Legos and not give them back? Like, what does your company really necessarily need out of these Legos? You sell Legos on the daily. People are not like, you're not running out of stock. It's not like your business is going down and you need these Legos. Like, you're fine. Your company makes money. Why did you need to take these Legos in the first place and refuse to give them back? I feel bad for the innocent franchise owners that have absolutely nothing to do with this. Random store employees in other states are getting harassed. No, that's fair, yeah. Other owners in different areas and other employees that work at these places that have nothing to do with it getting harassed is definitely not nice. And you're not considering the terms of consignment and asset ownership. I thought they literally proved that they they have ownership of the said Legos. Like, they still have, like, they have ownership. Like, is there, I guess what I'm asking is, like, where does it say anything about them not owning the Legos? Like, if he has ownership of the Legos, then he should have no problem with going in and saying, hey, these are my Legos, can I have them back? Like, these are my Legos. I own them. That's what I'm trying to say, is like, think of those Legos like stocks, and the previous owner was taking them in a trade for future profit and pull away because they got cold feet. They can still have ownership. Well, that's what but there was probably some sort of agreement about them acting as collateral of future revenue. For future revenue. Hi, Mrao. But to be clear, I don't know the terms. I'm just letting you know there are caveats. Well, yeah, but my point is that in the original term, if they own the Legos, then there should be no issue with the guy going in and saying, "Hey, these are my Legos. I own them. Can I have them back?" Like, that's my point. Is like, if he owns the Legos, he should be able to just take his Legos back. Like, he should be able to be like, hey, these are my Legos. Can I have them back? You know what I mean? I feel like it should have been stored out in control in the first place. Obviously, there is contention about who owns the Legos. It's just like, if the obvious is that they own the Legos, then they have no issue. There should be no issue with them wanting to go in and say, hey, I own the Legos. Give me my Legos back. I want my Legos back. There should be no issue with them being able to just be like, hey, these are my Legos. I want my Legos back. But for some reason, there's this convoluted situation where now all of a sudden the people are refusing to give the Legos back. Now, whether that be because there's something in the agreement that doesn't allow them to give the Legos back and now they could just keep the Legos, or maybe they never owned the Legos. Maybe this is all bullshit and they signed away the Legos and they don't actually have ownership of the Legos anymore. Unless the terms of consignment was, well, we will attempt to sell your collection for X amount. This is their estimated value. We'll give you a share and keep a percentage of said share. This is non-forfeit. Okay, well, I think the agreement did say something about selling this, like the estimated value of the said Legos, but Crystal Law might not be reliable with her own accounting, which is the issue. See, my problem with the agreement, my bad, I'm not brushed up on what the agreement was. I could check back on it maybe. But I do believe it was like, they are going to attempt to sell the collection, blah, blah, blah. Here's the estimated value, whatever. But then something about it had something to do with the company switching ownership. So he sold it to the old owners, but then it switched ownership. And then the guy who was trying to get his Legos back tried working things out with the old owners, but the old owners weren't able to give the Legos back because they don't own the company anymore or whatever. They don't have like they obviously don't have like connection to the Legos anymore. If they agreed to consignment terms like that, they owners are in the wrong. Here, let's Gamma. Have you seen the beginning?
Collecting what's now known as the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection ever. It's estimated to be worth around $200,000. And then the entire thing got stolen, and the police are actively working with the thieves to cover the entire thing up. But the craziest part is that the collector doesn't even know that his collection's been stolen. Yeah, the collector's son, Brian, well, he reached out to me because he has no clue how to break this news to his dad.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
The reason he's reaching out to me is because the police are covering this entire thing up. And at this moment, I promised Brian that I would not end this video until I get his entire world record Star Wars.
What's up? What's up, Gamma? What's up? What's up? What do you see? What do you see, Gamma? Let's see Gamma cook here a little bit. Let's see what he's got to say. Gamma, I'm waiting on Gamma. Oh, he's calling. Wait, Gamma, have you not seen the video?
No, I haven't seen the video. I've just been like loosely keeping up with it over the last couple of days by listening like to Moist Critical and other like YouTubers talk about it. I've been very active on the internet in the last like 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
But immediately off of the original video, I already see like some huge red flags that I'm surprised nobody caught on to immediately. The owner of the collection's son just realized that his like Lego collection got stolen. It's never truly that simple, right? It's never truly that simple when it comes to like business to business relations or when it comes to like, you know, business dealings. You're telling me that this company stole a $200,000 collection to you, but also there was a consignment agreement somewhere along the lines. So what that sounds like to me is that this guy's like, you know, this guy's son, right? This old man's son probably like, you know, took this is what I'm imagining happened, right? That's not being disclosed. This is what I'm sniffing out. I think that this guy's son goes up to his dad and he's like, "Dad, I can give you an incredible deal. I can give you this much amount of money if you simply sign this paperwork. We can sell your Lego collection eventually for this much amount of money, and you're entitled to this much amount of money from our business right now, from our franchise right now. All you got to do is sign this paperwork, and there's no risk to you. You can just take it back, and you can just take it back, you know, at any time." Not realizing that the consignment clause is actually that's directly ties to the franchise, you know, itself, right? Like the Bricks and Legos company, rather than like, you know, him as the owner of the franchised store, right? Because what he's doing is that he's running a franchise. He doesn't actually own a business outright. He might have a stake in the business, but he doesn't own the business outright. So think about it this way, right? Marcus, I have a car, right?
Mm-hmm.
I give you my car and I'm like, Marcus, I need this amount of money from you. I will give you my car as collateral. I am willing to take a little bit less because I need this money now, and you can have my car as collateral, right? The car is worth this much though. It's worth more than what you're giving me, but I just need this money desperately right now, right? Let's say for example, you manage to like, you know, let's say for example, I never pay you back the money that I borrowed, and you manage to like sell the car to somebody else because you are now legally entitled to it, right? I could technically at a future date pay you back those like $1,400 that you gave me, $1,500 that you gave me, whatever it was. That doesn't mean I'm like entitled to the return of my car. You got your money back, you know, sometime else because you were now legally entitled to that car because I never paid you back. There's probably something similar that's going on here, where the company was legally entitled to the Legos as collateral because of whatever fucking clause was signed. Again, since we don't necessarily know every single detail of the agreement, and I highly doubt we'll ever know, because these are like highly sensitive documents. It's entirely possible that a certain amount of like funds was immediately like given to the original owners. Yeah, or maybe they were promised, or maybe it was like a non-forfeit agreement where, hey, we'll give you this amount, and in the future, once we manage to we'll give you this collection in the future. If we manage to sell it, you're entitled to this percentage at this evaluation. Blah 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 blah. Who knows what the actual value of the Legos were estimated at, right? But it could be all sorts of stuff like that. And I'm just saying that in situations like these, it's very unlikely that it's as simple as the old guy is entitled to his Legos, right? I just highly doubt that. There's probably some legal agreement somewhere that suggests that he's like not entitled to straight ownership, and the company probably had to take a loss on that high key.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because from my understanding, okay, so the situation, do you know the full situation of like what they did or what they signed and all that?
I mean, I don't think anybody knows the full situation because everybody's been muddying the waters, right?
Well,
but just off intuition alone.
So the Legos went to the old owners, like the old franchise owners. He did this paperwork.
What do you mean, like as of recent? You mean as of recent, like they managed to return them?
No. So whoever sold the Legos, I don't know if this is the old guy or the son. I can't remember who it was. But they sold it off to the old owners of that said franchise. Then that's the owners. I believe they moved somewhere else, so they were selling it to a group of people. When those new people took over the franchise, these guys were like, "Hey, we want our Legos back." I believe it's probably because they wanted to do business with the old owners,
I actually have an answer for that. I'm just like, somebody said I'm explaining this in terms of a loan. I'm explaining it in terms of a loan to like make it easy to digest, right? I know it's a consignment, and I know how a consignment operates. Based on basic, just very, very basic surface level research. That might be wrong on some aspects, right? But essentially, what I'm saying is like based on the consignment terms, we don't know if the consignment was done like through the old owners, personal. I want to say, okay, so some consignment. The consignment is a thing that's offered by bricks and minifigs, right? It is a thing. It is a practice that they do offer, right? They can provide you with consignment practices, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is like, did the previous owners of said establishment, right? Did the previous franchise owners that took a stake in the business of that establishment, did they consign under their own terms, right? Like did they take on the legal liability of a consignment, or did they do the consignment through their company? And if so, and if they did do the consignment through the company they were franchising, it's entirely possible that they lose privilege and access to those assets, and they have to default those assets to their company, especially when they sold their business to different owners as a part of a total asset evaluation, right? Say for example, I own a business that has 10 fucking bars of gold, right? And I include the value of the business with those said 10 bars of gold, and I'm paid for those 10 bars of gold alongside like the business as a cumulative value. Let's assume that in those cases, in this case, the bricks and minifigs. Let's assume in this case the collection was evaluated as a part of the as a total business value. Then they technically sold that consignment liability alongside the business to the new owners. So that means the new owners, and also by extension the franchise, is entitled ownership over the assets of said consignment.
Well, okay, but that's kind of where the problem starts to get weird, because when they signed over the company or whatever to the new owners or whatever, they basically said, I wasn't part of the contract. Kind of what Clover's saying. They were basically saying, we weren't part of the contract, sue us then. But obviously this old guy and his kid don't have the fucking assets to sue this massive fucking company to get their Legos back.
And chances are, if you saw that call, based on my interpretation of when I heard that call, it sounds to me like the company is very, very clearly telling them that they have no chance of winning whatsoever. Not because it's going to be a lengthy legal battle that's going to cost a lot of money, but probably because they don't understand the terms of the contract. They probably don't understand they did sign away.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in the call they're referring to the monetary reason. They're referring to like, you're not going to be able to afford.
Yeah, it sounds to me. No, it sounds to me like they don't have a shot, period. Regardless of whether they have like the most amount of like the infinite money and like a really really good lawyer.
They literally
it
were
sounds
like,
to me like they're no longer.
They literally were like, we're gonna drag through court, which sounds more like they're just gonna put them in financial ruin that makes it not worth going. Not really that they're gonna lose the case or win the case. It seems more like it's just a financial reason. Like we have more money.
Okay, wait. If anything, if they can like afford to say, or if they can like genuinely say, we're gonna just drag this through court, right, for as long as possible to like put you in financial ruin. It just sounds to me like the terms of the consignment are in fact like just that loose, right? Or not that loose. It just seems to me like the terms of the consignment are just to get that against their favor, that they really don't even have to put any legal effort and they can just like wait until they give up.
Yeah, but but you can see where I'm coming at, where I say I don't really have sympathy for this company though.
Yeah, but I'm also telling you is that you're simply saying that because you're not considering like the owner's potential like mishaps, because there could be many different like misunderstandings here that they weren't fully capable of like realizing, right?
Yeah, but
who knows
still,
what the terms of the consignment was.
But still, let's say there is like some loophole in the fucking contract that is why they're able to have the Legos and the previous owners weren't able to have the Legos. We're talking about a regular dude and his grandpa and a fucking company. Like, obviously, the guy and his grandpa might make a mistake in signing these papers or whatever, or maybe misread something or not see something.
Marcus, pretend, Marcus, pretend you're my grandpa. Marcus, pretend you're my grandpa right now, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Marcus, I understand you have an amazing Lego collection, Grampy Marcus. Yeah, you have amazing melon collection, Grampy Marcus. I know you've been holding on to it for 20, 30 years, Grampy Marcus. What if I told you that in your old age, as you become less and less, as you need less and less of this, and you don't really need you don't really have a need for this, and we can just get you some instant retirement money. What if I told you, Grampy Marcus, that you can just use the company that I currently franchise under to get
that's
some good money right now?
That's not the circumstance.
What if,
that's not the circumstance.
Is it? Yeah. How do we know that?
Well, the son.
It doesn't seem like we do know that.
Doesn't own the company. He has no stake in this said company. They sold the Legos to them. With full owner. They have ownership. Like the paper says that they have ownership of these said Legos. But because it's switched over to the new owners are refusing to give it to them.
For all we know, the paperwork says that they maintain the right to what's it called, to profit from a sale, because that's typically what consignment implies.
Clover here is saying you don't know all the information. It wasn't a lump sum.
Well, yeah, I'm saying it's like it's not that it's that the lump sum was actually given. I'm saying that we don't know all the terms, and that there could be like some term or some clause where they were given a lump sum, and then they're entitled to like a future amount of like profit, right?
Well, they haven't even received any profit. I mean, they just have their Legos and they're doing
because they never sold it, right?
Yeah, but if they have full ownership and they want it back, shouldn't they be allowed to just come in and say, "Hey, I want my Legos"?
Unless they forfeited ownership and they have to like wait for an amount to be like to be disclosed to them after it was sold. Again, we don't know the terms.
I'm pretty sure we know the terms. I'm pretty sure it says that they have ownership. Like it says, whatever his name, Brian, whatever Mansoul or whatever.
Then where's the contract?
I'm pretty sure they've shown it at the beginning.
Okay. Do you have a screenshot of it?
Wait. Okay, Bacon. They were paid out some profits from sales. It was a percentage they received monthly. Okay. Let me see if I can. Oh. Consigned merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold.
Who's Mansell?
The guy. The son.
Okay. Let's see. Merchandise. Consigned property shall remain the property. Consigned merchandise shall remain. How do we know that hasn't been edited?
I guess
that's obviously
I guess that's a fair point.
I was like, how do we know that hasn't been like?
Yeah, but why the fuck? Okay, I don't know. That seems silly though. Why would he edit this?
Wait, hold on.
He would get into so much trouble. The bricks and minifigs could point this out.
He's already done. They've already screwed people out. Like
no. But
they've already done that though.
If he edited this, Gamma, bricks and minifigs would have already jumped on this and said that's not what's on the contract. That would have
What if they
immediately been
did?
the first thing.
What if they did? What if they did? But we're too busy fucking like trying to be like, oh my god, this fucking evil company instead of like actually understanding the fucking terms. What if they've been trying to do that and we've just been ignoring them?
Gamma, you're saying what if this was edited? My point is like at this point in time, if this contract, what we're reading here, if this was edited, Bricks and Minifigs would have just showed the real contract and they would have said no, they don't own it. This is all edited, and this would have been done.
Not unless showing a contract like that imposes a legal liability. We don't know how much shit a company like Bricks and Minifigs could get for like just disclosing a contract like that. That might be like that's probably supposed to be private, and we don't know how much shit Reckless Ben could get into for showing a contract that he wasn't supposed to show.
I don't think that's. I'm pretty sure if Reckless Ben showed a false like copy of the contract where he edited out a certain amount, they should be probably allowed to show the real contract that suggests that it's not his property. I don't think there's any legal loophole that's going to get them in trouble for showing the contract that shows that it's not their property. If Ben can show the contract in his own video, then I think Bricks and Minifigs can show the actual contract.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, because it's not like his liability. It's not his liability.
You're going off of speculations that this isn't the contract. For what we know, Gamma, for everything we know, this is the contract. Nobody has suggested otherwise. Nobody has ever suggested otherwise.
But that's what's it called. But everybody's operating off speculation, is the thing.
Okay.
Everybody's operating off speculation, and I'm simply telling you that there might be something within the contract.
Gamma, the contracts being faked is not really even a speculation. This is real. Like for one, we know, and for everybody knows, this is real. Like they own the merchandise. They own it. There's nobody going against that. There's nobody saying it's otherwise. They own the merchandise. So
all right, fair enough. Since there's more information to suggest that the contract is more valid than not, right? And it does explicitly state that the ownership, belongs to X person rather than the business, right? And then there's no point in arguing that. That's just a concession that I have to give, right? That is like, you are going to be undoubtedly correct on that. But then we have to consider what's it called? Then we have to consider whether or not the in the future this would have actually been considered theft, or if they were trying to retain assets they were going to try to sell for them to like eventually make their own profit and then give profit back, right?
Well, are you just pointing out like it's not theft, like it's not a company stealing?
It's not necessarily it's not. I guess it sounds foul to say, but it's not necessarily theft unless they deprive the other person of their of like any monetary value, of like any monetary gain.
Oh, okay. So there's Bacon's pointing out the other things. Crystal's mishandled, which makes the transition messier than simply giving it back. Is that what I think that's what Gamma's pointing out. Is it's not really theft. It's
well, yeah. What it sounds like to me is that upon transfer of ownership of said business, right, that like these people probably got cold feet that this entire collection was going to now be somebody else's liability, and because of that, they were like, you know what, can we get our Legos back? But because the contract's liability now falls under the hands of the new, of the new owners, it's entirely up to it's entirely between the new owners and the rightful owner of the Legos to settle something without these people intervening or getting involved, right? So there might have been a misunderstanding there that again we're not made aware of. Like, what if this could have all just been prevented?
If I'm not mistaken, I could. Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, Brian, the original owner, the son, he attempted to contact these new owners, and they just like refuse to basically talk to him about this circumstance, like getting the Legos back.
Mm-hmm. Under what context?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like
how did the conversation go?
I'd have to watch the video again. The son talked about how the conversation went.
There was a conversation. There was a conversation, yes. But what about before that? And what about after that? And what about any other like legal, conversation or legal dispute they had before that wasn't included within like the wider narrative?
See, Gamer, this is what I'm talking about when I say like, this is why I don't feel bad for the company, brother. Just give the Legos back.
But
why do you? Okay, Gamma. My problem with all of this is
what do you mean?
The point? What is the point in going through all of this when you could just, if you're a nice company and a nice group of individuals who signed a contract with these guys, and now the ownership changed, and now the guys are obviously like, oh, I don't know if I trust the new ownership. I want my Lego set back. If you're a nice company and you're a good group of people, you're just gonna say, okay, here, have the Legos back. It's not that big of a deal.
Because that's not how business. Because that's not how business works, right? If I agree to sign over something to you temporarily,
that is kind of how business works, Scamma. If you're like a good, if you're a good person, if you're like a nice person, and if the person has ownership of said Legos, like if the contract says that specifically, then you should have no problem with just saying, oh, sure, you can have your Legos back.
Okay, but then you have to consider. Then obviously a company is going to fight to maintain an asset, right?
They are not low on cash. It's not like this company's
okay. Marcus, who fucking gives a shit if they're low on cash? Who gives a shit if they're low on cash, right? A company has a right to maintain an asset, especially if the owner fucking signed over said asset at least temporarily.
But that's not the point.
No, it is the point. If you don't want these fucking situations to occur, maybe don't fucking sign your assets over to somebody.
Okay, Gamma, you're missing the entire point. If you're
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Marcus, but you're fucking denying agency from the people who took on this. It's like you're saying that the other okay, so look, it takes two to tango, right? Somebody had to be responsible. Somebody has to take on act take agency.
The ones who signed the contract, Gamma. This is a whole new ownership. If you're like a good, kind-hearted person who's nice, you're neglecting
an aspect. You're neglecting an aspect of the story, right? If this consignment was done through their franchise and not between father and son, or father and wife of said son, then maybe you should have done your due fucking diligence and not signed not sign on to something that you didn't fully understand.
Okay, but that's the other issue. You're okay, Gamma. Regular people making mistakes like that is possible. Blaming it on these guys for maybe not fully understanding the context of the contract is silly.
It isn't. There's legal. No, it isn't. There's legal. There's legal.
A whole ass company. We're talking about a whole ass business.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't, Marcus. There are laws for this, right? I'm sorry, but the law doesn't protect you from fucking ignorance or negligence. That's why you fucking hire lawyers before you take on asset transfers like these, or before you sign away your fucking belongings to somebody.
Yeah, no, I don't. This just doesn't make sense, Gamma.
Marcus.
Okay, Gamma, you're making it out as if there aren't such thing as companies who would just give the Legos back. They all are just gonna fight for it.
There might be, Marcus. But how many?
There are companies that would do that. This is
okay. No. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Gamma, I guarantee you there have been multiple bricks and minifig stores that have probably signed similar contracts with other people, and those people have probably wanted their Legos back, and they gave them back. I highly doubt that this is the only case. I highly doubt
there's probably been multiple different forms. There's probably been multiple forms of businesses that offer consignment services for all sorts of different types of assets, or different types of that probably I do I want to say give somebody the privilege to immediately what's it called, take ownership of their supplies or their stuff if it wasn't sold off or properly handled, right? That I do, yeah. There's probably a bunch of companies that do that, but where is that in the rest of this fucking where is that in the rest of this in the rest of this contract, right? Co-signed merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. Okay, but then we have right here insurance, taxes. What other fucking things are there on that contract that we're just not aware of?
Well, it's obviously a contract about when they sell they sell their Legos, they get a certain amount, company gets a certain amount, blah 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 blah. Mm-hmm. That's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah,
but the point that we're all focused on, which is the main point, which who gives a flying fuck about insurance, taxes, all this shit, is who owns the fucking merchandise. If they own the merchandise, Gamma, then what in that contract could legally change that aspect from them owning the merchandise? If they own it,
depending on the clauses we're not aware about. So this is an extremely weak argument that could easily be disproved by just having the entire.
If it's a weak, Gamma, again, I gotta
hold on, slow down. If this could easily be disproven if the whole contract was available to us, right? But we don't know if there is a clause that says, yeah, they maintain ownership right? Ownership being they are entitled to like any monetary funds upon sell or sale of the full collection, right? So yeah, they maintain ownership of these Legos. It is their property, right? But the ownership will be paid back via cash amounts once a sale takes place, not necessarily that they are entitled to like the physical asset anymore. It's a possibility that might have been a part of the contract. I'm not saying that that's exactly what occurred, but I'm saying is that I don't necessarily not sympathize with the company because there could be a lot of pieces of information here that are just like completely fucking missing from us.
Again, Gamma, saying it's a weak argument is just silly because, again, at this point in time, as long as we've been into this should have been information that we've known about. If the contract had something in it that obviously states that they don't actually own they don't actually have full, property of the Legos, or they don't own full amount of the Legos, or we have a whole, something that's stopping them from getting the fucking Legos. This is information that we probably would have gotten by now. 100% this is information that should have been given to us by now. Or at least even the owner of, what is it called? Bricks and Minifigs could have disclosed something. All he said so far is they don't own the Legos. Well, that doesn't mean anything. You can't say they don't own the Legos when the contract says they own the Legos, right? He's not even saying anything meaningful. He's just saying, well, they don't own the Legos, we do. Well, you're going to give us information that suggests that you actually own the Legos, or you're just going to say you don't? Wait, hold on,
Marcus. Marcus, it's actually incredibly common for consignments to, waive your right to physical ownership of your property. Your ability to immediately reclaim your property depends entirely on the specific clauses in your signed consignment contract. While you legally own the items, you waive certain immediate rights when entering a commercial agreement.
Why is this not something that we don't
know? So they
know
could have
yet?
waived. Why is it? I'm telling you, there might be so many different reasons, such as the company protecting itself from legal liability, as to why this contract hasn't been leaked in full. And there's also narrative control reasons as to why the other people haven't fucking leaked parts of their contract that would obviously jeopardize their story of them being fucking victims of a malicious fucking company, right? It's just absurd to think that a company would ever offer consignment services where somebody could just easily fucking walk back out of a fucking deal.
Okay, then why? Okay, well, I need to understand this. Then how did Ben have access to the contract? How does Ben have access to the contract if this is something that nobody can see?
Okay, well, the easy counter argument to that is if Ben does have access to the contract via the original owners, giving them copies of it. We also have evidence of him misinterpreting the law heavily and heavily misrepresenting legal documents to to fit his fucking narrative, right? His lawsuits apparently that he filed and won. He didn't file lawsuits against the right people, and he didn't win any lawsuits. They defaulted because they weren't properly filed, right? And he pretended as if he didn't have a victory there, and then pretended the police were corrupt, even though when it came to that traffic stop, it was in fact a legal traffic stop. He made a rolling stop and passed the stop. The heroin stuff could have been staged, as in he could have called the police on himself, or somebody could have called the police on them as on an anonymous report, right? Or there could have been perfectly rational explanations rather than just police corruption. I'm just saying there are multiple aspects of the story that are heavily muddied, that we don't know all the details of, that don't necessarily mean that you should just immediately be like, oh my god, this fucking company is evil, right?
Gamma, man, I don't know what else to say.
Why am I wrong?
Man.
Why am I wrong? Why am I wrong?
Okay.
Why am I wrong?
Okay, Gamma. How does Ben have access of the fucking contract? If this is
Marcus,
not a contract,
that's not a fucking argument. That's not a point. That is not an argument. How does he have access to the contract? I could have access to the contract as well, and I could fucking show something that pertains specifically to my argument. It doesn't mean that I'm representing it in an honest fucking fashion.
My point
it doesn't mean that
my point is that if they don't, my point is that if they don't have they don't have ownership of the fucking minifigs or whatever, or not the minifigs, sorry, the Legos, because of some loophole in the contract or some thing in the contract that states they don't actually have full ownership of the contract of the Legos.
Well, they maintain legal ownership, right? Legal ownership doesn't mean that.
Your point is that, well, wait, maybe they can't show the full contract. Well, how the fuck does somebody random like Ben have the contract if they can't show the contract to somebody that can prove and suggest that they
that to you? I explained that to you, Marcus. Maybe okay, Marcus, pay very close attention because this isn't even something to argue. This isn't even something to argue against, right? This is literally not even something to argue against, right? It's entirely possible that showcasing the fucking contract to a public to the public would incur legal liability, which is why the company has refrained from showing the contract. But it's also equally as possible that the original owners of these Legos are fucking retards and showed only and gave like the contract to Ben, thinking that Ben was a reliable, resource, and then Ben fucking, put this contract or screenshots of this contract within his video without the fucking full context or the full agreements to misrepresent the entire story and to make a fucking narrative where we would have an ultra amount of sympathy for him and his reasons and his cause, so that we could support him and give him nothing but fucking gain, for views, right?
Yes, but Gamma, my question though is what do you mean when you say like the company can't show it because of legal reasons, right? If the contract proves, Gamma, if the contract proves that they own these Legos and that this is never a problem to begin with, what legal trouble are they going to get in?
A lot of a lot of contracts can be subject to privacy. We don't know what type of agreements were.
It's not subject to privacy. The fucking previous owner got
How do you know
somebody.
that? How do you know that?
Posted on YouTube.
If it's being posted on YouTube, that just could be Ben not fucking practicing the law properly. That has nothing to do with a fucking company. Maybe the company's practicing the law properly and Ben isn't.
The contract is between two people, right? The contract is between two people.
Marcus, wait, slow down.
The contract is between this guy.
Wait. This is a third party. This is a third party, Marcus, that has taken it into his own hands to post this contract.
Maybe he was Gamma.
Yeah, maybe he posted it. That doesn't necessarily mean that was the right thing to do.
Get into? There's no legal trouble. Gamma, there is no legal trouble that this company's gonna get into if they post this fucking contract. They could easily just show the fucking contract. What legal trouble are they gonna get into? You're talking, Gamma. You're talking. Gamma. You're talking about how there's privacy reasons. No, just let me say this. You're talking about how there's privacy reasons. I just pointed out to you that these two fucking people, the old guy and the fucking his son, they don't even have the fucking money to sue them. So even if they were to show this into the public, and they could get into legal trouble because of that, because of privacy reasons.
Consignment contracts. Wait, you're wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Confidentiality clauses. Consignment contracts are inherently private agreements. They are confidential. That's the word that I was trying to search for.
What trouble are they going to get into?
Their fucking contract could be void, and they'd probably be like forced to forfeit ownership of their items.
Who, Brian Mansell, the owners of the minifigs?
Yes. Yes. If you breach a fucking contract, especially one that has confidentiality clauses, part of it might be like you might, instead of like facing legal penalties,
Gamma. They already
you might have to forfeit.
So what is the problem then? They already did it then. The contract's out. What's the problem?
Because the point of that argument, right? Okay, so you're saying, you're making the very stupid argument. You're making the very stupid argument.
You're just pointed out that they could lose ownership of their minifigs, of their Legos, if the contract goes out to the public, right?
Yes.
But the contract is out, so if they don't have ownership, then why isn't the company just saying, hey, they just broke the fucking clause. We own the fucking Legos. Why aren't they saying that?
Because at that point you gotta consider like self-preservation of a company. Even though they might be, entitled to like $200,000 worth of fucking Legos.
Self-preservation? They're already in deep shit. Just fucking post it.
No,
Thank you,
because $200,000 of fucking immediately giving the fucking Legos back is probably significantly fucking better of a loss than just fucking carrying out this drama for 3 more months when multiple of their fucking businesses are being hacked and vandalized.
That's my point.
But Marcus, what if they weren't legally entitled? What if they weren't legally entitled to those fucking Legos, which it doesn't seem like that's the case?
Then prove it. Why is the company not proving it?
Then prove it. It would probably be significantly more expensive to do a fucking PR announcement that requires multiple lawyers and requires a way of presenting the evidence and information without breaching the confidentiality clause of the contract. There's so many fucking things here that you're not considering.
Gamma,
you're just wrong on this.
Gamma, you just said that they could lose ownership of their minifigs if they break the clause of the contract by showing it.
I'm saying, okay, I never said that that's a 1,000% that would occur.
If that's not 100,000% of a thing, right? Okay, cool. Maybe that's not the fucking thing, Gamma.
Wait, Marcus, you're fucking.
Gamma,
Slow down. No. There is nothing that you need to say here. Right? You're asking me a very simple question. Why do you have sympathy for this company? Right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm telling you. There are reasons that are unknown to us right, that we might have to feel sympathy for this company, right? Most of the initial information presented from the fucking lawsuits that a lot of people were catching on to, saying this guy went way above board to do everything right, was information that was heavily misrepresented. He did not go above board. He actually did this incorrectly every step of the way. Correct?
Who, Ben?
Yes.
I don't care about Ben. I'm talking about the guy who lost his Legos.
Listen. I'm making a larger point. Listen. Okay, so he's misrepresenting all of this information, right? There are caveats in between this, such as, well, these people signed up for consignment. That doesn't necessarily mean that their Legos were stolen. It just means that they don't hold the rights to immediate possession of the property at the moment, right? But it could have been twisted by these people having cold feet and saying, you know what, these people don't want to give us our Legos back, probably because they got afraid of what the new ownership would do with consignment, because there might have been a maybe a conflict of interest over the consignment in the first place, right? They probably never expected to lose the business. They probably never expected to be the ones to lose liability of said consignment in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're entering very murky territory super early on into the series of events, right? Legally, while they do possess ownership of these Legos, that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't some sort of agreement or that there isn't some sort of clause in this contract that they signed, right? So while it would be it would be a very, very kumbaya happy thing to just say, hey, we're just going to give you your Legos back, right? What if that wasn't the fucking contract that they signed, right? If you sign a legally binding contract, right? Ignorance or naivete doesn't fucking excuse you for making a poor decision. That's still it's like you're fucking removing responsibility from the fucking person of one person.
It's meaningless unless
it's not meaningless. It's not meaningless.
The company should just prove it then.
No, Marcus, that argument doesn't fucking work, because consignment contracts do have confidentiality clauses, right? If they wanted to prove it, it might take a lot of fucking legal expenditure, right? Such as carefully navigating this in a way where the privacy of the fucking contract wouldn't be jeopardized, where the contract itself wouldn't be fucking nullified because of having to show large parts of it.
We're
right?
way past that point though. Gamma,
we're not past that point.
Gamma, the guy who signed the contract, we're already being shown the contract. That's my point.
But here's the thing.
If your argument is they don't want to show the contract because there's some clause in it that says you can't show the contract, well, they already showed it. So what the fuck does it matter?
Who's they?
Ben and Brian Mansell. They
showed
the contract.
But let's say they breached confidentiality, right? Let's say they breached confidentiality, like you're suggesting, right? Knowingly or unknowingly, it doesn't matter. You're not supposed to breach confidentiality of these contracts anyways.
They already did.
You do realize that would actually put them in the wrong, right? Because they jumped the gun.
What, put Ben and Brian in the wrong, right?
Yeah, it would put them in the wrong.
Then the company should fucking show that.
But what I'm telling you,
what are you not
is that
understanding?
No, you're not understanding. The company can't show that within a short amount of fucking time.
So they're okay, Gamma. So you think that they're okay with losing all of their business getting shit on, all of it falling down because of some stupid clause in their contract that says they can't show it? They already showed it.
I think it is no, they showed a part of it that seems to be heavily misrepresented and misinformed, right? You got to think of this from fucking long-term loss and short-term loss. It looks like to me that they'd much rather forfeit fucking, something that they were going to eventually have to pay back anyways immediately, and instead of take a fucking instead of continuously take losses because of negative PR from a defamation campaign.
Now, if they showed on the contract that they fucking own the minifigs, the Legos, then this would have all been over. Gamma, their company would be fine right now if they proved they own the fucking Legos. Right now,
in order for them to prove it, you don't know what type of fucking money that would cost. You don't know what type of money that would cost to hire lawyers.
Significantly less money than the situation they're in right now. They're probably
no,
gonna lose their company.
No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're arguing. No, you're wrong. You're arguing as if. Okay, first of all, that's probably not true. You're arguing this as if you're arguing this as if those fucking like minifigs are like an immediate $200,000 of like profit that like is. You're arguing this as if like those that collection is just plus $200,000, right? That's not true.
Okay, Gamma. Okay? This has become widespread news. This is on actual news stations, Gamma. This is obviously going to affect their company deeper than just admitting that they actually own the Legos because of this, this, and this.
No, wait, Marcus. That's fucking that's not that doesn't even fucking logically track with like the rest of the story. If the narrative right now and like the defamatory like story right now, because it is straight up defamatory. If the narrative right now is that they're like depriving these people of something that rightfully belongs to them, right? Even though that might not actually be the case. If they try to fight for these assets, which they don't even actually have like full entitlement of those $200,000 worth of value to, right? And they continuously keep getting more negative PR as this narrative keeps being spun. They're like attempting to fucking steal these Legos that they're technically entitled to, right? They actually have stand more to lose by attempting to keep this asset than they do from just like fucking giving it away. I mean, from giving it back, because they were never going to be entitled to those full $200,000 worth of value anyways. Right? So of course it would be fucking cheaper for them to just be like, you know what? If we're gonna fucking pay you back for these Legos in the future anyways, we'd rather not pay like a PR firm to like help us manage this in the public eye, and we'd rather not fucking pay lawyers to like navigate a situation where the confidentiality has to remain again confidential, right? So they're not giving it back out of like the fucking kindness of their hearts. They're giving it back because they're being fucking raped unfairly.
Okay. First, Brainrot says confidentiality clauses aren't mandatory. Second, how the fuck much does a confidentiality clause cost for this to be worth getting shit on this degree?
I mean, lawyers. I mean, PR lawyers and like I want to say contract lawyers, depending on how like how big the stakes are, could be anywhere from like I mean, some of them are like $1,000 an hour. Like to review your case, maybe $500 an hour to review your case,
nothing.
And that adds up really quickly.
That is nothing. That is nothing.
Okay. Marcus. No, Marcus, listen. Stop fucking like trying to jump the gun on something that you don't even know the details on.
Gamma,
right?
You are acting like as if they can't just show the contract to be like, hey, this is ours. We own it. They're only losing so little to do that.
Because they probably can't.
Yes, they can. What are you saying?
Why can't they? Why can't they?
Gamma, again,
because some retard broke confidentiality. All of a sudden, they're allowed to do so as well.
Listen, I'm just going off of what somebody said in chat for now, so bear with me here. But he said confidentiality clauses aren't even mandatory. So if this isn't even mandatory,
prove it. No, prove it. Prove the details.
Prove the details of it. The details.
You can, if you're gonna use that as
we don't know the details of any confidentiality because the company won't show the contract. All we know is that they own the property of the Legos and they refuse to give it back. There's nothing that's been shown in the clause that suggests that they still have ownership of the Legos or that there's some loophole of how they own it. And the company hasn't done anything to project or show anything.
Actually, there are. I mean, this is like, what source is this? Where's this source coming from? All right, this is just coming from NCS credit. If you are locked in a dispute with a shop and want to post a contract publicly to expose their business practice, beware of non-contractual legal risks. If the contract exposes unique pricing tiers, specialized supplier workflows, or proprietary business structures, the shop could sue you for misappropriation of trade secrets. Or they could sue you for defamation. If you post a contract on-site negative commentary, you must stick strictly to the objective facts. If your public framing causes financial harm to the shop based on an incorrect interpretation of the contract, they may pursue a defamation claim. So what does it sound like is going to happen with Ben? It sounds like he's probably going to get pursued for a defamation claim based on everything that's been going on.
Yes, but again, we don't even have any proof. You're making a claim that there's a confidentiality clause. We don't even
I'm making the claim that in most cases, I want to say that it's a very, very safe assumption to make that this contract probably does have a confidentiality clause.
Also, to add in, confidentiality clauses aren't even mandatory.
Based on what metric?
According to
what?
Let's look it up then. Are confidentiality clauses Let's look this up. Confidentiality clauses. This is mandatory.
Okay, so based on
Oops.
on the context of like a mandatory confidentiality has to typically be negotiated or agreed between the two parties, is what that implies. So if there wasn't any sort of confidentiality agreement between the two, then it doesn't have to be mandatory. Or maybe there was a level of privacy that was agreed between the two. Once again, we don't know because we don't have access to the full contract. But it is safe to assume that there probably was a level of confidentiality, and I'm willing to bet that that since the company has like avoided posting the contract in full, that they probably want to avoid anything like any potential like illegal liability from just posting a contract that might have a confidentiality clause.
Okay, then why can't they just show a part of the contract just like Ben's doing? Like a small part of the contract that just isn't the full contract. Why can't they just show a small part of the contract that suggests that they do own the
because the contract, a very simple answer for that, and this is just one out of like potentially many answers, is that a contract is proprietary and they probably don't want to show the terms of their consignment out to the public.
Okay, Gamma, but what does that matter though?
What do you mean? What does that matter? You want to reveal like the secrets of what goes on in your house? Probably not, right?
You want to if it helps you from losing business and losing your entire business from this so-called smear campaign, yeah, I'd probably want to do that.
Then they'd probably just sue the individual, like the individual itself, instead of just like making a public this versus that. What if they accidentally defame the guy?
Okay, but what happens if they don't own the Legos? Like that's what I'm trying to understand, Gamma. Like what? They haven't
we don't know the rest of the terms.
They haven't.
We don't know the rest of the terms. Yeah, they probably, well, maybe not yet. How long do you think it takes, for these things to
the entire point is that they weren't going to sue. They were just forcing them to be the ones to sue. They want these guys to sue. They aren't even suing. They're just holding on to the Legos and saying, "You sue. You go to court with us."
Why do you think that these other guys have like any amount of privilege to be suing Bricks and Minifigs?
Because it's their Legos.
Based on what?
The contract that says consigned merchandise shall remain the property of
Mansell. It is legally their property. That doesn't mean that they have to that doesn't mean that they're entitled to physical ownership of it at the moment.
Okay, then wait, can they show me in the contract? Can they show me in the contract where that is the case, or can they just come into the store and say, "Hey, can I have my Legos back?"
Well, it doesn't seem like in most cases that's something that they can do legally. It doesn't seem like it.
Or this is a very scummy company who refuses to give back the Legos to the rightful owner.
And if it's a very scummy company, and you signed a contract saying that you are legally entitled to the profits of the collection. Maybe this fucking retard shouldn't have asked his papa to fucking sign a consignment contract under his franchise if he was gonna fucking lose his business and then hand over liability and ask it to another fucking owner.
This is what I'm talking about. How the fuck is this guy supposed to know that this company is gonna do something malicious with the fucking material that he's giving them?
We don't even know. We don't even know, Marcus. We've already disputed this. We don't even know if it's inherently malicious, right? What if they just don't want to? What if physical ownership is off the fucking table, but monetary compensation in case of sale of said consignment contract is still a very much a thing that they have to be paid out for, right? As far as we know, they've been paid out for some sales of said collection,
then they
right?
Should show
so it wouldn't necessarily been theft.
Then they should show that. They should make that clear. Companies should probably be making that clear, should they not? Should they not be making it clear?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but there's also so many different things that would there's so many different things at play here that obviously none of us are going to be able to fully be able to explain, that would probably prevent a company from being able to be completely transparent with that.
Okay, the CEO Gamma has gone and done interviews. If this was a simple case of just we'll wait it out and do the suing process and prove it in court, why is he doing interviews?
Because it's probably cheaper for him to do interviews and try to mitigate PR instead of saying, "Oh, we're just gonna battle that."
Mitigating PR is him just saying, "No, you don't understand. We own the Legos. They don't. That's it. It's just he said, she said, Gamma. It's not working. Nobody believes it. It's not good PR.
Yes, nobody believes it because they've been fucking.
Then. If you own the
nobody
Legos,
believes
then just
it.
stay silent, like you said.
No, nobody believes it. Probably because they're being defamed. Probably because there's an active defamation campaign.
Wait, Clover, are you sure this is like the agreement? Are you sure this is like the full contract?
Link it to me.
I want to make sure this is like legitimate. How do you know?
I'll parse through it, and if I see anything, I'll show you, and I'll let you know if I was wrong or right. Copy of consignment agreement, final docs. I'm gonna get doxxed fucking opening this. This consignment agreement, this agreement is made effective as of November 2023 between Brian Mansell of 280. Why is this on a fucking Google document and not like an actual fucking legal website?
See, that's why I was wondering if this isn't even the correct thing, because it's on a Google.
I'll read it. I'll read it. The parties agree as follows. Right to sell. Mansell owns a large collection of retired Star Wars Lego sets and minifigures. Schedule 1 of this agreement. In accordance with agreement, Mansell grants Bricks an exclusive right to sell their Star Wars under the terms of the agreement. Okay, so that means that depending on what the rest of the document says, then they are entitled to keep temporary ownership of these retired sets for sale. Right? Mansell agrees to deliver to Bricks on consignment the Star Wars Legos. Bricks agrees to devote its best efforts to the sale of the Star Wars Legos. All sales prices in terms of the sale shall be determined by mutual consent of the parties. So that means that before every sale, before anything is before anything is sold, they have to meet and say, hey, is this amount okay? Can we sell it for this amount? And do you want to part ways with this? And then they decide on whether they want to sell it, right?
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's static.
This was linked under the first video.
Okay. All right. I mean, we spent all this time arguing. You could just check the fucking description. Bricks will pay to Mansell a portion of the sales proceeds, which shall be calculated as follows: 65% of the proceeds from the gross sale price of the Star Wars Legos, unless otherwise agreed on Schedule 2 of the agreement. The amount determined in the previous sentence shall be paid to Mansell in monthly installments, on or before the 15th day following the installment period in which the process were obtained, which each net precedes payment. Bricks will submit to Mansell a written report, the form of which is set forth on Schedule 3 of this agreement. That sets forth the calculation of the amount of the net proceeds payment, inventory sold to due date, and remaining inventory. So basically, that's saying that upon every sale, 65% of it, or otherwise, but it looks like 65% is the agreed amount, has to be paid out to Mansell, right? And Bricks has to do an itemized write-up of what was sold, how much it was sold for, and all of the inventory has to be taken into account. They have to be told how much remains, or how much for example, if something was returned, they have to write up how much remains in inventory and how much doesn't remain in inventory. Blah 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 blah. Schedule 3 of this agreement that says, okay, I already read that. Notwithstanding this Section 2, it is agreed between Briggs and Mansell that with respect to proceeds obtained from forfeited layaway deposits or proceeds generated from gift cards, store credit, or trade-ins, will be due and paid 6 months following the date of Briggs' receipt of the alternative compensation. Okay, that's just fucking in case of returns or in case of somebody wanting their money back.
This was
that's kind of pointless.
Under a different video, my bad. It was linked under a group of people who tried to help them before Ben.
I see.
This is a completely different group of people.
Okay, but let's operate under this right now, for the sake of argumentation. Briggs shall keep accurate records regarding the quantities of the Star Wars Legos that are sold. All right, I already explained that. I don't have to read that. Title to merchandise. Co-signed merchandise shall remain the property of Mansell until sold. Loss and insurance. Briggs agrees to store the Star Wars Legos in a manner of customary in the industry to prevent damage. Okay. Briggs shall be responsible for all shortages, loss, or damage to Star Wars Legos, while the Star Wars Legos are under the control of Briggs and represents the warrants that it has purchased insurance insufficient to cover. Okay, so what this is explaining is that in case they misplace something, they still have to pay them back in case of a misplacement, right? Payroll taxes. Briggs shall be exclusively liable for and shall indemnify Mansell against such liability for all employee payroll taxes and insurance arising out of wages payable to persons employed by Briggs connection with the performance of this agreement. That's kind of pointless here. If Briggs fails to abide by the obligation of this agreement, including the obligation to remit the consignment payment to Mansell when due, Mansell shall have the option to cancel this agreement by providing 14 days written notice to Briggs. Briggs shall have the option of preventing the termination of this agreement by taking corrective action that cures the default. If such corrective action is taken prior to the end of the time period stated in the previous sentence, and if there are no other defaults during such time period. that doesn't really mean anything in the moment. Dispute resolution. The parties will attempt to resolve any dispute arising out of or relating to this agreement through friendly negotiations amongst the parties. If the matter is not resolved by negotiation, the parties will resolve the dispute using the below alternative dispute resolution (ADR) process. Okay. So we were on the dispute section, right, where they were trying to like regain ownership of their Legos. What, last week? So I guess this is
this
relevant.
video was, I think this happened a while ago. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty
Well,
sure like
maybe
the situation happened. I want to say like a year ago.
last year. Okay, okay, yeah, let's put it last year. All right. So they should have came to an agreement at least last year if they did do anything wrong. Which I'm not saying they didn't. I'm just saying that there's like a lot of mischaracterizations of the situation. Any controversies or disputes arising out of or relating to this agreement will be submitted to mediation in accordance with any statutory rules of mediation. If mediation is not successful in resolving the entire dispute or is unavailable, any outstanding issues will be submitted to binding arbitration under the rules of American Arbitration Association. The arbitrator's award will be final, and the judgment may be entered upon it by any court having proper jurisdiction. So what this means, right, is that if they had an issue and they can't resolve the issue, like, personally, then they'll just wait for it to go to court. So that means like if Mansell ever had an issue in like taking back his property, he would have to wait to go to court. Okay. Right? So that means that he wouldn't have been able to get his Legos back until arbitration was.
What do you mean by that? Because
it means that okay. So if in case there is an issue such as like insufficient funds being paid or what's it called, maybe a lack of sales being made, right? That means that Mansell has to write a notice 14 days in advance, say like citing a reason as to why they want their Legos back or want their Legos back in their possession. Okay. In this case,
I guess we don't really know if that happened. We don't really know.
We don't really know if that happens, but it's also possible that he didn't do all of that, and it's also possible that maybe something bad did occur, and he did sign for 14 days, sign a letter after 14 days saying like, hey, we want our shit back because you're failing to make good on your promise, and the company was like, okay, we'll just wait for for this to go to arbitration, right?
Okay.
And then they made a scandal of it because obviously a company is going to just wait to go to arbitration instead of immediately return their shit, which obviously is shitty. But they did sign a contract that allows them to do that, right? Okay. The Mansell did sign a fucking agreement that allows them to do that. So, okay, so then now we're on section 10, transfer of rights.
Oh, okay. This agreement shall be. Brian went there 10 days after possession was taken to ask for his Legos back, apparently.
Interesting. So there wasn't enough time for there to cook. So there wasn't even enough time for there to cook. They immediately got cold feet.
Yeah, I believe. Well, it's because like I said, I think it has to do with the fact that the ownership changed. He sold it, then ownership immediately.
An argument against myself. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in consignment, obviously. I was just actively researching this yesterday as I was looking at it myself. An argument that works against me is that there might be I don't know, a fucking cold feet protection in the state that this contract was was signed on. There are some clauses. There are some state laws that say, hey, if you regret your decision between this period, you are entitled to get your shit back, or I don't know if that works for consignment necessarily. You would have to somebody would have to look into that.
I mean, I can understand the cold feet because it's transferring to a new ownership. That's why I'm
cold feet. I mean, but I'm saying cold feet clause. Typically, cold feet clauses apply to purchases. They don't typically. I don't. As far as I know, I don't know if they apply to consignments, right? Cold feet clauses, buyer's remorse. They usually apply to just making purchases, right? Like say you go to say you live in a state or a jurisdiction where say if you buy a car, you want to return your car because you regret spending $10,000 on a car. You are entitled to a return with a prorated amount depending the mileage of the vehicle. But whatever, that's separate. I'm just saying it's who knows if they were entitled to that or not. So now we're on section 11, which is termination. This agreement may be terminated by either party by providing. Okay, though I guess here it is. I guess here's the here's the the termination clause, or the cold feet clause rather.
Okay.
This agreement may be terminated by either party by providing 30 days written notice to the other party. This agreement shall be terminated automatically on January 31st, 2025, provided that any amounts due to Mansell under this agreement, including any unpaid proceeds from sales and any unpaid losses pursuant to Section B above, shall continue to be due and shall be paid within 30 days of the termination date. To the extent there are proceeds derived from alternative compensation with 6 months of termination, such compensation will be paid by Bricks to Mansell within 6 months following Bricks' receipt of all the alternative. Okay. So in that case, they probably just went around. They went about, terminating the contract the wrong way. But went there 10 days after possession. They would have had to give a 30 days notice. And 10 days is too early, right?
Yeah, but that's still within the time frame. That's what I'm not understanding. Is that not within the time frame?
Wait, no, you're right. No, you're right. By providing a 30 days written notice to other parties, right? Yeah. No, you're right. That is very much well within the time frame. I misread that and interpreted that as he did it too early, where he would have had to wait 30 days minimum. No, you're right. 30 days is the time frame allotted before the contract becomes.
Like I said, they should. If this is the right contract, I believe it should be. But they should have.
Yeah, they would have entitled to a cancellation, assuming they went through with the cancellation correctly, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why.
But we don't know if they did.
That's why this whole thing started. It has something to do with the new ownership. The old ownership. He went into the place, tried to get his Legos back, didn't work. He talked to the old ownership to see if they could work with him on it. They couldn't do anything. Then he tried talking to the new ownership, and they just basically refused.
It makes me wonder. Yeah, it makes me wonder that if the new ownership assumed liability of this contract, it makes me wonder if there was a secondary contract filed between transfership of ownership.
Well, there's a video of something of one of the guys before the old owners were leaving. They were basically saying we'll take care of this. We'll something about obviously taking care of the new of the contract, the new contract, suggesting that they will be responsible. For giving the minifigs the Legos.
So are you suggesting that they signed a new contract?
Possibly.
Okay, then that makes the situation even harder.
Mansell didn't sign any new contract. That's the thing. He didn't sign any new contract. But when the old ownership, there's I can't remember the things they said in the video, but I know it has something to do with the said $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos. The old ownership was talking to the new ownership about hey, what do we do about this said contract that we have with this person? Yeah. And the guy was basically just oh, we take over it from here, don't worry, and whatever. And that's why we're here now, where it's okay, well, why hasn't Mansell got his stuff back?
So we don't know. Yeah, so we don't know exactly what's going on in fucking business ownership limbo. That would be extremely difficult for fucking either of us to argue. Entire agreement. This agreement contains the entire agreement of the parties with respect to the subject matter of the agreement, and there are no other promises or conditions in any other agreement, whether oral or written. This agreement supersedes any prior written or oral agreements between the parties with respect to the subject matter of this agreement. This agreement may be modified or amended if the amendment is made in writing and is signed by both parties. Okay. I mean, we don't know if that occurred, so no point in taking that into account just yet.
What was the part again?
XIV. Amendment. It's basically entire agreement. This agreement contains the entire agreement of the parties with respect to the subject matter of this agreement, and there are no other promise or conditions in any other agreement. Basically, it's saying that unless you guys make a future agreement and sign off on it, everything within this agreement is the only thing that matters. If you make a promise vocally or in other paperwork that isn't included here, then that doesn't matter, right?
Shit.
Everything within this contract is
that goes against Ben, by the way, because Ben in his video literally is the guy says he'll promise he'll give it back, and then he doesn't. Ben keeps trying to use that as a legal thing, but if that's
open XII, which is part 12, its entire agreement in that document. If you pull it up, it says you pull it up on one of your tabs. Be mindful of your email, by the way.
No. I see it. I see it right here. Here, I'll just.
Yeah. This agreement contains the entire agreement of the parties with respect to the subject matter of this agreement, which means that they're just. It means that everything in this document is what's going to be the final say, right? And there are no other promises or conditions in any other agreement, which means that if they made an agreement prior, or if they made an agreement orally, or if they made a fucking secondary contract elsewhere, This one takes precedent over all the other ones, right?
Over
This
all
one
the
is the
others.
primary agreement that
but
overrides
that
all
could
the other
hurt
ones.
both parties then, because again,
That can hurt both parties, and it would primarily hurt Mansell, because as we determined earlier, what's it called? They retain the the rights of onboarding the material, unless there's like some sort of condition, and then if the condition isn't met, it would just go to arbitration.
Well, yeah, but this brings me back to what I was saying what we were saying a second ago, where we're saying like, oh, maybe there was a second agreement or agreement in between of transferring to a new ownership. Well, this one takes precedence. So if he wants his Legos back, he should have got them back. Like this contract should have come first, and he did go 10 days, within the time frame. He should have gotten his Legos back.
Well, let's see. Severability. If any provision of this agreement shall be held to be invalid or unenforceable for any reason, the remaining provision shall continue to be valid and enforceable. If a court finds that any provision of this agreement is invalid or unenforceable, but that by limiting such provision it would become valid or enforceable, then such provision shall be deemed to be written, construed, or enforced as so limited. That okay, dude, what a bunch of fucking legal jargon. Waiver of contractual right. The failure of either party to enforce any provision of this agreement shall not be construed as a waiver or limitation that party's right to subsequently enforce and compel strict compliance with a provision of this agreement. This agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Oregon. But did this not take place in Utah?
No, this took place in Oregon. The store is in Oregon. The people that own the store, I believe, live in Utah.
I see.
Yeah.
XBI signatories. This agreement shall be signed by Brian Mansell on behalf of Bricks and Minifigs. Salem/Kaiser by Crystal Law. Owner of this agreement is effective as of the date first written above. Consignee Bricks and Minifigs. Salem/Kaiser. Consigner. Brian Mansell. Crystal Law. Okay.
Crystal Law is the old owner.
Yeah. That the contract, yeah. And what's it called? Is Brian Mansell is the father of Crystal Law's husband? No.
No, Brian Mansell is the son. He's the son. He's the old man's son. The guy who the guy who's trying to get the Legos back.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how I had that brain for it. Single sets pixels for more than anything would raise the store percentage from 35 to 40%. Okay. It just seems to me that that if he did try to it just seems to me that if he did attempt to cancel this contract 10 days before the 30-day period, then technically he would have been entitled, at least from my very very surface level view of this, he would have been entitled to get everything back, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then
if he actually did try to cancel the contract within 10 days.
I guess that's all, maybe if he didn't, if there's maybe a situation where he actually didn't try, but
it does seem like nowhere in this contract there is a confidentiality clause that they agreed to. So this is for a fucking consignment agreement. This seems to be very fucking, I don't know, what's the word? It just seems to be very uncomprehensive. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
It seems very it seems very weak. It seems like Bricks and Minifigs is a lot if this is a consignment agreement that okay, because most companies when they have legal contracts, for example, dealerships. To be fair,
it's a franchise. It's run
they will have. Yeah, but they will typically have copy paste what's it called contracts that are very very legally binding, very very legally worded, and just on go that was carefully written by lawyers. But this just seems to have been written by somebody in the back of their fucking office one night for future reference.
I mean, listen, man, it's possible. That's why I'm saying I don't know 100% if this is the actual one, but to be fair, this isn't from Reckless Ben's video, so it's possible. This is from a different group of individuals that tried to help him at first. Yeah, this is from
Health and Merchandise.
I believe it was.
That's right. This is from a different group of people. I remember now. Yeah, this is from a different group of people that tried to help him out. Originally, they stopped trying to help because Bricks and Minifigs basically were just like, we're gonna fucking sue you into the dirt, and then they were just like, okay, we're not gonna continue.
I mean, based on what I'm reading here, the only way that this would be realistically The only reasons that this would be like realistically like Brian Mansell's fault is if he didn't do
if he did
any
not
of the,
actually go to the place or give some notice.
Yeah, within 30 days or give a notice. Yeah, if he just got belligerent and got impatient, which does happen, right? Before people are kindly told, "Hey, look, man, I know you want your Legos back, but there is a way to go about this, and you're just not doing it, right?" I could see that being the case, but unfortunately, with all of the muddiness of this this situation, and without any side giving clear information, it's difficult to know.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
At that point, it's going to come down to if in court,
But all I'm saying is essentially is that I can feel sympathy for this company, right? Because removing responsibility from the consignee, as it says here, is kind of ridiculous, right? You are liable for your own actions and your own decisions, right?
I mean, yeah, but again, if we are going off of the fact that Brian did attempt to get these Legos back and he didn't just randomly show up past the 30-day mark, you know what I mean? If he actually was attempting to get them back and they just refused, I really don't know how to feel any sort of sympathy for this company when it's this could have been avoided so long ago.
That is the de facto. If that is the de facto case, I 1000% agree. But I mean, who knows how many of the details here in this story are 100% consistent, right?
Because the problem is, I don't think Mansell's the fucking liar in this situation. I think Ben is obviously the liar. Mansell's just the guy trying to get his Legos back. I don't think he's making up some crazy lies or anything. I think he just wants to get his Legos back. I think obviously Ben is the one that's muddying the entire situation with bullshit.
It can be split up in multiple ways. Maybe the business did have a very malicious practice, not immediately giving the Legos back as per their contract. But at the same time, I don't think they deserve to be defamed by fucking reckless Ben, right? I don't think they deserve to be defamed by reckless Ben by implying that these guys are fucking thieves that just set out to screw this guy out of his Lego collection, even though the contract is legally binding and they would have to been forced to pay out any amount of money after a 6-month period.
This is apparently this is one of the biggest collections of Legos ever. And if they are maliciously trying to just keep these Legos, what's stopping them from doing that to other individuals in the future is my problem.
Consignment contracts where it says that they are obligated to pay out within after 6 months.
But if they're going to do it to this guy and just get away with it because of we'll take you to court and we'll win
but it doesn't seem
money.
It doesn't seem the take you to court and win aspect of the story might have not necessarily been we're going to take you to court and win your fucking Lego collection because we're legally entitled to it. It could have been we're going to take you to court and win because you're trying to jump the gun on something that you're not entitled to just yet, right? For example, maybe let's say this guy wanted to collect early, right? Without giving a proper notice. What if they were just telling him, "Hey, look, this is if you really want to sue right now, this isn't going to go good for you, right? Because the contract strictly dictates that you have to wait until arbitration. You can go to court and you're going to get screwed over, right?" I get why it sounds like a threat because it kind of is, right? That maybe the context could have been like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess.
Marcus, let's role play this for a second. Let's say you are Brian Mansell, hypothetically, or an acting agent, what's it called, Crystal's husband or whatever, right, or the son. Let's say you haven't written a proper notice to me that is contractually obligated as per our agreement. Let's say you want your Legos back. You ask me for your Legos back. Let's role play this.
Hey, can I have my Legos back?
For what reason? What purpose?
Well, I mean, I sold them to you a while ago, and I just kind of want them back. I think I just want to get my Legos back. I don't think I want to stick to the contract we agreed to.
Is there a particular reason in our service as to why you want your Legos back? It just seems like you're just kind of feeling a little bit of regret. I mean, I can't do good on just a regret.
Well, it could be a mixture of regret, also change of ownership. Not exactly 100% comfortable with new ownership.
Well, a change of ownership isn't really a clause that we agreed upon or that was agreed upon in that contract. And as a matter of fact, our new franchise owners seem to have been obligated to take liability of this contract, so the terms are still going to be upheld the same way. It doesn't seem like you're providing me a good enough reason to return these things based on our contractual agreements.
Wait, was there like, did he need a reason? I'm trying to ERP.
Section, what's it called? Section, what's it called? The first 4 sections, which would be proceeds of sales, records, title of merchandise. That if he wanted to, like, get his products back, he would have to, like, write a reason, either within what's it called, within 14 days, and give them like 14 days to, like, make good on said reason.
Well, I believe my reasoning is pretty solid. I just don't really feel comfortable with leaving my, $200,000 worth of Legos in the hands of people that I didn't really write the contract with.
Well, if our new owners are willing to honor the contract and the liability that ensues, I don't see why you should be wanting to get out of our agreement. That just doesn't seem like a good enough reason.
God damn it!
If it's just distrust, I can assure you that our new owners will just hold their end of the deal on our agreement.
Is that real? I feel like that's a solid reason to want your thing back.
If it wasn't like, if the new owners are willing to, like, I'm okay. This is purely just me speaking out of my ass, but I imagine that if the new owners are willing to, like, what's it called, take on like liability, which was included as a part of the story, and not modify the contract in any way, right? Assuming that there wasn't a new contract signed, I'm pretty sure that there's no reason why that should be a good enough reason, right? They're willing to, like, honor the contract and work upon the same agreements.
Yeah, but isn't part of the contract like it's his within that 30 days? Or are you basing it off of if it's past the 30 days?
I'm basing it off of it's past the 30 days, right?
Oh, then if it's past the 30 days, then obviously, yeah, we're not.
Yeah,
he's not giving.
I'm basing it off of the phone call. I'm basing it off of the phone call that they had, right?
The phone call?
Yeah, the phone call that they had on what's it called, Crystal Law's husband's YouTube channel, where they were like, where they called them and the lawyer was like basically like threatening them, right?
Oh, did I miss that?
Did you not listen to that? Because I was referring to that.
Did I miss that call? I know that they talked to the old owners. I didn't know that they had a call with a lawyer about this.
They had a call to a what is it, like a fucking representative of the company, I believe. Yeah.
Who did, Ben or Mansell?
Crystal Law and her husband, right? Crystal Law would be the one
previous
attempting to get
owners.
the
The
Legos
previous
back.
owners had a conversation with the company themselves. They had a okay, talking about this.
Yeah, basically requesting for the ownership back, right?
Okay. Oh wait, Crystal released her own statement with her husband. Oh, okay. I guess I never saw that. I never saw that video.
You should watch that afterwards, and you'll see what I mean.
Crystal. Yeah, I guess I didn't know she actually made a video on or posted her own video. I didn't see that.
Okay, but anyways, basically my point with that entire like role play is like, obviously, if there's no like legitimized reason to cancel a contract,
then
a company is going to like
then they don't have to do that.
Yeah, they don't have to abide. Yeah, they don't have to like necessarily like cancel it.
Well,
unless negotiations have been made.
What about the other issue of the contract where they're supposed to get money back for these said Legos, but I don't think they've received any sort of payment for any of these Legos?
They would based on the contract, the payment would become like a legal obligation after 6 months.
Like they have to pay them for said Legos?
Yeah, they have to pay them for said Legos after 6 months.
Maybe they haven't talked about this yet or anything, but I mean, I don't know how long it's been, but they haven't. I don't think they've received any sort of payment for these said Legos.
It's entirely possible that all of this, this entire situation took place within like less than 6 months, right? And then you also have to consider, let's say that they did sell a Lego set, and it hasn't been 6 months since the sale of said Lego set. It's one of two ways, right? Their final, okay, so where is it? Proceeds of sales. Bricks will pay to Mansell a portion of the sales proceeds, which shall be calculated as follows: 65% of the proceeds from the gross sale of the price of Star Wars Legos, unless otherwise agreed to on Schedule 2 of this agreement. Right. The amount. Okay, so they probably they negotiated Schedule 2. We scroll down. Schedule 2 says special pricing. Single sets / figures sold for more than $999 would raise the store percentage from 35 to 40%, which means that they would be entitled to like 40% of the profits instead of 35% of the profits for something for higher than $1,000, right? So let's continue reading. Let's see. So that means they're actually getting 65%, right? Mansell would be entitled to 65%. Yeah, 65% of the proceeds, and potentially 60, depending on the amount sold for a single set. The amount determined in the previous sentence shall be paid to Mansell in monthly installments on or before the 15th day following the installment period in which proceeds were obtained. So primarily, they're supposed to be paid monthly, right? On the 15th of every month. With each net proceeds payment, Bricks will submit to Mansell a written report, right, which is like just itemizing the inventory, saying how much something was sold for with receipt, right, with proof of purchase, right, stuff like that.
Bacon, I know you're a little bit of a in on this. Do we know if any of the Legos have been sold? Do we know if any of them have been sold or anything, or are they just sitting in like an inventory somewhere? Like I don't even know if any of them have been sold yet. That's my issue. Like
So here's the important part of this. Defaults, which is section 7. If Brick fails to abide by the obligation of this agreement, including the obligation to remit the consignment payment to Mansell when due, Mansell should have the option to cancel this agreement by providing 14 days written notice to Bricks. Right? So it seems like the only like affirmative reason he would have to cancel this contract would either be between like a between a 30-day period, or if he hasn't been paid within 14 days, right?
Okay. Oh, also,
yeah,
Bacon has said about half the collection was sold at the time of transition, I believe. Brian was paid. Oh, he was paid for that. Okay, so he was paid for half of the collection that was sold.
But if it was sold, but if it was sold, that means that the contract was already in order. Right. That means that I don't think he would have been able to like walk back, the contract within 10 days. They're already upholding their end of the deal.
Interesting. Do we know when this happened?
Yeah, that's another thing. What about the timeline? Yeah, what about the timeline of like payment, sales, or like exactly when this guy first initially decided to like walk away from the agreement? Because it doesn't seem like there was any reason for him to like rightfully walk away from said agreement. It seems like if things were being sold and if he was getting paid in the monthly installments as promised, it seems like everything was going, according to plan until ownership changed.
Okay, what is January 31st, 2025? Is that the time frame of termination that he was allowed to terminate in? Like January 1st to the 31st? Is that like the time frame?
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, it would have been. So if this was signed January 1st, he would have had until like the 30th to well, he would have had until 31st to terminate. Yeah. Or the 1st of February.
Ah, interesting. So if this was way past that, then realistically,
then he wouldn't have had any. Yeah, they had no obligation.
He doesn't have any ownership of this anymore.
Yeah, they had no obligation to return the Legos.
Interesting. So now I'm curious on the time frame of when this even happened.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I sympathize with the company, because we don't know all of those details, and it seems like this guy wasn't necessarily screwed. It just seems like
it says it was made effective. This agreement was made effective November 22nd, 2023.
Interesting.
Oh.
And it only became an issue. What, last year?
Well, that's why I'm wondering, because it's saying on here from January 31st, 2025 for the termination. So I feel like that's plenty of time to sell half the Legos and get profit, but still be able to terminate the agreement at some point.
No, you're making an extremely good point. Termination. This agreement may be terminated by either party by providing 30 days written notice to the other party. This agreement shall terminate automatically on January 31st, 2025, provided that any amounts due to Mansell under this agreement, including any unpaid processing and sales, any unpaid losses pursuant to Section V above, shall continue to be due and shall be paid within 30 days of the termination date. To the extent there are proceeds derived from alternative compensation within 6 months of termination, such compensation will be paid by Bricks to Mansell within 6 months following Bricks' receipt of the alternative compensation. All unsold Star Wars Legos shall be returned to Mansell within 10 days of termination of this agreement in its original condition. Hold on. Wait, actually, Marcus, you're right. You're right. You're right to have noticed that, because if they agreed to this on November 23rd, that means that this contract was only like legally binding for 2 years.
Okay. So he had
So that
plenty of
means
time
on
to
January,
terminate then, right?
well, not just that. No, that might have been me misunderstanding. It seems like they did have a mutual, like, a mutually beneficial agreement, and it seems that the contract terminated on January 31st, anyways, which means that unless they renewed the contract, he would have actually been entitled to get his, within 10 days, he would have been entitled to like take his shit back. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Cryptid, for the floating heart and the two and the star for the jewels. Thanks for the jewels.
So he would have. So if this contract expired, right? Like if this contract expired on January 31st, within 10 days he should have had it. Like Mansell should have had his shit back, and it just seems like they didn't give it back within those 10 days.
Interesting. Bacon did point out, I wouldn't put it past Crystal to have lost half the remaining collection. They had 6+ robberies happen, and some of the collection ended up back at her own place somehow, and she had just forgot.
Yeah.
What? Dude, this is such a fucking mess, man.
Wait, that's a very good point, actually. It's also entirely possible, right? And this is purely like just conspiracy theory and speculation, that part of the reason why some of Bricks and Minifigs wasn't able to like give back the entirety of the collection was probably due to like inventory issues, right?
Like not being able to find it. That's possible.
Yeah, like not being able to find and itemize everything.
Oh shit. But see, that's my issue when I say, like, why don't they make that clear then? Like, why isn't this company saying, like, hey, we're having a hard time finding...
Okay, this isn't an excuse, and it still very much is, like, well, it isn't an excuse at the same time, but that would make them like like look incredibly irresponsible, because like how the fuck do you misplace
like
$20,000, $50,000? Like, of course they're not gonna want to be like, well, see, the reason why we hesitated is because we didn't want you to find out that we fucked you over.
Then what about some sort of compensation though? That's what I mean. Like, if it was just
they would have been obligated to compensate them. Yeah, they just probably didn't want to have to pay out of pocket.
Because that's what
and I assume,
because if this was just between the two parties and they were to just talk to Mansell and be, I don't know if that's something
it would have
been.
It wouldn't have been. Well, realistically, two parties would have been the two parties. It would have been like if everything was perfect, right? But it wasn't perfect. It would be between three parties. It would be between the original owner, Crystal, and then the new owners.
Okay. Could this be just a massive fuck up from Crystal's end, like the old owners?
Well, yeah, that's what I've been suggesting as well. Is like we don't know, what type of irresponsibilities actually occurred between the previous owners, the actual Lego owners, and the new owners, right? We don't know really what was done in the background. We're just being told a sob story about how this guy is being screwed out of his Legos, when first we don't know what he agreed to. Second, we don't know what how the previous owners behaved in this situation. And third, we don't know what terms these guys have to abide by. As in the new owners, we don't know what legally binding details they have to
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
we just read though, it seems pretty clear and obvious, in my opinion, at least from what I've read, that he should have gotten something back.
Some of his Legos back, yeah, he should have gotten it back, absolutely. But I do nonetheless still think that there is a reason to feel sympathy for this company. It seems like they were given a bad hand. It seems like they were heavily defamed.
I definitely feel
not given an opportunity.
Feel sympathy for other franchise owners who don't have anything to do with this, and other workers and stuff.
I understand why in a situation a company out of desperation would start doing random shit, the CEO of this company, to try to protect their PR, to mitigate loss, right? I do understand that, instead of just blatantly saying that they're instead of just unnuancedly saying that they're evil and they've just been doing everything wrong, because of course it could be a multi-party issue, right? It could be it could be a multifaceted issue, not exclusively a fault of
But see, that's why I'm so confused as to why they can't make that clear to everybody, that this is a bigger issue, and that they want to give this stuff back, or they want to do the right thing, but this has just become a big legal problem. Like if it's that circumstance, why don't you make that clear? Is what I don't understand.
I mean, within these last 3 weeks, let's make it a month actually. Within this last month, it might have actually been might have become more, well, it could have become more expensive given all the vandalisms, given all of the, what's it called, like defamation campaigns that yeah, funnily enough, Moist Critical was like one of the main people to push. Through I was about to say through no fault of his own, but his videos are fucking terrible. If you're gonna be live longer, you should watch that. I would love to see you watch that, so that you can nitpick his
Critical's video on it. I haven't seen any of his videos on it. I've kept it off so I can watch these.
You should watch the 50-minute one, and you'll immediately start seeing issues. Right?
Is he kind of more on the Ben side and not really understanding the flaws here?
Yeah, absolutely, exactly, yeah. You'll see what I mean. But yeah, it's entirely possible that they just decided to cut their losses and be like, fuck it, we don't want to spend money on PR teams. It would probably be cheaper for us to take a hard hit right now and just try to do it ourselves. And obviously that backfired, so now they just decided to return the Star Wars collection and just say that they don't know what the fuck happened to the rest of it, right? That was probably the cheapest alternative if you really think about it.
I mean, I don't know. It's just like I said, I feel like it's just if you wanted to avoid any further trouble, and the contract clearly states he should have gotten something, he should have gotten some level of compensation, or at least his half of his collection back. I don't really understand why they didn't. I don't get why they wouldn't do that, other than some level of greed.
All I'm saying on this level, on this part of the argument, all I'm saying is that if Crystal did have something to do here with the ownership of with fucking taking some of their Lego collection, all I will say is that it will make a lot of sense why the company started why Bricks and Minifigs decided to be we're just gonna not really say anything right now, right? Because how the fuck would they explain how they misplaced part of their collection? Yeah.
But I mean that
because then
it
would actually seem like
you
that.
know what I mean? That is their fault though. That's not good. You know what I mean? As a company, you need to be able to uphold your end of the bargain on the contract and not lose a bunch of fucking merchandise that's supposed to go back to the guy that.
Yeah, and they would have insurance, the insurance clause states right there that they would have to pay that out. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe they were just trying to save face, and then they just got felted out the ass.
But no, yeah, I mean, after learning, I am not a fan of Ben's choice of how he went about this at all. It's definitely starting to show a little bit.
But yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say. Is it's like I'm not going to just sit here and say, oh, fucking company evil. I mean, because rich fucking companies can be extremely malicious, right, and extremely evil. But at the same time, you kind of you choose to play with fire.
Yeah, I
will
choose
to play with fire.
Ben is definitely pulling this whole facade of I'm the little guy. I'm just trying to help the little guys. He's getting the sympathy of oh, big company bad. We're just the little guys trying to help. But it's it does definitely seem this is just a monetary incentive. He's just making money from this.
He's doing a dog peg. He's trying to enrich himself.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that being said, of course, I'm going to say, obviously, that I wasn't, I'm not going to be 100% right on everything I said, because I'm not, a fucking legal expert. I'm not, a consignment expert. But I was just basically trying to, prove the point that it's not necessarily correct to be fully antagonistic towards a company that whose legal obligations we don't understand fully, or whose circumstances we don't understand fully, besides what's being presented by somebody who might have misrepresented the information.
Okay, I can understand. I understand what you're getting at. Then, think going through it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean it's I need to know more. Obviously, I feel like we just don't know anything because it's so fucking muddied. But I guess I can kind of see where you're coming from.
Off rip. What I was wrong about though was probably the legal ownership terms. At least partially, it does seem like this guy would have been entitled to his Legos. I misunderstood the 30-day period. It seemed like they did have successful contract up until January 1st when the contract expired. I was definitely wrong about like the what's it called? The what's the word? The like no, not proprietary. Proprietary is the wrong word. Like confidentiality. There was no confidentiality clause. Yeah. There was definitely a couple of things that I was wrong about there, but I'm obviously going to admit to like the biggest ones. But I do stand by my argument that of course, being strictly against the company just because evil corporation bad isn't necessarily the most correct way to go about this.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the case here, I guess. But I mean, I think it's obviously, and everybody's doing something wrong here. That's what I think.
I think the only person that didn't do anything wrong, high key, is actually just the old guy.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Is it's obviously the old guy is just probably this is probably something that he wanted to sell because he's old, get his money.
Wants to enjoy his money. Yeah.
Pull the get paid for his Lego set, whatever, and now it all backfired, and it's now it's a whole fucking it's become the talk of the fucking.
Well, I am gonna let you go, Marcus. Thank you for allowing me to argue with you, of course. And I didn't want to be an asshole to you, but I do want you to watch. I do want you to watch what's it called, Moist Critical's video on this, because you're immediately gonna be like, what the fuck? Well, blindly just believing this. I think that'll be an interesting reaction from you. All right, I'll see you, bro.
All right, see you, Gamma. Dude, this whole thing has been, oh my god. Hi exiled ant. This whole thing has been a fucking train wreck, dude. There's so much shit to go over, man. It's so... Good god. Oh my god. This is like a whole fucking can of worms, man. This is all over Legos, man. I said this at the beginning. This is all over Legos. I'm interested in the CoffeeZilla vid that's supposed to drop. Oh, is CoffeeZilla gonna drop a video about this stuff? Hopefully he's more reasonable. I know CoffeeZilla likes to be more legally, on the legal side. He likes to follow the legal side of things. So hopefully that's... maybe I should watch a lawyer video. One of these YouTube lawyers that maybe can explain the contract and explain all the legal side of things a little bit more. Because there's so much more to this, man. There's the interviews with the owner, who from what I've known, his little storytelling of the situation seems to be a little muddied. He's not giving full context to things. We don't know. Ben's obviously lying about fucking most of his entire videos because it seems like it's a very content-based thing. I don't know, man. This is a whole fucking can of worms to go through. Hopefully somebody... Legal Eagle did a video. Might have to cover that. Might have to. Yeah, no, this is a train wreck, man. Holy shit. There's just so much. There's just so much to cover with all of this. It's just as I said, though, from my understanding, he said it'd be posted tomorrow a week ago, so I'm guessing that huge postponement is because it's complicated. It's definitely because it's complicated, man. This whole thing is complicated. I would be amazed if someone was able to get onto the insides of this and figure this shit out so we could all see it, at least from some way, and to understand it at least a little bit. Bless you. I definitely want to watch the critical videos now because I'm very intrigued on how poorly he handled the subject at hand. Because looking through this, it definitely does seem like Ben is fucking just... This whole thing is just Ben just constantly lying. See, I get it if Ben just did a few reckless... His name is Reckless Ben, blah, 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 whatever. Oh, it's funny. I'd get it if he did do a few reckless things where maybe he accidentally did do one or two things that is against the law. The whole package thing. Oh, you can't actually do that. That's not something you can do. It's okay, he made a mistake in that spot. But the fact that he hired some kid to act as a Mormon, and then in the video, he claims that the kid is a Mormon when he's not. This is some random guy he hired to be a part of the video. Just showcases the, low-key, a little bit of malicious intent from Ben's side. That this isn't 100% true, that everything he's posting here isn't 100% true. He's low-key lying about this approach that he's taking. Fuck, man. I just want this to be uncovered now. Like, this is a whole mystery, man. Dude, Bacon, when you told me to cover this shit, you weren't lying, man. This is like, it's so deep. I do fuck with the cat, though. That cat in the video, I need to know what his name is, man. I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but he's pretty awesome. Yeah, man, I don't know. This guy Ben definitely seems a little silly. He seems a bit insane, a bit crazy. Because I'm so glad you came around. It's definitely starting to look... After watching... Dude, it's purely based off of this. After watching this fucking, like, answer your question video, it seems... Because it's too deep-rooted and I have other responsibilities to invest too much time on this story. I know, dude. I'm investing hours into this story. It's ridiculous. But after watching this video in particular, it's like... It's just like he's kind of just blaming it on, like... He literally at the beginning, he says, like, oh, YouTube doesn't pay me for... What does he say again? He says my videos get demonetized because big corporations. It's like, well... You could, like, show us proof as to why they get demonetized. Usually YouTube tells you why a video gets, like, demonetized. Like, it tells you why. Usually. And, like, he claims he doesn't have money for this or for that, but then all of a sudden he randomly has money to fly all his friends out and go all the way to Utah and sit in Utah for, like, what I assume is weeks. He's probably not there for, like, a day or two. He's probably there for, like, a good chunk of time, sitting there in a nice house, by the way. I don't know who the fuck's house he's living in at the time when he's in Utah, but he's in someone's home, camping out, waiting to get this guy to, like, go through with these papers. And it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, it just feels like he's filling us with lies, man. And I don't know. I did tell him in the screenshots it was copyright. It did tell him in the screenshots it was copyright claims. Ooh, okay, maybe it is. Maybe he's not lying about the corporations. Maybe bigger companies copywriting his videos. It's an Airbnb. Oh, okay, they were staying at an Airbnb. That makes sense. He's being manipulative. It does seem like he's manipulating some parts. If he just answered the questions and just said, yes, I script some of my videos to be a little bit exaggerative, where some of the parts that we claim, like, for example, the breaking the arm part, like, if he said, like, in his video, like, yes, I said that he dislocated my arm as, like, an over-exaggeration to kind of ramp the story up, you know, to make it seem a little extreme, but in reality, my shoulder pops back in and out. It wasn't that painful. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's just we ramp it up for the story. Then it's like, okay, that's not a big deal. But he's not being honest about the Mormon thing. The Mormon kid never once spoke about that. Didn't say anything about the Mormon kid not being an actual Mormon kid and being, you know, just some fucking buy-in that he paid for to be there. Like, stuff like that. It's like, ooh, him going onto H3's podcast or whatever, or the live, and saying, oh, I don't go to lawyers because this, and that. It's like, well, you should. Like, what do you mean you don't go to... You should go to lawyers. That's, like, the entire point. You should talk to a lawyer about said subject on what you should and shouldn't do. You know? And, bro, imagine getting an Airbnb in someone's town so you can go to their house every day. A couple things in general. Yeah, no, a bunch of these people who got arrested are just random fans from Instagram, by the way. Oh, so he's just hiring on random fans, which makes sense. It is very... I am very curious as to how there are so many random new people that show up in the videos. Because every video, it's like a new person. Like, it's just literally like a new person almost every single video. It's never the same people. It's always new people. So, I am... Oh, is this the video?
A great documentary.
Oh, these are the old owners. Okay, these are the old owners. This is a short video. We can watch this real quick before I head off.
Our Lego franchise and our life savings, along with a giant collection inside the store, which was owned by Brian Mansell's father, was taken by Bricks and Minifigs.
And then Reckless Ben made a great documentary about it, and it has blown up. I know you wish you'd done your makeup before that clip that's in the video, but I think you look great. And look, you even get a little Lego version of yourself. That's a little unfair. I'm just blurry in the background.
Now it's going nuts across a whole bunch of social media platforms. We want to clear up some common misconceptions and add some details.
And yes, it gets...
I don't know. It seems they're already saying that Reckless Ben's video is a master. It's a great video. It's an incredible documentary. It's like, okay, now it starting to feel a little biased here.
Even crazier. We will save the craziest detail for the end.
First of all, I am not Amanda. I'm Crystal. Also go by Chris.
I'm Benjamin, not Reckless Ben, the YouTube documentarian. I'm Benjamin Gorman, the novelist. We co...
Whoa, what was the... This Uneven Universe, Dear America, a breakup letter? They are literally... Yeah, he plugged his books in this. Okay.
We co-owned the franchise.
I managed the store.
These people are great.
We purchased the franchise in February of 2023.
At first, everything seemed to be going really well. There were problems right from the beginning, ways that BAM was not in compliance with their own franchise agreement, but the store was doing well. I loved my customers, and it seemed like everything was going to work out fine.
Then we decided to move overseas because of my work. I'm a publisher at a small press, not a pipe publishing, and we thought we might need to be publishing from outside the US for political reasons.
When we approached...
Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. Uh-oh. Dude. I don't know. I might be... Maybe the company isn't all that evil. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? What are we doing? This machine kills fascists. What if we kissed while sinking a billionaire's yacht? Antifa Lit Journal Volume 2. Hungry Work. Antifa Lit Journal Volume 3. Holy, man. I don't know. This is a bit rough.
When we approached BAM about selling the store, they...
So, aka, these people are very anti-corporation. Okay, this is not a good look. These people are very anti-corporation. Meanwhile, they're fighting. Them being Antifa doesn't necessarily make them more evil than the company. No, I'm saying they're very anti-corporation. They seem very anti-corp people. AKA, they're fighting against the corporation. This is not a good look. I'm just going to be honest. This is not exactly the best of looks. Because this whole thing is about how we're trying to claim big corporations so bad, so evil, big corporations so evil. Meanwhile, the previous owners are literally like anti-corp people. And now they're jumping on the side of Reckless Ben here saying, anti-corp, yes, we hate anti-corporate. Oh, we hate these big, massive billionaire corporations. Without... I think companies are evil. I just also think there are rational explanations here. Yeah, I don't know. They're starting to really feel like there might be a more rational explanation because it just feels like it's a very big, oh, bad corporations. Oh, we hate corporations, where it could have just been as simple as like something got lost. Something here got mixed up in the situation. Now it's got all muddied. Down with billionaires.
Pretended to be open to the idea, though they would later admit they had been planning this.
A guy named Brandon Best showed up on a Thursday night and demanded the keys. They threatened us with the police and promised to do an inventory and compensate us. They said they understood there was a large collection on consignment and acknowledged they were taking that over.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment market.
They told us the same thing they told Brian Mansell, that we could fight them, but they would drag it out and make it so expensive we would be putting ourselves into a whole lot of shit. Their words. Here's their executive product manager and director of operations, Kai McAllister, on the phone with us the night they took the store.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you, and it's not going to be a good position.
Their store is failing, getting robbed repeatedly, and they didn't even use inventory software. They tracked it by hand. That's why it's so messy.
For you guys to get into, that there's not a whole lot of options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess, and it's going to be expensive for you.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her or you talked at her?
No CRM.
We talked at her.
Is crazy.
If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit. It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that because, in a way, it is.
In a way, it is.
I mean,
see, this is the other part that I'm trying to understand, because like from what we've understood from the contract, it seems like he should have just gotten his shit back. Like, at the end of the day, he should have just gotten his shit back, but for some reason, they're just so, like, anti-give it back. When this could have been simply just like, yeah, you know what? From looking at this contract, seems like you should have got it back. We'll just give it back to you, man. But instead, it's like this whole conundrum of just like, you don't want to go to court, do you? It's just going to cost so much money. And I'm just like, well, you could look at the contract. It seems like you should get it back, right? I don't know, man. This is just...
You have no choice, correct?
Yes.
Notice, that's not some franchisee. That's corporate. They want to pretend they're not involved, but they have been involved every step of the way.
Of course, this was a nightmare. We were about to...
Okay, well, that is fair. The corporate has been involved. Corporate has been deeply involved in this, it seems.
Move, and now had our...
That is true. I completely forgot the corporate guy did say that they have no involvement, or they know nothing about these stolen Legos, or that they have nothing to do with it. He did make that claim, I believe. They have no incentive to give it back when they could pressure him into not suing and keep it for themselves. But again, Clover, that's kind of the point that a lot of people are trying to, you know, push, is that, well, that's pretty fucked up, right? And everybody can... The way I see this is that the guy is telling him to calm down because it's not worth the legal headache on either part. But this is an entire different matter. This is in regards to the business being taken over, yeah. See, because the thing is like, obviously, yes, they are just pressuring him into not suing so they can just keep the set for themselves and stuff. And, like, I get that, but at the same time, it's like, obviously, you can understand that why people might get angry or frustrated with this said company when they're just, like, choosing to just be like, no, we're going to keep it for ourselves. And just, instead of just being like, oh, contract, this makes sense. You did what you're supposed to. Just take your Legos back. Here you go. Wait, it's also possible there was a pickup issue where the guy didn't pick up his shit within a fair period of time, so the company probably just assumed ownership of it. Well, no. I am pretty sure Bacon said that he did go over to pick up the Legos. Like, he went over there to pick up the said Legos, and they kicked him out. Like, they were just like, no, we're not giving you the Legos. So, I do believe he did go over there to pick it up in the time frame. I do believe that's what he did. Could be wrong. It's possible that might not be the case.
Life savings taken from us. We still tried, but this loss made the relocation untenable. Eventually, we were able to find a lawyer to represent us in Utah, where BAM is headquartered.
We tried to negotiate with BAM. Just as they threatened, they dragged everything out and refused to even offer a settlement.
They've tried arguments that are...
Okay, well, at least these ones, unlike Ben, these ones at least took a lawyer and used a lawyer to try to settle this.
So contradictory. They make no sense when put together. They claim they own the store so they can take it, and also that they never owned the store in between taking it from us and selling it to Brandon Best and Josh Johnson. It can't be both. They claim in their newest public statement that it's all our fault they took Brian Mansell's father's collection because they don't allow consignments. But they were always aware of the consignment. They promoted it when it was on the news, and...
That is... Okay. If this is the said case, that... I'm not gonna lie, that is true. That is true. It's very apparent that they were aware of the consignment. Like, it is apparent that the corporation were aware, and even on the day that they were coming to pick up the keys, they were aware of the consignment of the said large Lego set. It's not like they just, like, randomly learned about this, like, day of, or, uh-oh, wait, you guys signed a consignment? What? Whoa. It seems like they were aware of the consignment, and they were aware of these said Legos being there. When Brian tried to get them back, they trespassed him. Yeah. When Brian went in to get the said Legos back, they trespassed him. Did the exact same thing they did to Ben. So they just immediately went towards trespassing. This is the problem that I'm having with the said company, because it's like the guy's doing what he's supposed to do to get his said Legos. Oh, just immediately call police and trespass. Anybody who tries to come in to get the Legos, just call the police and trespass. that's the problem I'm having with this circumstance when it comes to the company side of things, because it's like, okay, well, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He signed a agreement. He signed this. He's following what the agreement says. And the immediate reaction is just like, we're not giving it back. Get off the property. We're trespassing you. Which is like, well, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Wait, that's something I didn't explain too well. It's possible they sold the Legos as a part of the business valuation, which means that Crystal would be the person to owe Brian Mansell $200K. Ooh. If that's the case, that's... Oh, shit. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. If that's the case, where it's like if they were able to sell the said Legos, the full sets, and they made a certain amount of money, it might be on them to owe Brian the $200K or whatever he's owed. That's possible.
In the newspaper a year before they took our store, and the franchise agreement expressly allows consignment in contradiction of their...
I'm assuming that the point that they're trying to make when they're saying that they say they don't agree to consignments, this is a public statement that the company has made themselves. I am going to trust these people, and that this is a statement that the company themselves have made, that they said, we don't do consignments. And then in here it says they do consignments. That's they asked for money for their GoFundMe so they can win the lawsuit and pay Brian back. Because as far as I know, consignment assets can be a part of a total business value, including inventory.
Their newest statement.
And we've since learned they were saying all kinds of crazy things about Chris behind her back, both to customers and to employees, which are slanderous, to try to blame this on her.
Well, the GoFundMe was made by Ben, right? The GoFundMe was made by Ben, which, yes, Ben has been a liar this whole time, but if he lies about the GoFundMe not going to Brian, that would be insane. I don't think he'd go that far to not have the money go straight to Brian and the legal suit. No, this is separate. Oh, these guys made a separate GoFundMe? Is it in their description? Oh, they did. Oh, they did. Oh, shit. Huh. They have their own. Scroll down. I don't want to press on this because what if I show something? What if I show something? Hold on. I just want to make sure. They took our Lego store. Okay, I just want to make sure GoFundMe doesn't show, like, personal information. Or, like, there is names on the side. I don't exactly want to show names on the side of people who've donated. This would mean that the new business owner don't have to assume liability of the consignment. The people we are watching now made their own for living expenses. Ooh, golly, man. See, this is what I mean. What is going on? November 2024, our lives were turned upside down. Wait, why would they start a GoFundMe? For $90K. They're suing BAM themselves? Okay. I guess if they're suing BAM themselves, it's up to them to prove that they are going to use this for legal purposes. It's all, again, it's all so, it's all just so, we don't know. You know what I mean? So I can't really, like, say for certain whether these legal actions are reasonable. Like, you know what I mean? We don't know the full context of the full story of, like, the insides of what's going on. Like, maybe they are using this money for a legal battle against Bricks and Minifigs, and it's a reasonable legal battle to be had. Or maybe they're just being fucking scummy assholes who just want to take people's money. Like, man, I don't fucking know anymore, man. We'll pay Brian if we win, so pay us so we can win and pay him. Ooh, wait, did they say that in here? That's a bad look. Why would they start a GoFundMe when there's already a GoFundMe up for Brian himself? And they're saying, oh, if we win, we'll pay Brian. We'll give Brian his money. Yikes. Look at Ben Gorman's face. You don't trust that face? This is what I think when I see him, bruh. This is what I think when I see him, bruh. This is what I'm thinking, man. Oh, fuck, dude. This is such a... This whole thing is a fucking head scratcher, man. I don't even know what to think. But it says in the description of their GoFundMe that they can use the money for living expenses too. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. That's like really fucking weird. Hey, Gamma.
Marcus, I was gonna make this argument earlier, but I just completely forgot to explain it well, right? The contract expired on January 1st, right?
Yeah.
The contract was between Crystal as a consignee and Brian Mansell, right? What if they sold the business after the contract expired?
Oh, it was not. It was in 2024.
They sold the business in 2024, okay?
Yeah, 2024 is when the business was sold.
Okay, yeah. Either way, this point still works, right? It just would have been more exciting. It would have just been more dramatic if they sold the business after the contract expired. This point still works, okay? But what if they sold What if they sold the business with its inventory, the inventory including the consigned inventory, right? And let's say they sold the business for like let's say, I don't know, fucking $300,000, right? The franchise rights, including like a lump sum for all the inventory, probably marked down as a bulk sale, right? Which means that they sold Mansell's Legos as a part of like the business transfer, and they just never paid Brian back.
So it's a possibility that these people owe him the 200,000, and it's not
Bricks and Minifix
that owes him the $200,000.
Yeah.
Good God, man, I don't.
That's a possibility too. That's entirely a possibility as well.
Well, it sounds like only half of his half of the Legos were sold, not like all of them.
Yeah, but when you typically when you sell a franchise, franchise rights over to somebody else, that includes any like equipment or any like inventory that you might have, right?
Yeah.
So that would include like consigned assets, because when you take something under consignment, that is technically your business asset. You're entitled to like half of the revenue or like a percentage of the revenue.
Okay. Kevin's saying they didn't sell the business. Bam Corp did a hostile takeover.
Did they?
Like they did we're kicking you out?
Mm.
And doing it. Okay. That might be the case.
A hostile takeover. But then they would have like I'm pretty sure a hostile takeover has like, there's like, they would have like a good legal case if there was a hostile takeover.
Okay, according to their GoFundMe here, it says at the beginning, it says in November 2024, our lives were turned upside down when the corporate franchisor behind the Bricks and Minifig store in Kaiser, Oregon, abruptly seized our business, changed the locks, confiscated our inventory, and publicly accused us of theft. After more than a year of trying to resolve this privately and professionally with corporate leadership, we were left with no choice but to file a lawsuit.
What if there was like something in their fucking like franchise contract that like made them like responsible, that would make them
that's where we got to dig even deeper, bro. Like we
yeah.
have to fucking...
what if there was an internal investigation where they determined that fucking Crystal was like embezzling funds, or like Crystal was like fucking making off with Legos.
Well, to be fair, Bacon did mention that when they were running the store, there was there were multiple
Yeah, they did find. Yeah, there were multiple break-ins, and they did find Crystal's. They did find they've in Crystal's home. She managed to have a large portion of, or like part of his collection, right?
Oh, I believe
so
that's
all
what
I'm saying is like, what if it wasn't a hostile takeover, but they fucking like made them forfeit their right to franchise because she kept fucking like stealing from them.
Yeah,
and embezzling.
Yeah, that's possible.
But yeah, I'm just saying, it's like there's so much bullshit going on here, which makes this a very interesting story. But again, it makes it hard to like not feel any sympathy for the company, because there's obviously some bullshit going on here that they're being like unfairly smeared with.
Yeah, the set found in her home was like thousands of dollars, wasn't it? Oh, okay. So they found that is a thing. I didn't know It seems like it's a thing everybody knows now. Was this talked about somewhere else that they found like sets in her home? So that's possible. They really probably what? I'm assuming they can kick her out if they find stuff like that.
If they like find evidence of her embezzling, yeah, or of her embezzling or like making out with like company property, which technically that would be company property if they consign through their through their franchise, yeah.
That's interesting.
That might be a reason. That might be a reason for them to be like I need to look into that real quick. I need to Google that. Can your franchise be revoked from you?
See, that's the problem, because it's their franchise, right? So realistically, would they be allowed to take that something like home?
Okay, it actually can be revoked and terminated. It actually can be revoked and terminated if you steal from their business. So there's probably she probably like
there's
stole
a probable
shit
reason for why they kicked them out.
Yes, there was multiple. Yeah, there could be multiple reasons why they're fucking like there could be multiple reasons why it wasn't a hostile takeover. Because if it was a hostile takeover, then proof for that, it would be a slam dunk case.
Is it possible that, because maybe I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here, maybe a little bit, but is it possible that Legos could be in her home because she has to transport it from her home to the store or something? Like, is that?
It's a possibility. Yeah, maybe like as extra storage. Yeah, maybe there might be a little bit of a misunderstanding there as well, where she had like some inventory at her home to like for safekeeping because of so many break-ins. Like, oh, why don't we keep in this inventory? Yeah, there could be like a perfectly rational, reasonable, innocent explanation. Yeah.
Their location was bleeding money too, apparently. Well, yeah, I thought they said something about how the location just wasn't making a lot of money. It was like,
oh yeah, I mean that's another reason why your franchise can be revoked. Yeah, as if like you're not making any fucking money for like the person that's lending you their IP.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a whole fucking so much shit to unpack here.
Okay, well I'll let you go. I just thought that was like a really interesting angle.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing it out. Thank you for pointing it out, Gamma. God damn, bro. This is...
And once they even tried to say we never owned the store in the first place, which would mean all their claims that it's the previous owner's fault would be lies. And I guess that you were unpaid labor for 2 years?
So yes, we are suing them.
And yes, they are trying to make it so expensive.
But see, the claims they're making here makes kind of sense, right? Like, if they really are claiming they were never owners and that she was just doing unpaid labor, like, well, that does seem fishy from their end. Like, man, someone's lying, right? Here's the thing. Someone's lying or they're all lying. I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, it's either like someone here is just like, we got like people just spreading lies all over the place. No one's telling the truth here. It's just lie over here, lie over there, lie over here. What the fuck? Poor fucking Brian, man. Poor Brian sitting in his room trying to get his Legos back for his grandpa. Papa, I still can't get the Legos back, Papa. Like, dude, I don't understand. Like, there's moments where I'm like, okay, Ben looks like a fucking complete asshole. Then I go over here and I'm like, oh, these guys look like complete assholes. But then all of a sudden they say something that I'm like, okay, well, the company looks like complete assholes. And it's just like, I don't even know anymore, dude. Like, I don't even know. There's nobody I can even believe at this point. I'm at a position where I feel like I can't fucking believe anything. Because it's like we see lies over here and then lies over here and then lies over here and... Only reason she'd be doing unpaid labor is if she was losing money and not paying herself, by the way. It makes sense if she's embezzling the details, taking calls out of context. You need to watch the critical videos after this, man. It's insane how much shit he just lets slide. Everyone sucks, man. Like, I just like... Holy moly, man. This is so fucking crazy.
I have to give up.
If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit.
We believe the best way to get Brian compensated is to win our lawsuit and include the full value of his collection.
Okay, but see, this is the problem I have with this. He already has a GoFundMe. You know when was this posted? May 27th? Okay, maybe this was posted a while ago. Because this was 9 days ago. This was not May 27th, was it? May 30th. Okay. Maybe they were unaware of the other GoFundMe. Maybe they were unaware of the other GoFundMe before making this GoFundMe. Is possible. I would have sniffed this out on some dog pack shit day one. Gamma would have been fucking, hi Fox, I haven't seen you all day.
Damages so that he can then be compensated.
So if you want to help Brian get paid for his collection and help us.
And hold these horrible people accountable.
And help us. I like how he said emphasize help us, by the way. Like, you could just say help Brian. Like, realistically, right, the only person in this entire circumstance who needs to be paid back for anything is Brian. And so far, I'm only seeing shit for, you know, Ben is probably making copious amounts of money through videos and whatnot, and his Patreon. This one is fucking, they can use it for living expenses, quote unquote living expenses, and for their lawsuit. Awesome stuff. Man.
GoFundMe so that we can afford to fight them to the bitter end.
And if you can't
when is
afford
Brian
to donate,
gonna get some money?
Please share
When
this
is
so that
Brian
more people
gonna
see
get
this.
his cash?
We've learned they've done this to other franchise owners, and we want to hear from other people BAM has treated in this same way.
Please don't harass the employees at the various franchises. This is not their fault. However, I was required...
See, Clover, I'm actually not even gonna lie. You're so right on this. Why is this all just Ben talking and Crystal talking? Where the fuck is Brian in all of this? Where are we? Can like, what I don't understand is where is... Well, if Reckless Ben never gets fucking sued, he's fine, but it seems like he has an insane legal case against him in the future. No, yeah. But I just mean, like, at some point, like, I feel like Brian just needs to get, like, this said money. But, like, my problem is, like, why is everybody else do... I don't want to shit on Brian. I know that he's the one that probably... You know, obviously he's an older dude and his grandpa's an older dude, and I get that he's just a one-man party and whatnot, and he probably is not well versed in the YouTube space and all that stuff. I get that, you know, it's great to have these, like, these people helping him and stuff, but I'm just so confused by, like, are they, because, like, what Clover's saying, like, are they talking to Brian about this GoFundMe? Like, is he aware of the GoFundMe? Is he in on the GoFundMe? Does he know about all this stuff? Is he okay with all this stuff? We're not even getting confirmation. No, Brian can't be your age. He seems like an older dude, right? Clover, you're not that old. I think Brian's like 40, 50 years old, right? Isn't he like in his 40s or 50s? He seems like he's an older guy. Maybe I'm wrong. He seemed like an older guy. I don't feel that bad for him. The only real victims here are the autistic children that worked there before the store closed. Is he? Yeah, he doesn't look like he's like in his 20s, man. He looks like he's like 40, 50 years old. He looks like he's hitting that, like, gray... He kind of looks like he has some gray hairs and shit. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. But, like, I'm just curious as to why, like, we're not... Because I would understand if they said, like, hey, we talked to Brian and we set up a GoFundMe. We want to make sure that he gets everything in this lawsuit. We get money for the said lawsuit so we can all get this situated for Brian. But they never mention Brian. Like, even in the second video, I'm not going to lie. In the second Ben video, I don't even think he mentions Brian's name. I don't even think he mentions him at all. I don't even think he's even in the video. Like, they just completely leave him out of the video at this point. It's just, like, completely not even... He's not even a fucking thought anymore. This is all over his Legos, by the way. This is all over his dad's Legos. And it almost feels like we're just kind of, like, ignoring him. His dad is 84. Yeah, his dad is really old.
As a franchise owner, to pay 6% of my sales in monthly royalty fees to corporate. So do with that information what you will. Please do whatever you can to encourage corporate to come to the table, settle with us, and through us, Brian Mansell, so that they can try to make this right. If they settle...
fairly and completely...
and if we're allowed to tell you after that settlement is reached...
we will. So follow us wherever you're seeing this, and then go back to doing business with them once they've re-earned your trust.
I mean, I guess for now, I don't have any reason to believe there's any malintent with the GoFundMe. on both ends. I know that Ben has definitely lied about things, but again, I don't think there's enough evidence to suggest this GoFundMe is just a way for him to pocket money. There's no way. He'd be in so much shit if that were the case. Like he'd actually be just so fucking cooked if that's the case. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I wouldn't exactly say there's any reason to believe that these GoFundMes are not for legal matters for Brian to be able to get his stuff back, or at least make
because
some
Lego
sort of
should
money
be
for
fun. And I want to personally thank all my former customers who've left comments of support for us and told me about their positive experiences during the time we owned the store. That means
He's
the
definitely
world to
close
me,
to his
and
50s.
I miss
That's
you
why
all
I'm saying
so
like
much.
these guys are definitely older people who probably can't do
wildest
all this
thing
on their own.
is in the comments.
Okay. I don't know, man. It's a whole fucking mess. I have been streaming for a little longer though, Chad. I do have to get off pretty soon here. I gotta get off. I will continue this tomorrow. We'll see. We'll look into it a little bit more. Moist Criticals videos we'll look into. I'll look into... We do have another drama we got to cover here. Captain C's given us some more information of other stuff I have to cover here for a different situation at hand. So I'm going to go ahead and try to cover some more of this tomorrow and then cover that tomorrow as well. We need a break from Lego? No, for sure. Like, holy moly, man. This thing has been so long. It's a lot. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. This is a fun journey. It's an exciting journey. Don't stop. I'll buy you a Meat Mountain sandwich from Arby's. I'll buy you two. But man, I gotta think about this shit a little bit, man. It's so fucking so much. Chat, I thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you guys for the donations today. 27 new members. And then you guys gave me a few donations. I don't know what the fuck the jewels do. I don't see where I don't know the jewels. It doesn't tell me how many jewels. So thank you guys all for the jewels. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the memberships. I'll see you guys tomorrow and get ready for that 24-hour stream on Wednesday, chat. Bye.